Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is titled Naruto the Instinctive Shinobi. In this massive alternate universe, the villagers of Konoha thought they were finally going to finish the job, but all they did was awaken a sleeping god. Born as the secret son of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kiyomi Uchiha, Naruto's bloodline is already legendary. But during a brutal and unprovoked attack by the Leaf villagers, young Naruto is pushed to the absolute brink. In a blinding flash of survival instinct, he doesn't just awaken the Sharingan, he unlocks a divine, untouchable state of combat, Ultra Instinct. Get ready for a massive, action-packed AU combining the speed of the yellow flash, the eyes of an Uchiha, and Ultra Instinct. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Amaterasususano, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 1, The Beginning. October 10th was just another normal quiet day in the Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone, civilians and ninjas, were walking around enjoying the cool air of the night. However, all good things must come to an end. A voice yelled in a private room of the hospital. Damn it, Minato, you did this, Tio. When this is over, I'm going to castrate you, I swear. The voice yelled again. I'm sorry, Kiyomi-chan, but just hang in there, it will all be over soon, you're almost there. Said Minato. If you are wondering, yes, this is the same Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash and Konoha Fourth Hokage. You may wonder what's going on. Well, long story short, Minato and Kiyomi are having a baby. You may wonder why the room is private. The answer is simple. The Uchiha clan are against relationships between an Uchiha and non-Uchiha. However, Minato and Kiyomi have been seeing each other in private since they became Genin. Okay, we're almost there, just one more please, Kiyomi-san, and this will all be over, said one of the doctors. You hear that? One more push, Kiyomi-chan, come on, says Minato. Yells Kiyomi as she gives one more push. The next thing you hear is a baby crying as loud as he can. You can see the tears of joy on Kiyomi's face as the doctors hand her their baby. Congrats, Hokage-sama. Kiyomi-san, you have a healthy baby boy, says the same doctor from earlier, as he looks at the happy family hugged together. Minato, look at him, he's so handsome, says Kiyomi as she kisses the baby's forehead. Yeah, he sure is, says Minato as he wipes tears from his eyes, being overwhelmed at the fact that he is a father now. He looks at his newborn son and notices his features. He has a head of black hair from his mother, however he notices his son has his bright blue eyes. This may cause some stir within the Uchiha clan when they see him. I don't want to have to take out some of my wife's own family to protect my child, Minato says. Don't worry, Minato, I'm from a branch family, the elders, main house families, and the clan head doesn't pay attention to us. The only one who actually talks to us outside of the branch families would be Mikoto. Mikoto, huh? Is she still mad at me about the Kushina situation? No, she isn't mad at you anymore. I talked to her and explained everything. You see, back when Minato, Kiyomi and Kushina were Genin, Minato saves Kushina from a group of Kumo shinobi sent to kidnap her, and let's just say Kushina didn't take the rejection from Minato too kindly. Flashback. Minato was out late at night training his taijutsu katas and speed when he noticed a trail of strands of red hair, and he immediately knew it belonged to Kushina. He follows the trail and sees Kushina tied up surrounded by 3 Kumo shinobi who Minato suspects are Chunin at the least and High Jonin the most. Minato decides that stealth is his best option of attack. So he takes to the trees and conceals his chakra as low as possible just in case they have a sensor in the group. Once he is close enough, he pulls out a kunai and makes his move. His first victim is the tallest one bringing up the rear. The unexpected shinobi is walking thinking about the amount of money he is getting from this mission. He was so in his thoughts that he didn't recognize the mop of blonde hair sneaking up on him until it was too late, when he felt his throat get slit and stabbed in his temple before the assailant was gone. All the two shinobi in the front heard was a thud and looked back to see their leader on the ground dead. "Shit, we were followed," said one of the Kiyomi shinobi. "Quick, back to back so whoever it is can't sneak up on us," said the other shinobi. They stand back to back and hear a whizzing sound and barely have any time to dodge the kunai. One shinobi managed to jump out of the way, however the other was not. As soon as he was about to jump, it was too late. The kunai was already embedded in his skull. "Damn, that was my last kunai I had. I was hoping to take them both out at once," Minato thought as he looked at the last Kiyomi shinobi who was on the branch below him armed with two kunai looking around. Minato needed a plan to take out the last shinobi so he could grab Kushina, who was still walking ahead not realizing what's going on. Minato notices a thin branch that looks easy to pull, so he takes it, pulls it back and lets it go as he falls down to the same level as the Kiyomi shinobi. His prey make a mistake that would cost him his life. He looked up to the sound of the branch snapping. All he knew next was a foot connecting to the side of his face, sending him flying into another tree with a sickening crunch sound as his skull hit the tree and his neck snapped. Minato, landing on the ground, watched as the last shinobi lifeless body hit the ground. He made his way to Kushina, who was still walking aimlessly ahead in the same direction. "Kushina," Minato says. Kushina looks up at the sound of his voice, gives a weak smile, and before she can speak her legs give out and Minato rushes forward and catches her, and unties the ropes, picks her up bridal style and leaps into the trees. "Hey, what are you doing?" Kushina says while trying to hide her blush as she looks up at Minato, and notices how handsome he looks with the moon shining on him. "I'm rescuing you. What does it look like I'm doing?" "You're hurt and can barely walk. This is the quickest way to get back to the leaf and have a doctor check you out," he says with a smile on his face. "No, I mean, why are you saving me? Everyone thinks I'm an outsider and picks on me. During the academy you never stood up for me, only stared at me with a look of pity and always looked away when I saw you staring. How did you even find me?" she replies. "I'm helping you because you are a leaf shinobi and we always stick together and help our comrades. I never stood up for you in the academy because I knew you could handle yourself against those bullies. I always stared at you because you were cool and I was hoping we could become friends one day, but you looked at me as if you wanted to hurt me as well, so I never bothered, and I found you because I seen the trail of red hair you left behind and I immediately knew it was yours." While he is talking, she is looking up at him with a slight blush on her face that he doesn't see due to him looking ahead, leaping through the trees. "Hey, Minato." "Yakushina wa dash." He was cut off by her lips meeting his eyes are wide while she stops and has a huge blush on her face. After a moment of silence due to him getting his brain functioning again, and her looking away with a nuclear blush on her face, Minato speaks. "Kushina, I'm sorry, but I can't be with you if that's what you are hoping for. I'm sorry." At this she explodes. "What do you mean you can't be with me? You were the only boy I've kissed and I love you, but you want to reject me? Are you serious?" "I'm sorry, Kushina, but I have somebody else and we've been together ever since we became Genin. I'm sorry, but if I never met her I would be open to dating you or seeing where this goes, but for now all I can give you is friendship." Kushina, still mad, replies. "Whatever, Minato, just take me to the damn hospital." After Minato takes her to the hospital, he heads home but stops at a training ground where he sees his girlfriend Kiyomi training her shurikenjutsu, and before she can start again she notices Minato, but the look on his face is a look of sadness and guilt. She asks what's wrong and he breaks down and tells her everything. She comforts him over his first 3 kills, and although she was originally mad at the kiss, it wasn't his fault, and she couldn't blame Kushina since she didn't know. After Minato calms down, he thanks him with a kiss and goes home. The next day he is at the academy waiting for his team assignments when an enraged Mikoto comes up to him and yells at him, accusing him of using Kushina to try and get in her pants, calls him a loser and a horrible person, and walks away leaving a stunned Minato and crowd. Flashback end. After that, Makoto became cold to Minato and had a deep hatred towards him even after Minato and Kushina made up. They even became friends. Actually, they were more like brother and sister. That's good, I was hoping our kids would be friends. She recently had a son a couple months back, right? Yes, she named him Sasuke. She replies. Well, congrats to her, we will have to. He is cut off by a loud roar. What the hell was that? A shinobi has busted through the door as he was guarding. Hokage-sama, this is horrible, it's the Kyuubi no Kitsune. What, how? Never mind, get all Jonin and Umbu on the front lines to fight. I want all Chunin and Genin to get the civilians to the bunker. After the civilians are safe, tell the Chunin to come to the battlefield except Kakashi, he is in charge of watching the Genin guarding the civilians. Hurry up. Hi. Kiyomi-chan, I know, Minato, go, I'll be waiting. He kisses her and disappears in a yellow flash. Battlefield. Minato is standing on his face on the Hokage monument when the Kyuubi starts gathering red and purple chakra into a ball. Minato sees this and gets out a tri-pronged kunai going through hand signs. When he is finished, the Kyuubi launches his tailed beast bomb, but a barrier appears absorbing the attack, sending it far away into the forest. However, before Minato can breathe, a man appears behind him and tries to absorb Minato into some kind of vortex. However, Minato escapes, and the man leaves to find him. Canon fight between Minato and Madara aka Obito, however they don't know it's Obito. Minato flashes back to the battlefield to face off against the Kyuubi. After going through hand seals, Minato yells out, summoning Jutsu Food Cart Destroyer. Out comes a giant reed toad named Gamma Bunta, who lands on top of the 9 tails. Bunta, I need you to hold down the 9 tails while I get ready, I have a plan. Easier said than done, Minato, but I'll try. Minato, what's the plan? What are you doing? Asked an elderly man holding a staff known as the Professor of Shinobi and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I'm going to seal it away to save the village from any more destruction. I'll be back. Before Hiruzen can reply, Minato flashes away. Hospital Kiyomi room. Minato arrives at Kiyomi room to tell her his plan, and what he sees before him is heartbreaking. Kiyomi is dying while shielding her son from the Ki and demonic chakra in the air from the Kyuubi. She smiles weakly at Minato with tears in her eyes, knowing she won't live after tonight. No words are said as she already knows what Minato plans to do, and he begs him to come along to be with her family one last time. Minato grabs her as she holds on to their son and flashes away to start the sealing process. Battlefield. Minato arrives back on top of Gamma Bunta and asks him to hold him for a little while longer so he can gather enough chakra. Once he has enough chakra, he flashes himself, his family, Gamma Bunta, and the Kyuubi away. After they land in another part of the forest, Minato sends Gamma Bunta back to his summons world and faces the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi, realizing he is free, gets ready to attack when golden chains made of chakra hold him in place while creating a barrier to keep anything from leaving or entering. Kushina, Minato, and Kiyomi yell seeing her condition. She is battered and has bruises all over her body with some cuts on her arms while her clothes are torn up. Minato, I was attacked by a man in a mask claiming to be Madara Uchiha. He ambushed me and ripped out the Kyuubi from the seal. I know, Kushina, it's not your fault. He snuck up on you. He also fought me, but I managed to get a hit on him with my Rasengan and he retreated. Now I'm about to seal him into my son. I know it's wrong, but it's the only option. I can't reseal it into you as it would just break out again. This is the only way. Kushina smiles sadly, knowing he is right. Can I hold him, please? She asks weakly. Kiyomi smiles and hands her their son. What's his name? Kushina asks. His name is Naruto. They both reply. The Kyuubi roars as he fights against the chains, but they won't budge. Minato, seeing this, summons an altar and places Naruto on it. He begins going through hand seals to start his plan. Reaper Death Seal. Hiruzen arrives at the sealing area and recognizes those hand signs and tries to stop Minato from summoning the Shinigami, but it's of no use as he can't enter the barrier. He can only watch on as his successor, and 2 of the best kunoichi sacrifice their lives to save the village. After Minato finishes the hand signs, a spectral of the Shinigami appears. Mortal, why have you summoned me to this world? The Shinigami asks. Shinigami, I would like to seal the Kyuubi into my son Naruto. Minato says. Very well, however, the cost of this sealing is your own soul, says the Shinigami as he begins to chant while he stabs and cuts open his stomach. After the chant is done, the Shinigami reaches out and his spectral-like hand goes through Minato as he winces from the pain. The hand then grabs hold of the Kyuubi, but for some reason the chains weaken enough and the Kyuubi lashes out at Naruto to kill him. However, Minato, Kiyomi and Kushina jump in front of the Kyuubi claw and are impaled by it. On the outside, Hiruzen can only watch in horror and sadness as all of this is happening when two Umbu appear behind him. Hokage-sama, the civilians are secure in the bunker with Genin on watch with Kakashi Hatake on standby, says one Umbu. Good, I want you and all available Chunin and Jonin Umbu to start looking for any and all casualties while you two stay with me. Hi Hokage-sama. They reply. Both Umbu leave, however both Jonin stay behind. In the barrier, Minato and Kiyomi have just finished saying their last words to Naruto. Canon's speech just replaced Kushina with Kiyomi. Meanwhile, Kushina says a few words of her own. Naruto, this is your Oba-chan. I wish we could have had more time to be together. You would be like the son I never had. I leave to you all the Uzumaki sealing items. It's all I have left in life. Something tells me with you being the son of Minato, you will be interested in Fuinjutsu. She pauses to cough, but blood comes out. I know how the life of a Jinchuriki is. It will be hard, but you can't let the hate and anger of the Bijou take over. You must counter it by love and happiness, so please, no matter what happens, do not go down a dark path in life. I love you. I wish you the best in life. She finishes with tears coming down her face. Minato looks on, sad that neither will be allowed to live to raise his son, but trusts the Sandime to look after him. He smiles as he says his final word. Seal. The Kyuubi roars one last time as he is sealed inside Naruto. After the seal is complete, the Shinigami removes his hand from Minato while removing his soul. At the same time, Kushina and Kiyomi both fall to the ground on their last breath. The barrier drops and Hiruzen and the two Jonin with him come rushing in. Kiyomi, Kushina, hang in there. I have medical help on the way. It's no use, Hokage-sama. We're done here. It's time for us to move on, Kiyomi says. His name is Naruto, she says, motioning to her baby boy. I want you to give him Kushina, last name of Uzumaki. I don't want him to be used as a weapon for the Uchiha clan if he awakens the Sharingan, and he can't take Minato last name due to IWA being willing to do anything to kill him, or his legacy. Wait until he is a Chunin or Jonin to tell him about us. Unless he awakens his Sharingan, you can tell him about me, but you must not tell him about his father until he is Chunin or Jonin, or when you deem him worthy of knowing. I left him all my notes on my taijutsu style. If he is like me, he won't be really good at the Uchiha style of taijutsu even with the Sharingan. She reaches in her robes and pulls out a scroll. This is for him from me. I want you to give this to him after you tell him about me. Minato has one as well, but it is sealed in your office with a blood seal only able to be opened by Naruto. Please take care of him, Hiruzen. That's all I ask, please. I love you, Naruto. She kisses her son one last time before she takes her last breath. Hiruzen looks down in sadness with tears in his eyes. He looks over at Kushina and sees that she is no longer breathing but has a scroll in her hand and assumes it's for Naruto, so he takes it and puts it away. As that happens, the Jonin appear and help him with the bodies, looking down in sadness and hatred at the bodies of the Hokage and two of the most powerful kunoichi from the Leaf Village and the newly born Jinchuriki who they wish they could kill. Hiruzen, seeing the hatred in their eyes, can only sigh as he knows he would have to retake the mantle of Hokage to protect Naruto. They collect the bodies and leave to deal with the backlash of the attack. Chapter 2: Friends, Food, and a New House. Kill the demon. Why would you bring that thing in here? Let's burn it alive. Throw it in the forest of death to be eaten. These were some of the things being said by the civilian council. You may wonder why. Well, Hiruzen Sarutobi just announced to the council about Naruto being a Jinchuriki, and as you can see, things did not go so well. Having enough of the bickering and screeching of the civilian council, he lets out an enormous amount of ki which causes everybody to be quiet and stare at him scared. While the civilian side of the council is scared, the shinobi side ANS clan heads are smirking or openly laughing except for two who have stoic looks on their faces, these two being none other than Fugaku Uchiha, the head of the Uchiha clan, and Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan. Naruto will not be killed, and that is final. If you kill him, then the Kyuubi will just be released again, and we don't have another seal master like Minato or Kushina around to seal it. That is when a man with pineapple hair and a lazy look on his face that makes him look like he is sleeping spoke up. Hokage-sama, not that I am against Naruto, but we still have Jiraiya as our final remaining seal master, says Shikaka, head of the Nara clan. Yes, we do have Jiraiya, however, as great as he was at seals, something like sealing a tailed beast as powerful as the Kyuubi, at best he would be able to suppress it with another seal should it try to break out. Compared to Minato and Kushina, Jiraiya was an amateur in sealing despite him being a seal master. He hasn't mastered the Uzumaki level of sealing like Kushina has, and Minato was well on his way to mastering them before he perished. Hiruzen responded. Suddenly a man with bandages over his right eye, short, shaggy, dark brownish hair with a scar on his chin, speaks up. Hiruzen, what has happened to the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu scroll? If you would like, I can hold on to them for safekeeping. For you, and keep them out of the wrong hands, he says while barely hiding his hunger for knowledge. That is a question I cannot answer, Danzo, for Kushina was the only person who knew where they were, and what would happen to them should she die. Hiruzen calmly replied to the now named Danzo, who had to hide his frustration at not being able to get his hands on something so powerful. Hiruzen, however, had a good idea where all the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu notes and scrolls were, and it might have something to do with the scroll he found in Kushina's hand. Getting over his anger while hiding it rather well, Danzo makes a suggestion. Very well, however, this brings up the question of the Jinchuriki. If you want, you may hand him over to me, and I can give him the proper training and conditioning to use his powers, make him a powerful tool. He was cut off by Hiruzen. No, Danzo, you will not be getting Naruto to turn him into a mindless weapon to use at your own disposal. Now, with the passing of Minato, I will be taking over as Hokage once again, starting now. He says there were no objections except from Danzo and the two elders, but he ignored them. Now the status of Naruto being a Jinchuriki is now a S-class secret, and nobody will speak on it. No one of his generation shall know about it, nor will any harm be done to the boy. Minato wants him to be seen as a normal boy and not the beast he contains. The punishment of revealing this is death. Do I make myself clear? He yells out the final part, adding ki to get his point across. Everybody nodded. However, the civilian council and elders have already begun plotting ways to harm the Jinchuriki or break him mentally to become a weapon for the village. Now on to the casualties and repairs we need to make for the village, he say while on the inside he is thinking, I'm too old for this shit. 4 years later. And stay out, demon, yelled a lady who looked to be in her mid-30s. That was what he has been called since he can talk and understand what people were saying. Why they called him this he didn't know, and nobody would tell him. He had no friends in the orphanage except a girl with 2 buns in her head. However, she was adopted a little over a year ago, so he was alone now. He knew his name only because of an old mad he liked to call his. Gigi always reminded him of his name, and showed him kindness. This man was the 3rd Hokage, and the only other person in the village to treat Naruto with respect, and showed him love. Now, however, little Naruto is walking through the village late at night, hungry and tired. When he smells something lovely, he follows the scent and finds a small little restaurant called Ichiraku's. However, Naruto, having been treated bad by all adults he sees, turns and walks away until he bumps into an older man with a chef hat on his head. The man looks down at Naruto and smiles sadly. He knows who Naruto is and who his parents were because they were close friends. Hey young man, I'm Tucci. Are you hungry? You look like you could use some food, he says as he introduces himself, but couldn't help but be angered by how frail Naruto is, so he offers some food. I would, but I don't have any money, mister. I'll be fine. I always go a week without eating food at the orphanage, sometimes too, so it'll be okay for a couple of days. Naruto responds in a small yet shy voice. Now Tucci was pissed. How dare those idiots at that orphanage treat Minato's son like that? Wait until Hokage-sama find out about this, he thought to himself. However, he cleared those thoughts away as he looked back at Naruto. Nonsense, come on, it's on the house. I couldn't charge you even if I wanted to, he says, and grabs Naruto by the hand and leads him into his shop. When Naruto sits down, he is greeted by a girl maybe 5 to 6 years older than him. Hi, welcome to Ichiraku's. I am. the girl says with a smile, holding her hand out. I'm Naruto, he responds while tentatively taking her hand. Tucci sees this and smiles. He wished he could have adopted Naruto, but the council banned anybody from adopting him. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Naruto's stomach growling. Laughing, he says, I'll get you some ramen, Naruto, just sit there. He goes and starts to prepare the ramen. Meanwhile, is talking to Naruto a lot, and he seems to have gotten over his shyness, and is laughing with her at some of the jokes they share. So Naruto, what is your dream for you when you get older? Asks I want to be Hokage and maybe start a family with a girl I love. I don't want to marry anybody I don't love or have a lot of women, it's not really my style. He says, which is weird for a 4-year-old to say. Naruto, how do you know about love and marriage? She asks. Well, I couldn't get any kid books at the orphanage so I could learn how to read, so I seen some orange book with a man and women on the cover of the book and started reading it. I didn't understand some of the workouts, but they sounded interesting to try out, I guess, because in the book the man and women were sweating and breathing hard after they were done, but I got uninterested when he started working out with 10 women at one time. Like, how can he do that? It's not possible. He says while is blushing up a storm at Naruto for reading a porno, but he didn't know. Meanwhile, Tucci was finished with the ramen for Naruto, and had a tray with 3 large bowls on it. If he is like his parents, this won't even be enough to fill him, he thought as he remembered his best customers spending a fortune on ramen. However, he pauses when he hears ask Naruto what his dream was and couldn't help but cry, as those were the same words Minato said when he became a genin. However, he did almost burst out laughing as Naruto described the book he learned to read from. He might have to give Naruto the talk in a few years. Alright, 3 large bowls of miso ramen, Naruto, on the house, eat up, Tucci says as he comes out the back with the tray of ramen bowls. Naruto is intoxicated by the smell and couldn't help but drool at the food in front of him. Itadakimasu, Naruto says, and after 5 minutes the 3 bowls are gone, and he asks for more, causing Tucci to laugh as he heads to the back to make more. After another 10 bowls, Naruto bids farewell with a sad look on his face and begins to walk out. However, a hand on his shoulders causes him to look back and he sees Tucci smiling down at him. How about you stay here tonight, and tomorrow morning we can go see the Hokage about your living arrangements? Naruto, not being used to such kindness, stares at him in shock and rushes to hug him, thanking him over and over. They close up shop and Naruto helps. They go through a door in the kitchen that led upstairs to their apartment. It was a decent-sized apartment with 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, a kitchen and living room. Leads Naruto to the extra room where he will be sleeping and gives him one of her father's shirts so she can wash his clothes for him, since it's all he has. The shirt was so big all you could see was Naruto's head, everything else was covered up. Naruto fell asleep that night with a smile on his face, and had the best sleep he has ever had. Next morning Naruto wakes up and goes to the kitchen, and sees making breakfast. She greets him as she gives him some food to eat before saying they are going to see the Hokage later, so the shop will be opening late. After everyone eats, they get ready to leave. However, when they open the door, the Hokage is there with 2 Anbu behind him, one with gravity-defying hair and a dog mask, and a taller one with brown hair. However, Naruto, being used to the feeling of hatred, can feel it coming from this certain Anbu in a monkey mask. Hokage-sama. Tucci greets them with a bow. We were just about to come see you to talk about something important about Naruto. Yes, I was coming here to tell you the civilian council wanted you arrested. However, I know better than to believe anything they say, so let's go to my office, he replies. They got to his office and began to talk. So Tucci, do you mind telling me why Naruto was living in your house now? Hiruzen asks, but doesn't really care, but has to do it for the elders minus Danzo are in the room. Well, Hokage-sama, in all honesty, Naruto does not live with us. He was staying there for the night, since he doesn't have anywhere to live. As I told you earlier, we were on our way to speak to you. However, I believe it would be best if Naruto were to explain what happened. Tucci replies. No, that boy has nothing to say during this meeting. We won't hear it, says the old lady, who is one of the elder advisors named Koharu. She lost one of her daughters and husband during the Kyuubi attack and holds a deep hatred towards Naruto and blames him. She didn't want Hiruzen to become Hokage because he would protect the boy she wanted to harm. Koharu, behave yourself, let him speak. He has a right to speak as much as us during this meeting. After all, it is about him. Go on, Naruto tells us what happened, replied the other elder advisor named Hamura. He lost family as well to the beast when it suddenly attacked. However, he had his suspicions about the attack because as far as he knew, Minato just checked the seal the day before and seen Kushina's condition before the burial and noticed it looked like she was on a serious fight. He didn't blame Naruto. Hell, he felt sad for the boy knowing what he contained. He wasn't against Hiruzen becoming Hokage despite voting against him. He was only looking out for his friends/teammates' health and believed the stress would kill him. Naruto, nodding at him, told them everything from how he was treated in the orphanage to him being kicked out. However, what he said next shocked everyone. I know about the law that prevents anybody from adopting me for being a demon and disgrace to the village. The lady at the orphanage made sure to tell me that every time somebody was adopted, especially when my only friend was adopted and taken away, but I will not say her name. I don't want her treated badly like I am. Is it possible for me to have my own place? I know how to clean since the orphanage had me cleaning up every day while they took all the kids out to play or walk around the village. He says, not noticing the shocked/angry looks on 4 people in the room and a look of smugness on the other. Very well, Naruto, I will find you a place to stay after I am done at the orphanage. However, I want you to stay with I am and Tucci until then. Don't worry about opening up shop today, Tucci. I'll cover the amount you would make. How much exactly do you make on a Friday? Hiruzen asks. Tucci and I am are standing there in shock over the kindness, but he begins to run numbers in his head for about 2 to 3 minutes before he responds. We make about 1,500,000 Ryo on a Friday due to a lot of ninjas returning to the village from missions and are always hungry and want something that can be made quickly, he replies. Hiruzen, knowing how ninjas eat, isn't shocked that much but wasn't expecting that much. However, he writes a check to Tucci and says to take it to his secretary so she can deposit it to his account. Tucci bows and leaves with I am, leaving Naruto behind to finish his meeting with the Hokage. Orphanage. Hiruzen walks up to the orphanage and sees the helper for the day at the orphanage, a girl named Kurinai Yuhi, a fresh chunin who has been helping at the orphanage on her off days ever since she was a genin. She sees him walking in and greets him. Hello, Hokage-sama, may I ask why you are here today? She asks. Yes, I am here to see Naruto Uzumaki for the day. It's time for our usual lunchtime at Ichiraku's, he says, but it's a lie since Naruto just met them yesterday, while inwardly seeing how she would react to his name, knowing she lost the only remaining family during the Kyuubi attack when he went to the front lines to hold the beast off. She later found him dead under rubble during the clean-up, and it took a lot for her to get back into training. To his surprise, she took on a sad look and let out a heavy sigh. I was actually going to talk to you about that. He has been beaten a lot while staying here. I was walking around helping out 2 years ago when I seen the matriarch beating him a broken pipe, claiming it was his fault, but he told me not to say anything, and every time I came after that he would always stay away from me and say he doesn't want me to associate myself with a no-good demon brat. Although the Kyuubi heals him physically, it's the mental scars I'm worried about. But I haven't seen him all day. In fact, I hadn't seen him last night when I usually come check in to start my shift, and his room was empty. She replies with tears coming down her face. It's alright, Kurinai, Naruto is safe. He is with Tucci and his daughter. I am right now until I find him an apartment later on today due to the law surrounding him being adopted. However, I am going to need all the money I've sent here for him to be taken care of with, he says. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, but for the past 4 years I've been working here. His money account was always empty. I assumed they would spend it on him. However, I doubted that since all his clothes were poorly taken care of and looked like he was stitching them up to wear them more. Kurinai, are you telling me the orphanage has been stealing his money from him? He gets a nod back, but what gets him even more angry is when she says they always have new clothes and jewelry for themselves and clothes and toys for the kids minus Naruto. Kurinai, over the last 4 years I have sent over 400,000 Ryo, and you're telling me they haven't spent any on Naruto? He gets another nod. Thank you, Kurinai. I will need you to watch the orphanage for 2 weeks while I look for new caretakers. I'll double the pay since you are a chunin, and you will still get your chunin pay on top. Think of this as a B rank mission. He says she is so shocked that all she can do is nod in agreement. He leaves to talk to the lady who is in charge of the orphanage along with her help that were all about to lose their job, however they didn't know it. What he sees disgusts him. The children at the orphanage are throwing food around, more specifically at the wall, but what's on the wall is what gets him mad. On the wall is a picture of Naruto that looks to be taken right after he was beaten with the words demon on it, and somebody drew 9 tails behind him, most likely one of the adults who are sitting in a chair laughing about getting rid of the demon child while counting money. He walks up to them slowly before speaking. "Good afternoon, ladies, how are you today?" he says with a fake smile, scaring them in the process. "Gigi, good afternoon, Hokage-sama, how may I help you?" she replies while inwardly scared because she knows why he is there after looking at the clock. "Oh, I'm just here for Naruto. It's time for our daily walk that we do. I figured I would take him to get some lunch, anything that gets me away from my paperwork." He says while this was true he wanted to get away from paperwork, he was still setting them up. "I'm sure you are, Hokage-sama. Paperwork is indeed troublesome, always having to make every single thing is accurate and on point," she says while laughing, not realizing she fell for his trap. "So do you mind if I go up and get him now? I'm sure he is getting impatient," he says. "No, that's okay, Hokage-sama, we can go grab him," she says as her and the rest of the helpers rush up to Naruto's room. "What are we gonna do? He is here for the demon brat and we kicked him out last night," says the lady from the front desk. After a while one speaks up. "I have an idea, he gets the demon brat and we keep our jobs," she says, then explains the plan and they all grin. After a while they all return with Naruto, and they start along with the plan. Everything was going good and fine until Hiruzen asked a question. "Naruto, are you ready to head out and grab some lunch at a ramen stand that I'm sure you'll love?" he says with a smile. Naruto responds in a tone too happy to be him, and that's when they fall into his trap. Hiruzen snaps his fingers and suddenly 4 Umbu appear and release the hinged orphanage worker who was a former ninja. "Now did you really think I would fall for a simple hench? I know Naruto isn't here and I know you have been stealing his money that I've been sending for his care. Now Umbu, take them to the TI department. I want to know everything they've done to Naruto and how much money they have stolen." He turns to Kurenai and smiles at her. "Kurenai, I will be sending some help for you over the next 2 weeks until I replace the workers and head of the orphanage. After that I have a request that has come into my office that I think you would like." "Thank you, Hokage-sama," she says with a bow. Naruto was over at the Ichirakus learning how to cook from both Ayame and Tsuchi, making sure he knew the basics of cooking at least since he will be living by himself from now on. Then there was a knock on the door, and Tsuchi opened it to see Hiruzen with a smile on his face. "Hokage-sama, come in." "Thank you, Tsuchi, however I only came to show Naruto his new apartment. I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about," he says, and Tsuchi smirks at this. The building, although in the red light district, has been renovated by Minato along with 3 to 4 blocks surrounding it. Minato was in the process of cleaning up the slums of Konoha before he died, so the people there respected Minato the most. He added stores which created jobs, however some things never changed a lot with the brothels and crime rate. Tsuchi saw the way the apartment was that Minato set up for Naruto, for when he moved out he didn't have to pay rent since Naruto technically owns the building. However, he can't collect any rent from people yet. He has to wait till he can publicly claim his inheritance. Naruto's apartment was set up with 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms with one being connected to the master bedroom, a kitchen with everything included and a living room that already has couches in it, and a coffee table. "Naruto, come along now, we have to get to your new apartment," Hiruzen says. Naruto nods and gives Tsuchi and Ayame a big hug and goes to his new apartment with his Gigi. Chapter 3: The Awakening. 2 years later. It's been 2 years since Naruto moved into his own apartment. He still talks to the Ichirakus and visits them almost every day, as well as his Gigi, as he likes to call the Hokage. However, right now we find young Naruto running for his life from an angry mob. He doesn't know why this happens. All he does is mind his own business, but the people still chase him and beat him whenever they can due to him constantly running. He is as fast as a high Genin shinobi, and he is only 6. That usually is enough to outrun a mob. However, these aren't just civilians. There are some Chunin and Jonin in the crowd throwing kunai and shuriken at him, while civilians throw bottles and rocks at him. While Naruto is running sweaty and out of breath, he makes the mistake of running into an alley thinking he was at the corner of his street where the apartment is located. Nowhere to run now, you little demon. It's time to get you back for killing our loved ones and comrades, you little shit. Yeah, you stupid fox, it's time to die. Dude, we're not supposed to speak about that, you know the law. So what? It's not like we will be punished. The Umbu who was supposed to watch over him hate him, so they will let us get our hits in and let him bleed out. Oh yeah, that is right. Let's begin the punishment of the fox. Naruto, hearing this, starts to think, why are they calling him the Kyuubi, and saying he killed their loved ones? He hasn't killed anybody, he's sick for Kami's sake. During his thoughts he doesn't see the weapons, rocks and bottles being thrown at him. However, to the shock of everyone throwing things, he starts to dodge them like they are nothing. What people see are his eyes turn silver for a split second before returning back their blue color, thinking it's the Kyuubi gaining his powers back. The Jonin in the group throws more at Naruto, who stops dodging, getting a kunai to the shoulder, and see more coming towards him. He sees them coming, however he can't dodge them all and gets hit by 3 more kunai, 1 more to the chest and 2 in his stomach. He sees a shinobi throw 1 more kunai but notices him going through hand science, ninja art, kunai shadow clone. The 1 kunai turns into 12 and they are coming at him, however they slow down and he moves out of the way. What everybody in the mob sees shocks them. His eyes turn red with 1 tomo in his right eye with 2 in his left eye. That's when things get worse. Do you see his eyes? Is he an Uchiha? No, it's a trick. The demon must have killed an Uchiha and stole his eyes. Let's kill him. They proceed to punch, kick, and stab Naruto with the kunai they found. However, they are all stopped by an enormous amount of ki and the sound of chirping birds. They turn around and see the Hokage with Umbu Captain Dog next to him are Raven and Weasel, both with the Sharingan activated. Anbu, Hiruzen barks out. Hi Hokage-sama, they say together. Kill them. Next thing they know is a complete massacre of civilians and ninja alike. After the massacre is over, Hiruzen looks at Dog and asks him, Dog, who was supposed to be guarding Naruto tonight? He asks. It was Boar and Mouse, Hokage-sama. I want them found and sent to the TNI department to get everything out of them, then kill them. Hi. Dog vanishes in a shunshin to find them and take them to the TNI department. As this is going on, Weasel and Raven have finished cleaning up and disposing of the bodies. However, they turn to look at Naruto, who is being helped up by a blonde girl that nobody realized was there. He looks at her and smiles while she looks away, blushing. She says her name is Samui, which he tells her his name. However, she has to leave due to her parents looking for her. Once they find her, they see the Hokage and Umbu and bow to them. However, they sneer at Naruto, which causes him to flinch and look away. Before Samui leaves, she tells him to meet her in a certain clearing in the forest in 2 days if he wants to play. He smiles and thanks her as she leaves. He looks up at the Umbu and they gasp at his eyes and look at the Hokage for answers, who only said 1 word. Shit! Hiruzen mutters. Grab him and go back to my office. Hokage office. Okay, I know all 3 of you have questions, so I'll start with Raven and Weasel. However, Naruto, what you are about to see and hear cannot be spoken of. Do you understand? He says, getting a serious nod from Naruto. He sighs. Weasel and Raven, remove your masks. They do as told and reveal 2 black-hair boys. However, one has 2 long marks on his face with 2 bangs framing his face, and the rest of his hair tied in a ponytail going down his back. This is the current heir of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha. However, next to him is another guy with short, spiky black hair with a smile on his face that gives warmth compared to the stoic look of Itachi. This man is Shursui Uchiha, best friend of Itachi, and cousin of Kagami Uchiha. Now Naruto, I'm sure you have questions and I will answer them for you. Naruto nods and fires off all his questions. Why was I able to dodge all those kunai and shuriken? Why do the people of this village treat me like that? Why did they call me the Kyuubi? And where was my damn Umbu guard? Naruto, the reason you were able to dodge those shuriken and kunai is because you have unlocked a dojutsu belonging to the Uchiha clan from your mother. He says, getting a gasp from all 3 occupants in the room. Now, before you get mad at why you were not raised by the Uchiha clan, is simple. 6 years ago on your birthday, the Kyuubi attacked the village. Nobody knows why though. However, it was up to Minato, who you know was the fourth Hokage, to stop the beast, but it was only by sealing it away, and he needed a newborn baby, and seeing as how you were the only baby born, he had no choice but to use you for the sealing process, thus making you a Jinchuriki, or power of human sacrifice. Now this does not make you the Kyuubi itself, only the container. Now as to why you were not raised by the Uchiha clan is because the Uchiha clan head and elders would have tried to break you mentally and use you as a weapon, and I know that Minato did not want you to be used as a weapon but seen as a hero and live a normal life. However, I messed up by revealing your Jinchuriki status to the council. However, I had no choice in the matter, as the Jonin who were with me at the time already told the elders and some of his ninja friends what happened. I did make it a S-rank law to not speak of it or harm you in any way to protect you. However, it seems nobody took me seriously, which is resulting in deaths of civilians and shinobi alike. He explains. As for the guards that were supposed to watch you, apparently hated you for holding the Kyuubi as well and left their posts and let you be caught and beaten, nearly being killed. However, I had dog-tracked them down, sent to the TNI department. Naruto nods at that, still getting over the fact that the Kyuubi is sealed in his gut. However, he realized something. Hey Gigi, you never answered my question about how I was able to dodge all those kunai and shuriken. Before Hiruzen could speak, Shursui spoke up for. He did answer your question. It is due to your Sharingan, everything slows down for you, allowing you to dodge and anticipate and predict your opponent's movements. He replies. Then Itachi spoke up. What Shursui says is true, however you are a special case. Most people, when they unlock the Sharingan, only have one tomo in each eye. However, you have one in your right eye but two tomos in your right eye. He explains. Yes, I understand that. I'm talking about before the Sharingan unlocked. I was just standing there waiting for the kunai and shuriken to hit me, but I felt hot and my body started to dodge on its own like I had no control over my movements. I'm sorry, Naruto, but that we cannot explain, as we have never heard of that happening before. Hiruzen says, getting nods from Itachi and Shursui. Okay, I doubt it would happen again. So who was my mother? You mentioned she was an Uchiha but never said her name. He sighs as he knows this will cause a problem. Your mother's name was Kiyomi Uchiha. He says, getting a wide-eyed look from Itachi and Shursui. What? Shursui yells as his Sharingan flared to life. Yes, it is true, Shursui, he is your sister's son. The reason I didn't tell you is because despite you both being half-brother and sister, she was moved to the branch family because she refused to marry Fugaku because she met Naruto's father, and despite him not being a part of the Uchiha clan, which is frowned upon, she didn't want to marry or have kids with anybody but him, so it was either be banished to the branch family and become one of the most hated Uchiha, or be in a loveless marriage, and pop out babies whenever the clan head wanted. She obviously chose to become hated rather than marry Fugaku. After that, she kept seeing Naruto's father, and a few years later she became pregnant, and the day that was supposed to be the happiest moment of her life was turned upside down as she died due to the Kyuubi toxic chakra and Ki mixed with the stress her body went through during childbirth. She was shielding you from the chakra and Ki but was killing herself in the process to protect you. I'm sorry, Shursui, but I can't allow you to have custody over Naruto, but I can give you a long-term A-rank training mission until he starts the Ninja Academy in 2 years. He replies with a smirk. Shursui looked back with a smirk of his own, catching on to what he is implying. Of course, Hokage-sama, but just to be sure, this will not interfere with me and Itachi's current S-ranked mission, will it? He says. Hiruzen tells him it will not. However, Naruto has a couple questions. Hang on, Gigi. I have 2 questions. Number 1, what will he be teaching me? He asks with a smile on his face. That will be up to Shursui, however you can sort that out when you guys see me next week to iron out the details. Now, what was your second question? He asks, and he was not ready for it. I didn't know you read those orange books too, they must be really popular, he said, pointing to the orange book that fell on the floor from his robe. Hiruzen had just stood there in shock and was curious as well. Naruto, where did you read this book at? He asks, hoping Kakashi didn't give one to him. Oh, those were the only books I was able to find and read at the orphanage. Somehow when I wanted to read, all the kid books would be missing. So I found those and taught myself how to read, he replies innocently. Okay, Naruto, just don't read them anymore. Okay, Gigi, but I have another question. What's a pussy and why would a guy want to pound it hard and fast? He asked innocently. The result of the question was 3 men falling to the ground, having no choice but to give him the talk, now. After a long and embarrassing talk with Itachi, Shisui and his Gigi, Naruto went home and went to sleep. 2 days later, Naruto is in the forest around the village looking for the girl Samui. He finds her sitting by a river and they play tag, hide and seek, and Naruto has to save her from invisible ninjas, promising to play again. They play some more throughout the week and even bought a yin and yang necklace with each other's name on the back. Samui has the yin symbol but with Naruto's name on it, while Naruto has the yang symbol with Samui's name on the back. They even went as far as to be each other's first kiss, which had them both blushing up a storm and sit in awkward silence, unaware of the blank Mastambu that had been watching them, that left and reported to his master, who told Samui's father, and the next day she was told Naruto had been killed by a rogue ninja and they were moving to Kumo. After that day, Samui never showed any emotion towards anybody but still wore the necklace she had with Naruto. A couple days later, Naruto is in the Hokage's office. He was down these past couple of days not seeing Samui. He still wore the necklace but kept it tucked in so nobody would see it. Naruto, it's good to see you now. All we need is for Shisui to arrive. No sooner than he said that did Shisui appear via Shunshin. Now Shisui, since you are here, the details of this mission are simple. You are to train Naruto as much as possible for the next 2 years until he starts the academy, because I fear that the teachers will try to sabotage him and teach him wrong. He says. Hi Hokage-sama. Shisui replies. Now Naruto, this scroll is from your mother. It has her taijutsu style she used because she was no good at the Uchiha style. Shisui laughs at this because he remembers his sister when he was younger, watching her struggle with the Uchiha interpreter fist. Anyway, she left this for you along with her ninjutsu she created. Handing Naruto a scroll. Thank Gigi, but can I ask a question? Getting a nod, he continues. I've seen some shinobi putting stuff in scrolls and making it disappear into the scroll. How did they do that? He asked out of curiosity. He is just like Minato. It's a good thing both Minato and Kushina left their notes behind on Fuinjutsu. Hiruzen thought to himself, holding back his tears. That Naruto is called Fuinjutsu. It is an extremely hard skill, and there has only been 4 sealing masters in Konoha history. We only have 1 left, but he is out of the village. However, I do have some books on Fuinjutsu if you would like them to study. He gets an eager nod from the boy and chuckles, handing him a book on Fuinjutsu. Now you both are dismissed. I expect good results from this training. Now you are dismissed. They both leave. Now Hiruzen is sitting there looking at his stacks of paperwork and is about to get started when his secretary walks in with a cart with 3 more stacks of paperwork, causing him to cry anime tears, yelling at the picture of Minato. How did you do it? Causing his secretary to walk out with a sweat drop. In the training field, Shisui is sitting with Naruto going over what he will teach him. Okay Naruto, first things first, I'm going to teach you how to unlock your chakra. After that we will be working on your taijutsu, ninjutsu, shuriken jutsu and genjutsu. I'll leave the Fuinjutsu to you since I know nothing about it. Finally we will work on upgrading your Sharingan to its mature state. It becomes mature when you have 3 tomo in each eye like I do. As he turns on his Sharingan. Now I want you to sit in a lotus position and try to unlock your chakra. You've only unlocked a small amount due to the Sharingan activating, however it isn't completely unlocked. Try to remember what you felt in your eyes when the Sharingan activated and pull it to the surface, you understand? He gets a nod from Naruto and lets him begin. After about 3 hours, Shisui was about to call it quits for the day, however he felt something coming from Naruto. Inside Naruto's mind. He was trying to search for his chakra when he wound up in a sewer-looking area with pipes leading in 2 different directions. He feels hated coming from his left, so he goes the opposite way to his chakra, and instead of finding a small amount he sees quite a lot, and pulls it, and all of a sudden he was fading from his mindscape. Outside his mind. Shisui is walking to Naruto when all of a sudden chakra starts to flow from him, and it hits a certain point before stopping. Naruto opens his eyes to see Shisui staring at him with a smile on his face, but inwardly he is freaking out. Geez, he already has as much chakra as a mid-chunin. I need to teach him chakra control ASAP. He thought before he could speak. Naruto said something first. Shisui, I thought we were here alone. Getting a confused look from Shisui. What do you mean we are alone? He says. Naruto only looks over the shoulder of Shursui and nods his head slightly. Shursui, understanding, asks, How many? Naruto holds up one finger. Shursui, getting the hint, shunshin in front of the person in the trees, which happens to be a blank masked umbu with NE written on it before the umbu can react. Shursui puts his tanto through his chest, killing him, but takes the mask for evidence. He teleports in front of Naruto and tells him they're going to the Hokage's office. They get there to see Hiruzen reading his orange book while giggling perversely with blood coming out of his nose. Naruto gets an idea. He walks slowly behind him, looks over his shoulder, and yells, Ichiraku, causing the professor of shinobi to jump up and land of his desk in a battle stance with a serious look on his face. However, he feels a hit to his pride as he sees Naruto and Shursui laughing on the floor with tears in their eyes. He sighs, gets off his desk, clears his throat, and asks what they need, trying to save himself from further embarrassment. We have a problem, Hokage-sama, Shursui says with a serious voice, causing Hiruzen to go into what Naruto calls Hokage mode. What problem? He asks in a serious voice. All Shursui does is pull out the mask of the umbu he killed. Hiruzen gets pissed, and Naruto asks what that mask means, and they tell them about a secret umbu division that was around during the Third Shinobi War, who were trained as emotionless shinobi who would go out and take the most dangerous missions and would complete them, no questions asked. Who would do such a thing to their own shinobi? Taking away is not right, and makes them basically mindless drones, or better yet, monsters who could possibly turn on their own comrades. Naruto says angrily as his Sharingan turns on but quickly turns off before anybody can notice. Hiruzen answered this question. His name is Danzo and he is cold and ruthless. He claims all he does is for the good of the village, but in reality it's for himself. He wants to be Hokage and tried to kill me once, but I couldn't put it on him due to him being able to his evidence, as if it never happened. This is what he looks like. Hiruzen shows him a picture of Danzo. Naruto, seeing him, gains a wide-eyed look on his face. I've seen him at the orphanage a lot. He would come in and hand the ladies at the desk a lot of money, and he would leave with 5 kids. He would come by once every 3 months and do the same thing. He would look at me with a look of want in his eye. So on top of him being a pedophile, he also is a jealous lunatic war lover. Shursui and Hiruzen both sweat drop at his last sentence of Naruto calling Danzo a pedophile. Naruto, why didn't you say something sooner to me about this? Naruto just gives him a look. Seriously, I'm the most hated person in the village except that purple-haired lady with the trench coat. Who would believe me instead of you? He says. Hiruzen nods at this. Nobody would believe a child about this, let alone the demon brat. He sighs and says he will deal with Danzo in due time. In the meantime, you can use the Hokage's personal training ground around behind the Hokage monument. It'll key in your chakra signatures. Minato put a seal back there that keeps any chakra from getting out, and another so you can't see anything from the outside, only from the inside. Getting a star-eyed look from Naruto, saying how cool the yondaime was. Hiruzen chuckles at this, and leads them to the Hokage training ground after keying in their chakra signatures so they can just walk through the shield with no problem. They all leave Shursui to continue his S-ranked mission with Itachi and Naruto to go spend some time with the Ichirakus before going home to get started on his Fuinjutsu. Chapter 4, Meeting the Fox. It's been 6 months since Naruto has been training with Shursui and has been working on his chakra control and Fuinjutsu. So far, Naruto knows leaf balancing. He can do that with multiple leaves, Sanban balancing, tree walking and water walking. Now he is trying to combine the leaf and tree walking exercise. He does this because he and Shursui estimated by the time he graduated he could have as much chakra as an elite jonin or umbu, so due to his reserves constantly growing. Dang, Naruto mumbles under his breath as the leaves fall off his body again while walking up the tree. Shursui, seeing this, just chuckles slightly. He's upset that he can't get the leaves to stick to his body while tree walking, while most chunin wouldn't even try this. He will be a splendid ninja, he thought. He then clapped his hands, getting Naruto's attention. Okay, Naruto, it's been 6 months and you have low chunin control over your chakra, which is good since you have mid-chunin reserves. However, due to the seal, your reserves will start growing faster the harder you train. Now I want to know how far along you've come in your Fuinjutsu. He asks. Oh, that it's really easy. I'm already at level 3, so I can make storage scrolls, explosive tags, security tags, and my personal favorite tag that shoots out paint and feathers at anybody who activates it. He proudly says, getting a sweat drop from Shursui. Seriously, the hardest area to study in ninja training, and he makes a pranking seal as if it was nothing. I know he would be good, but not this good so fast, sheesh. Okay, I'm not going to ask about that last one. Getting a sheepish grin from Naruto. Now we will begin working on your taijutsu with and without the Sharingan, so you can get used to fighting with and without it. You never want to become too reliant on your eyes. Now let's begin, he says with an evil grin, scaring Naruto, who barely dodged the punch. You have good reflexes, that's good. Now get out the taijutsu scroll your mother left behind for you. I can tell by the way your body moves the Uchiha style would not fit you. It's all about anticipation, and you don't need to be very fast to use it since it relies on the Sharingan, he explains, getting a nod in return from Naruto, who gets out the scroll of the taijutsu style she uses. Kame's style was written on the scroll. It was about endurance and strength. However, Naruto would have to make some minor adjustments to adapt to it so he would be able to use it along with his speed without losing the strength, but it was perfect for him since he could use it with and without the Sharingan. 3 months later. The past 3 months could be described as hell or fun depending on who you are. For Naruto it was torture, but if asked, Shursui, life couldn't have been better. He introduced Naruto into a training regime that would leave him battered and bruised at the end of the day. In the last 3 months his taijutsu reached academy level, which is ahead of most kids going to the ninja academy except for some clan heirs. Speaking of clan heirs, he met some of them. Shikamaru and Choji, they hit it off. Naruto and Shikamaru would play shogi sometimes, or sometimes just lay down and watch the clouds, and Naruto found out how relaxing it can be and made it a habit to watch the clouds after a training session of it ended early. Choji, on the other hand, was more interested in eating all the time, having challenged Naruto to multiple ramen eating contests that would put grown men to shame. Naruto leads the series 11-10. Naruto met some more as well, and he met Hinata Hyuga, who was shy and had confidence issues. Kiba Inuzuka, who was brash and kind of rubbed Naruto the wrong way, but he was a good guy. He met Shino, who he thought was weird at first but learned that his clan is really antisocial and only speak when needed. He also found out about the insects and how the Aburame clan used them to Naruto, fascinated by this. He met Ino Yamanaka, who Naruto wasn't really a fan of. She was always trying to boss somebody around and yelling about something. It was annoying, but her blonde hair reminded him of his first and only best friend Samui, who he hasn't seen in a long time and always gets sad thinking about her. Then he met Sakura Haruno, a civilian from a merchant family. He recognizes her pink hair from an older lady who would always lead the mobs when they would chase him and beat him before he started training and got his new apartment. Last but not least, he sort of met Sasuke Uchiha, who he later found out from Shursui was Itachi's younger brother. He stumbled upon Sasuke watching him practice a jutsu he could never get right, and would see his father walk away when he couldn't perfect it. He asked Shursui about this and explained to him that it is the Uchiha rite of passage. After you master the jutsu, you can wear the Uchiha crest on your clothes. Naruto then understood why his father was acting like that. But back to the training. Speed up, Naruto, focus, Shursui says as he sends punches and kicks at Naruto. He is only moving at a high genin speed while sparring with Naruto. He didn't let Naruto use his Sharingan this time around, wanting him to work on his natural reflexes while fighting. Naruto was doing pretty well until Shursui decided to speed up to mid-chunin, and that's when things got bad for Naruto. Shursui was relentless in his assault against Naruto, breaking through his defenses, but as this was going on he saw Naruto's body start to give off heat and pressure like Ki, but it was calm and relaxing. Next thing Shursui knew, Naruto was dodging his attacks like it was nothing, and Shursui's Sharingan couldn't predict his dodge pattern anymore. When he looked at Naruto, he seen his eyes were silver, but he felt very little chakra being used after one last strike to the face. All Naruto did was tilt his head to the side, and the unexpected Shursui was hit in the stomach by Naruto, causing him to cough up spit. When he regained his composure, he saw Naruto passed out on the ground. His breathing was heavy, but he was alive. He picked Naruto up and shined to the Hokage's office. Shursui arrived in the Hokage's office, seeing him finishing up some paperwork. However, When he saw Naruto, he started to panic, but Shursui just held his hands up and said he was fine. Shursui report. What happened? He asked, serious. I honestly have no clue. I mean, I know what happened, but I can't really explain it, he says with a sigh. He then explains what happened during training with Naruto. The Hokage just sits there thinking about this. Shursui, I want you to take it easy on Naruto for now, only train him using high Genin, low Chunin speed and strength. Clearly whatever happens to him isn't normal and causes stress to his body, as we can see. However, how is his training going? He gets a smile in return. Well, for the first 6 months I trained him on chakra control since he has mid-Chunin reserves already. Getting a wide-eyed look from the Hokage, he continues. I've taught him leaf balancing, Sanban balancing, tree walking and water walking. Currently he is trying to combine tree walking with leaf balancing. It's not going good for him, but he will get it. His Fuinjutsu really impressed me since he does it on his own. He's already at level 3 and makes his own storage scrolls, explosive tags, security tags, and he made a pranking seal that explodes in paint and feathers. He said with a laugh, causing Hiruzen to laugh as well. His taijutsu has come along great the past 3 months. We started working on it. His mom was right to leave him that taijutsu style. He is a natural at it. I would say he is about academy level, borderline low genin right now. I would say he would be at high genin by the time we are done training, he says with a proud smile. Good, and I assume you haven't taught him any ninjutsu yet because you are working on conditioning his body and chakra control right now. He gets a nod in return. Good, now on to other matters. Any progression on the S-ranked mission? All I know so far, as well as Itachi, is they just walk around ready to snap at anything. That's why I keep Naruto away from them, because I know they would take their anger out on him, he says with a sigh. Alright, continue to train Naruto, you have only just over a year left. Make your sister proud, Shursui. Dismissed. Shursui picks up Naruto and takes him home before leaving himself. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto wakes in the same sewer as last time, but this time he follows the pipes with red chakra filled with hate and malice. He walks until he sees a giant cage with a piece of paper with words seal on it, and notices the large fox with 9 tails behind it. He walks close to the cage, but has to jump back to avoid a claw that lashed out at him. However, what causes him to fall on his face is the fox is asleep with drool coming out of its mouth. He takes a deep breath and yells, Why, fox, wake up, you're drooling. This causes the fox to jump up, looking around, and when he finally fully wakes up he notices Naruto standing there. Huh, what? Oh, it's you, what's up? It says, causing Naruto to sweat drop. What no evil monologue about how you're the all-powerful Kyuubi no Kitsune. No threats to rip my guts out or eat me. Threaten to break out? He asks. No, it's too much work and a waste of words. Besides, I knew you wouldn't pay attention to it anyway. So why are you here? I was training and passed out due to exhaustion and woke up here. So I have some questions for you, if I may. He gets a nod from the fox. Okay, why did you attack the Leaf Village? Why is my mind a sewer? Are there more like you, and what's your name? You have to have one, right? The Kyuubi is there in shock because nobody has ever bothered to learn its name. However, it responds. I didn't attack the Leaf Village on my own. Well, I was ripped out of my previous container Kushina Uzumaki by a man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha. However, I knew he wasn't him because I've been under Madara Genjutsu before, when he used to attack the first Hokage before I was sealed into my first host Mito Uzumaki, making her the second Jinchuriki ever, only after my creator. After Mito sealed me, the first Hokage decided to capture my brothers and sisters, the other 8-tailed beasts. We range from 1 tail being the weakest to me, the 9 tails the strongest of them all. After Hashirama captured them, he gave them away like useless items to the other villages to create peace, but all he did was gave them ideas to create Jinchuriki and turn them into weapons for war. There have been 3 major shinobi wars already, and I've seen them all. Now the reason for your mindscape looking like this is because of your childhood before you met your uncle and got your own place to live. However, if you notice, it isn't as bad as it should be. That's because of the fond memories you have of the walks with the old monkey you call your Gigi, The moments you spend with the Ichirakus, the time you played with the bun-haired girl, and then my personal favorite, the little blonde girl you met before she disappeared. That is why your mind looks like this, however it is up to you to change it. Now for your last question. Yes, I do have a name, however I will not be telling you because you are not worthy to know it yet. Once you get strong enough I will tell you my name, however I have not deemed you ready yet. It says, getting a nod of understanding from Naruto. You know, you're a lot different from the typical Uchiha. They are usually walking around like the sun shines out of their ass and walk around like they have sticks shoved up their ass. Yeah, I know, the only person I know from the Uchiha clan that doesn't act like that is Shisui. Other than that, they all act like that. Even Itachi, who he says is a good person, walks around like that. However, I've been noticing some tension coming from the Uchiha clan lately. I can sense the negative emotions coming from them. Why is that? So you've noticed that would be my doing. I wanted to give you something like an edge, so I gave you my ability to sense negative emotions on top of the regular sensor abilities you had. I've sort of enhanced them so your sensory abilities can be as good as Mito Uzumaki if you train them. Now I believe it is time for you to wake up soon, but I'll give you one more question. Is there any way to let you out? I mean, I know I can remove the seal, but that would kill me. Is there any other way, because from what you told me you don't deserve to be sealed away? The Yondaime used the Reaper Death Seal to seal me away. He is such an idiot. He could have just used the Uzumaki-tailed beast sealing ritual, and he would still be alive, but I guess he never bothered to learn it. Shame, my old was too weak and only had enough chakra to summon those chains of hers. Now the only way I know to counter is to summon Kami. However, you need to be a level 10 seal master by Konoha standards, and it requires you to have Jonin to Kage level chakra reserves. However, you only have to worry about the sealing level part. Because of my chakra, I can give you some to make up for the chakra you need, so you're at a level 4 already after 9 months. Yes, I know you lied to your uncle about that, but I understand why now. If you keep studying at the pace you are, you may reach level 10 by your second year in that ninja academy. Now go, it is time for you to wake up and start training. Naruto nods and fades from his mindscape. Good kid, I can tell he will do great things in life. Naruto woke up and looked at his clock. It was almost 7 in the morning. The fox was right. He needed to meet Shisui at the Hokage office for breakfast before training. He gets washed up and dressed and grabs his storage seal with his training equipment and leaves for the Hokage office. Naruto reaches the office and the secretary named Mina smiles at him and lets him in. He likes Mina. She was always nice to him and gave him candy sometimes. Naruto walks into the office and sees the Hokage Itachi, Shisui, and the 3 elders, the pedophile Danzo as he likes to call him, the Saga-tits old hag Koharu, and the cool old man Hamura. He greets them. Good morning, Hokage Gigi, Itachi, Shisui, pedophile Danzo, Saga-tits, and cool old man. Causing multiple reactions, Hamura, Shisui, and Hiruzen has to bite their lip to not laugh, but you can hear a slight snicker coming from them. Itachi had his normal Uchiha stoic look, but if you look close his mouth twitched upward a little bit. Koharu is seething and tries to attack him, but an umbu in a dog mask grabbed her. However, the most shocking was Danzo, who was supposed to be a master at hiding his emotions and was visibly seething at being called a pedophile. Naruto, you should show more respect to Danzo and Koharu. They are elders of the village and should be treated as such. Hiruzen said in a false scolding tone. Everybody but Hamura and Shisui believed, but to their shock Naruto wasn't even paying attention. He was reading the Hokage's orange book. When he looked up he saw everybody staring at him, so what he did next nobody expected. Did you say something? He says innocently. The Hokage drops his head on his desk. Shisui openly starts laughing. Itachi as well. Itachi. The 3 elders eye twitch in annoyance at having another Kakashi possibly, and a certain dog masked umbu sneezed, causing everyone to look at him. Okay, you all are dismissed. We can finish this meeting at a later date. Everyone leaves to go their separate ways. However, Shisui comes back to have breakfast and start training. Naruto's sensor abilities go off when somebody else enters the room and is masking their presence like the umbu, but he can still sense them. Hokage-sama, how many guards do you have in your room? He asks quietly, shocking Hiruzen because he only calls him this when it's a serious matter. I have 3. Why? He asks. Instead of answering, Naruto grabs a piece of paper and writes on it. Bookshelf closest to your desk on the left, another person is there. Hiruzen reads this and signals the cheetah mastambu to get the intruder, and it's a blank mastambu with "NE" on it. He knocks him out, and Hiruzen orders for him to go to the TI, but Naruto speaks up. It's a waste of time to send him there. Jiji, look at his tongue, he has a seal on it which I'm guessing prevents him from talking. Making Hiruzen sigh and just had him killed. Naruto, how did you know he was there? Shursui asks. Hiruzen nods. Did you guys forget I'm a censor? He asks with a deadpan voice, and they smack their head with their hands. Speaking of censors, I talked to the Nine Tails and he gave me his negative emotion sensing abilities as well as the reason for attacking the village. All Hiruzen says is, explain now, in his Hokage voice. So Naruto explains everything except the releasing him part. To say everybody was shocked was an understatement. Now I do agree with him about Hashirama being a fool, and no, before you ask, this isn't the typical Uchiha and send you hatred, this is just facts from me knowing the story. He was a fool and a monster more than the tailed beasts are made out to be. He knew Madara was controlling the Kyuubi, but still even after his control was released he held him down with his Mokuton abilities so Mito can seal it in herself. Then she had the nerve to tell it to behave. Same goes for Kushina, but I can't really blame her since she was told Mito's feelings on the Kyuubi. They say treat a Jinchuriki with love, yet they treat the best like crap. Hashirama was a monster for hunting them down while they haven't done anything and just gave them away. He knew what the villages would use them for, but he let his naiveness take over and did it anyway. The blame for these wars and hatred between the villages can be blamed on him as well. After that they are in silence until Shursui spoke up again and said they had to get training, leaving Hiruzen to his thoughts. Training field. Okay Naruto, we have a year and 3 months left before you begin the academy, so we are going to start training you at low mid Chunin level. He pulls out a set of weights that weigh about 15 pounds each. Put these on, these will help with your body conditioning as well as your speed. I got these from a Konoha taijutsu specialist. I hope you never have to meet him yet. Anyway, we are going to continue to work on your taijutsu and chakra control. However, we will be working on maturing your Sharingan. You still have 1 tomo in your right eye and 2 in your left, but that is because I trained you to not rely on them. Now we will work on them until they mature. I can feel you are almost at 2 tomo in each eye, so you might get that today after the training we go through. We will also be working on your ninjutsu, and if your Sharingan matures before time is up, I can teach you some Sharingan genjutsu. He explains, getting a nod from Naruto, and pulls out a slip of paper. This is chakra paper to tell you your natural element for ninjutsu. If it cuts, it's wind; if it burns, it's fire; if it gets soggy, then it's water; if it crumbles, it's earth; and if it crinkles, it's lightning. Now channel some chakra through the paper so we can get started. Naruto does, and both are shocked. The paper cuts into 4 pieces, however one is shredded to tiny pieces, another crinkles so much that it is a small ball, but you can see currents flowing if of it. The next piece just turns into water like it came out of the air, and the last one burned, but the color of the fire was blue instead of the normal color. They stand there in shock at what happens. They look at each other, and can only say one thing. Holy shit. Chapter 5, Rite of Passage and the Village Prank. After getting over the shock of the results, Shursui gains a psychotic look on his face. Now Naruto, the real training begins. First things first, I will be teaching you the substitution jutsu, the henge and clone jutsu. However, we may have to use a different clone because of how dense your chakra is due to the Kyuubi chakra leaking into your system, so instead of a regular clone you will use the shadow clones. He says, but I want you to practice hand signs before anything. I'll show you them. After he shows Naruto the hand signs, he tells him to practice them for 3 hours until he can do them without looking at his hands. He was expecting Naruto to take the full 3 hours to do them, however he had them down in an hour, and used the remaining 2 hours to focus on his speed. He got his hand signs speed to a low Genin level, which was good for him at his age. Okay Naruto, it's time to practice the jutsus I told you about. Now first the substitution jutsu. After 2 hours of practice, Naruto got the henge and substitution jutsu down. However, due to his dense chakra, his henge was solid and even came up with ideas for this jutsu with the evil gleam in his eyes, which actually scared Shursui, but Naruto promised not to use it on him. Now for the shadow clone jutsu. The difference between these clones and the regular clones are these ones are solid and can move, however it takes just one punch to defeat them. The regular clones are basically a form of genjutsu. You can just wave your hand through them and it will disappear. Now let's get started on the shadow clone jutsu. He demonstrated the hand signs to Naruto and told him to practice. He was in for a shock when it took Naruto only 30 minutes to get the jutsu down. Naruto, it's been 5 hours, so go have lunch and meet me back here at 2 o'clock, Shursui says. Naruto hurried over to his favorite ramen stand where he sees Choji and Shikamaru eating. Choji, Shikamaru, how's it going, guys? It's going good, Naruto. I can eat food and take a nap here without my mom yelling and nagging me like does at home, Shikamaru replies while muttering troublesome mothers, getting a laugh from Naruto. Choji, what about you, anything new? Naruto asks. No, not really, I've just been hanging out with Shikamaru, Choji said. You guys have been hiding from Ino, haven't you? He asks. Choji replies. No, we invited her, but she and her mother are hanging out with Sakura and her mother today. I see, well, I'm hungry. Hey old man Tucci, can I get 5 bowls of miso ramen with extra toppings? He asks. Sure thing, Naruto, coming right up, Tucci replies as finishes taking his order. However, Tucci goes to make the food as is running the register today, so she stays back but goes around the counter to give little brother figure a big hug. So Naruto, how have you been? We haven't really been seeing you around as much as usual. Nothing much, I've just been hanging out looking at the clouds and reading some books, he replies, only to get hit in the head with a ladle, wondering where it came from. He looks at who has a sickly sweet smile on her face that promises pain. But for some reason he can see the death god behind her. Naruto, you haven't been reading those orange books again, have you? She asks. Leaning into his face, he shakes his head, frantically looking for Choji and Shikamaru, who seem to have disappeared from the ramen shop. No, I'm not, I swear it's a book on the previous Hokages and some minor thing I should learn at the academy, I swear, he replies, scared out of his mind. Right now stares at him for some more time, be backing off. Okay, she says like nothing happened. Tucci comes out the back with his ramen, seeing a scared Naruto and a smiling humming at the cash register counting money. He just shakes his head and doesn't ask any questions, just hands Naruto his ramen. However, notices something. Naruto, where is your necklace you always have on? I took it off so I don't lose it during training. It's the only thing I have to remind me of Samui-chan, so I just take it off and place it in a storage scroll for safekeeping, he says while eating. They chat some more until Naruto realizes he only has 15 minutes to get to the training ground. He pays and hugs goodbye before leaving to head back. On his way, he realizes he is being followed, so he takes to the alleys and loses his pursuer, but keeps his sensor abilities sharp and can sense anything within 200 feet of him that is following him. He makes it to the training ground, sees Shursui standing there waiting for him. Good, now that you're back, we have 6 hours left, so I want 30 laps around the training ground, but do not take your weights off. After that we will be sparing taijutsu only. I will be moving at mid-chunin speed to try and advance your Sharingan. Now get moving. Naruto says nothing but takes off running, and 1 hour later he is done with his laps and sees Shursui running towards him at mid-chunin speed, so he activated his Sharingan and prepares for the fight. He just manages to block the punch Shursui throws at him and throws a kick towards Shursui, who blocks as well. They break apart and settle into their fighting stance, Shursui in his interpreter stance and Naruto in his Kame stance. What follows next is just an all-out taijutsu fight that would make a certain green jumpsuit-wearing Jonin would want to take Naruto on as a student. Despite Naruto not being used to moving at chunin speeds, his Sharingan makes it easier for him to follow. Every time Shursui would throw a punch or kick, he would block or dodge while striking at Shursui's opening, but it would be blocked by Shursui. Unknown to Naruto, Shursui is purposely leaving openings to gauge if Naruto would see them, and to his surprise he does see the openings and takes them. But what has him impressed is while Naruto strikes at his openings, he is making sure to keep his guard up. However, as the fight progresses, Naruto does gain his second tomo in his right eye. However, he gets so into the fight that he is only focused on him, as Shursui sparing. Unknown to him, his Sharingan turns silver while keeping the tomo in his eyes, and He begins dodging Shursui's punches and kicked. Even better, Shursui sees this, and knows he has to end it now before Naruto's body starts to strain itself too hard. So he shunsins behind him and gives him a chop to the neck, knocking him out. He picks him up and sits him under a tree to get some rest. He notices they still have about 2 hours left, so he waits to see if Naruto will wake up in time so he can teach him a jutsu that every Uchiha must know. To his surprise, Naruto wakes up only an hour late and realizes his bruises are gone. Must be the fox's healing ability, he thought. Naruto, come over here, it's time to teach you a new jutsu that you must know as an Uchiha. He gets a nod from Naruto, and they head over to a giant pond located deeper into the training ground. So Shursui, what jutsu are you teaching me? He asks. Turn on your Sharingan and watch. He says. Naruto does as told as Shursui goes through the hand signs and says, Fire style, fireball jutsu. He breathes out a huge fireball and Naruto can feel the heat coming from it. I can make it bigger, however that size I did is the size you need to be able to pass the test and become considered a true Uchiha. Now you have 45 minutes to practice this jutsu before I end training, and as you know I can't help you with this, you must do it on your own, he says, getting a nod in response. Naruto walks to the edge of the pond and begins to practice. He slowly goes through the hand signs and calls out, Fire style, fireball jutsu. What comes out is what you would call pathetic if you can say a small stream that makes a barely recognizable fireball, but unlike Shursui's, Naruto's flames were blue due to his unusual fire affinity. Naruto was expecting to see Shursui laughing, however he had a straight face on and Naruto could see a small side of disappointment in his eyes. Naruto sees that he has gained a look of determination and does the jutsu again. Fire style, fireball jutsu. This time the jutsu was not the right size, however it was close to half the size of Shursui's. Naruto, seeing this, gains a proud look on his face as he finds out the problem: he isn't using the right amount of chakra and isn't letting it build up properly. He practices a few more times before Shursui calls for an end of training. Naruto was able to get his fireball to half the size of Shursui's fireball and knows he needs maybe 2 more days of training this jutsu to get it down. Alright Naruto, that's it for the day. I have something to do tomorrow, so you have the day off, you can do whatever you want, he says, but pauses when he sees the evil gleam in Naruto's eye and knew what it meant. Somebody was getting pranked, which meant a headache for him and the Hokage. Despite Naruto being extremely mature for a 6-year-old, he still has his immature moments, which Shursui finds funny. I know that look, and please keep it to a minimum for me, that's all I ask, he says. All he gets is Naruto walking away giggling evilly, causing Shursui to inwardly cry at the problem Naruto is about to cause. Meanwhile, a certain old man who is relaxing reading his favorite orange book gets a shiver down his spine and narrows his eyes. Something tells me I'm gonna regret waking up tomorrow, he thought. Oh, how right he was. Next morning could be described as total chaos. All shops were covered in bright orange paint, feathers, and somehow filled with cats. And most, not all, of the Umbu has their gear turned pink with rainbows on it. The only shops that were not a wreck were the ones in the red light district and the Ichiraku ramen shop. So when Hiruzen woke up this morning, imagine how he felt when he opened the door to his office and seen stacks and stacks of paperwork as tall as him. If that wasn't enough, his secretary came in and told him the council has called an emergency meeting. All he could do is break down and cry. Why did Kami have to put him through this? It wasn't fair. His secretary can only shake her head at this in pity. Sometimes she feels sorry for him, but then realized all that paperwork had to go through her first, so it was all in her office before he came in. Council chambers. Hiruzen walks in with a depressing storm cloud over his head, causing some of the shinobi council to snicker at this, and while some felt pity for him, with a sigh he very reluctantly starts the meeting. Okay, who wants to go first? He asks, already knowing why the meeting was called. A fat merchant stands up and speaks. Hokage-sama, this is an outrage. Somebody has broken into my bakery, put laxatives in my baking ingredients, and covered the shop in paint. Another stands up. Every single shop in the village minus the red light district and that ramen shop were hit. What are you gonna do about this? Who could have pulled something off like this overnight? Suddenly everybody cringed when a certain pink-haired merchant spoke up. I bet it was that damn child. You should have let us kill him when we had the chance. I demand he pays for his actions. This is unacceptable. How am I supposed to run my business with paint, feather, and cats everywhere in my store? She screeched, causing the head of the Inuzuka clan heirs to bleed. Hiruzen just sighs and motions for his umbu. Yes, Hokage-sama, said an eagle-masked umbu. Please bring me Naruto Uzumaki, he says, and the umbu nods and leaves. 20 minutes later he returns. I am sorry, Lord Hokage, but I can't seem to find him, the umbu says. Hiruzen can only sigh and dismiss the umbu. But what gets everybody is that when the umbu turns to leave, he has a "kick me" sign on his back. I'll go get him, I might know where he is. Hokage training ground. Here we find young Naruto meditating in a lotus position, thinking about how his latest prank went and how he can finish the fireball jutsu. When he feels his Jiji chakra signature enter the barrier, so he stands up and greets him. Hey Jiji, what are you doing here? I thought you were in the office right now. Hiruzen, I can only twitch at this. No Naruto, I am not. I'm in the middle of a meeting with the council and I need you to come with me. He doesn't give Naruto time to respond and just grabs him a shunshins to the chambers. Council chambers. He and Naruto arrive and then shouting starts, however Hiruzen shuts them up with Ki so he can speak. Now Naruto, the civilian council is charging you with destroying property and breaching security throughout the entire village last night, as well as attacking an umbu officer. How do you plead? Not guilty, Naruto replies with a straight face. Liar, we know it was you who did this. Just because you have no parents and nobody to love you doesn't mean you can destroy our stuff, you little shit. I want him dead. The same pink-haired lady screeches again, causing everyone but Naruto to cringe, who wasn't even paying attention. He was too busy thinking about what kind of ramen he would eat later. Mabuki, please stop yelling. You've already caused the Inuzuka clan head ears to bleed any louder, and you may kill her due to scrambling her brain, and that can get you executed. Now, as for Naruto's charges, the death penalty isn't even needed. If anything, he would have to pay a fine for the damages and do community service since he is a minor. He explains. Now Naruto, how do you respond to this? He gets no reply. He looks at Naruto, who is just staring off into space, and snaps his fingers in his face, getting his attention. Did you say something? Causing everyone to sweat drop and wonder if he met Kakashi before, while a gray gravity-defying haired shinobi sneezed. I asked how do you respond to what Mabuki said? Naruto, not hearing what she said, simply says, do you have any evidence that it was me? Well, does anybody have any evidence or proof that it was him? Hiruzen asks. Well, no, but it was him, we know it was, said one merchant that refused Naruto's service when he entered his shop. Wait, so you mean to tell me that the entire village was pranked overnight? He gets a nod from Hiruzen. So you all blame me, a 6-year-old, for doing all this? I mean, seriously, I'm 6, how could I possibly do all this overnight? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I know you all don't like me, but man, this is low even for you guys. He says with a fake hurt expression, but nobody can tell it was fake, not even the shinobi and elders could tell. Well, since nobody has any evidence that Naruto did it, the case is dismissed. Hiruzen says, secretly wondering how Naruto did it. What, Hiruzen, this is an outrage, you know he did it. This boy is nothing but trouble, yelled Koharu. Hey Sagatits, I didn't know you would be here. How are you doing? What's up, one-eyed pedophile and cool old man? He says, getting 2 out of the 3 elders to bristle in anger, while the Inuzuka clan had lost it and started howling with laughter. That is too damn funny, she says while banging the table, getting snickers from the Yamanaka, Nara and Akimichi clan heads, while the Hyuga and Uchiha clan heads have their normal blank faces on. Can I go now, old man? I'm hungry, Naruto said. He gets a nod from the Hokage and walks out, but if you looked you could see that he had a smug look on his face, knowing he got away with it. Later we find Naruto at the Hokage's training ground practicing his fireball jutsu. It's been 2 hours since his meeting with the council. After a quick stop at Ichiraku's, he only stayed for 30 minutes and ate 13 bowls. He came to train his taijutsu and his ninjutsu. He wanted to perfect the fireball and felt he was close. So here he is after an hour and 15 minutes of trying. Naruto feels like this time he has it. He takes a deep breath and exhales and starts going through the hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Out comes a huge blue fireball 3 times the size of the one Shursui showed him. He looked at it, and was proud that he mastered it faster than he thought. He was cut off by the sound of hands clapping. He turns around and sees Shursui with a proud smile on his face. Good job on the fireball, Naruto. You are officially worthy of wearing the Uchiha symbol now. So other than that, I know I said you had the day off, however now I'll start working on maturing your Sharingan, he says. Shursui, you mentioned maturing the Sharingan, but is there a level above the 3 Tomos Sharingan? Naruto asks, causing Shursui to freeze. Should I tell him about the Manjikyu? I don't want him to try and gain just for the power and drive him crazy. He looks at Naruto and sees him playing with some foxes that usually hang around the training ground. He smiles at how pure-hearted Naruto is despite everything he has been through. He decides to tell him about the Manjikyu Sharingan. Naruto, come here. Naruto walks over with the pack of foxes he was playing with and sits down while they lay down next to him, while the smallest climbs in his lap. Okay, you asked if there is a level above the 3 Tomos Sharingan, and the answer is yes, there is. He activates his Sharingan, but what shocks Naruto next is his 3 Tomos spin and morph into a 4-sided shuriken pattern in both eyes. This is called the Manjikyu Sharingan, the 4th stage of the Sharingan. To unlock these eyes, you must see your best friend or somebody extremely close to you die. The rush of emotions triggering something in the brain causes a surge of chakra to go into your eyes, thus causing the Manjikyu to activate. But these eyes come with a price. The more you use them, the light in your eyes deteriorates, causing the person to go crazy and eventually they go blind. However, there is a way to avoid blindness. You must replace your eyes with a family member of yours to retain eternal light. However, this information is not known by anyone but me, and I am trusting you to keep this information to yourself. Not even the Hokage knows this. Can you keep this a secret for me? He deactivated his Sharingan and got a yes in return from Naruto. Great, we have a little over a year left, and I want you to be at least high Genin by the time the academy starts. Right now you are above academy level, but not quite Genin level. Now let's begin, he says as he activates his 3 Tomos Sharingan and rushes at Naruto, who activates his 2 Tomos Sharingan and rushes at Shursui. Chapter 6. More Training and Meeting Anko. The sound of metal clanging against each other can be heard throughout the Hokage's secret training ground. If you look close, you can see Shursui and Naruto fighting with taijutsu as well as using kunai and shuriken. It's been 3 months since Naruto mastered the fireball jutsu, and so far has only done the nature manipulation for fire and water. However, he doesn't know any water ninjutsu yet. For fire, Shursui taught Naruto the fireball jutsu, fire dragon jutsu, and phoenix flower jutsu. Originally, Shursui wanted Naruto to be a mid to high genin when he reached the academy, but at the rate Naruto was growing faster than he thought, at this rate Naruto would be high chunin by the time the academy starts. His taijutsu, due to the constant sparing, is at low mid chunin level with his Sharingan, and high genin to low chunin without it. Speaking of his Sharingan, the 7-year-old finally matured his Sharingan when 3 rogue chunin tried attacking him while he was out in the forest during a morning run. Before meeting Shursui, he was on his last lap when he sensed them. They came at him from different directions. He had no choice to use his Sharingan. He was doing good, however he just ran 49 laps, so he was tired. Just as he was about to pass out, he was saved by Shursui, who knocked them out before turning them in. However, the biggest leap for Naruto was his Fuinjutsu. He went from level 4 up to level 7. He could now create barriers, blood seals, and chakra suppression seals. He hasn't talked to the Kyuubi, however he understood why the fox didn't want to talk. It was waiting for Naruto to become worthy enough to know his name. However, what Naruto didn't know, he was closer than he thought. His Genjutsu would never work without his Sharingan due to how dense the Kyuubi chakra made it. However, he could detect and break up to high B rank Genjutsu and high A rank with his Sharingan. He was broken out of his thoughts when Shursui landed a punch to his gut, knocking the wind out of him. Good spar, Naruto. Now we have 1 year left, and I will teach you some Sharingan Genjutsu and wind manipulation. I don't have any lightning or water jutsus in my arsenal, however I'm sure your month we left you some water ninjutsu in that scroll of hers. Now another thing we will work on is your hand speed and work on cutting down the amount of hand signs you would need for a jutsu. Now do you have any questions? Shursui says. I do have a question, but it isn't about the training. He says. Okay, ask away. What's going on with the Uchiha clan? Why do they all seem so tense and on edge? I've noticed they've isolated themselves even further from the village by not allowing any non-Uchiha clan members in. And the other night I heard two of them talking about some kind of plan that would take place next year. So what's going on? And don't bother lying to me, I'll be able to tell. Shursui was inwardly cursing his luck for his nephew being so observant. With a sigh he decided to tell Naruto the truth. After the Kyuubi attack, the Uchiha clan was blamed for the attack after some people, ninja and civilians, claimed to see a Sharingan pattern its eyes during the attack, and we weren't on the front lines the entire fight. We were told they needed us to help secure civilians after and injured to safety and keep watch. Shortly after the attack, two of the elders, I'm sure you can guess who, had the Uchiha clan relocated to the outskirts of the village, claiming it would be for better security of the village. However, we were the only clan moved around. All this happened before Hiruzen officially retook the Hokage position, so he couldn't do anything about it since it happens in private while Minato was alive, so since it during his reign he would be the only one to cancel that order. However, he is dead now. Years later, the village continued to ostracize the Uchiha clan, and they have gotten tired of it, so me and Itachi have been undercover trying out the plot. However, with what you just told me, I can only think of one thing they would result in doing, and that is a coup d'etat, but that would just cause a civil war, and possibly start the Fourth Shinobi War, and the world cannot handle another war. Shursui explained. Naruto took all of this in shock that the Uchiha would really go as far as starting a civil war to get the respect they want, and to clear their name. I think you should tell Gigi what we just found out, but leave me out of it. I won't tell anybody about this because I know there are spies in the village from the one-eyed pedophile and his emotionless booty tag Umbu. He probably plays with it while they sleep. He says, getting a sweat drop from Shursui. Seriously, he's only 7 and he already knows about that kind of stuff. He thought, however, Naruto had a point. He did need to tell the Hokage about this. Alright Naruto, you're dismissed for the day. We start the rest of your training tomorrow. He says as he shuns to the Hokage's office, leaving Naruto by himself. He seriously needs to teach me that, he said to himself. He said as he walked off, if he would have turned around he would have seen the group of foxes that usually play with him disappear in a cloud of smoke, as well as a lizard-looking creature with wings disappearing a cloud of smoke as well. Hokage's office. Shursui arrived in the Hokage's office, but to his shock and luck both Hiruzen and Itachi were in there. Good, you're both here. I think I made a major breakthrough in our mission. Itachi, as soon as he said that, the Hokage put his hand up and dismissed his Umbu. He let out a chakra pulse looking for any intruders from route and found none. Then he put up a privacy seal in his office and let Shursui speak. Okay, the only thing that I've been able to come up with is that the Uchiha clan are planning a coup d'etat, he said, getting a shocked look from both Hiruzen and Itachi. How did you come up with that idea, Shursui? It doesn't make sense. The Uchiha clan isn't that big and are outnumbered in the shinobi side by a ratio of 25-1. How would they possibly plan a coup with such low numbers when luck clearly isn't on their side? Itachi says, however. Shursui instantly replies. Think about it, Itachi. The Uchiha clan have grown tired of how the village and people are treating them. What better way for a power hungry that thinks with their fighting instead of their actual brain? A coup d'etat is the perfect plan to overthrow a village that treats them like shit. You are the most level-headed Uchiha, and a Sharingan prodigy second to none other than Madara Uchiha himself, yet your eyes are not good enough to see what's right in front of you. You know I'm right in this. The Uchiha clan cannot simply see the forest for the trees. They believe that a coup would work, when actually it would fail, resulting in the near extinction of the Uchiha clan unless they have something big planned, maybe outside help from another village or help inside from some ninja or ninja clans. He says. Hiruzen meanwhile has a serious thought on his face, then decides to speak up. Shursui, although I am not disregarding your assumption, you've given me some good points to look at, but I need actual proof. If they are planning a coup d'etat, then I will try to sort this out peacefully. We cannot afford to have a civil war break out, he replies, getting a nod from Shursui. He looks at Itachi, who has a thoughtful look on his face. Itachi and Shursui, I want you both to try and figure out what they are planning and report anything you find to me. If they are planning a coup, I want to know when and how they will pull it off. Dismissed. He drops the seal and Itachi vanishes while Shursui stays behind. So Shursui, how is your rank mission? I assume he has made progress. Hiruzen days. Yes, he has made a lot of progress. It's a good thing you had me train him before the academy. They would have wasted his talents. I did, however, lie to Itachi about him being the most level-headed Uchiha and being the best Sharingan user only behind Madara. Those titles belong to Naruto, but he doesn't train with his Sharingan all the time. Sometimes I fight him with my Sharingan activated while he leaves his off. If I had to gauge his skill level, I would say without his Sharingan he is high Genin to just under mid Chunin taijutsu wise, however with it I would say mid to high Chunin, however his speed I would day high Chunin. Ninjutsu only, since he only knows jutsu for only one of his chakra natures, however I have a feeling that he will be an all-around shinobi with skills in every area. I do have one request. I suggest introducing him to Anko. I believe she would do great knowing Kiyomi had a child and is around. You know how much Kiyomi helped her after she returned to the village and how much of a mother figure she was to her. I believe I can bring her to the Hokage private training ground and have them spar. I'm sure his stance will make her realize who his mother is. I think they would do well for each other. I can key in her chakra signature to give her a place where she can train besides the Forest of Death, since nobody can spy on her. Also, I believe in a few years Naruto will be able to remove her curse mark. The Hokage is shocked by this. What makes you think he will be able to remove it even when Jiraiya can't, and he is a seal master? He asks. Well, according to Naruto, Jiraiya must be a seal master at suppressing things and creating barriers. However, Naruto says that if Jiraiya wasn't specifically studying Juinjutsu and how to remove them, then he will never be able to remove it. Which makes me wonder what he was doing while he was supposedly checking her seal to see if he could remove it. Anyway, can I bring her to meet Naruto tomorrow? Hiruzen thinks but finally agrees to this, however tells Shursui to tell her what she discovers tomorrow is a S-rank secret. Shursui nods and vanishes to the dango stand where he sees Anko sitting with Kurenai, another purple-haired kunoichi named Yugao, and another one with black hair and red marks on her face. This was Hana Inuzuka, the current heir to the Inuzuka clan. Hello ladies. He greets them, Kurenai Yugao, and Hana gives him a regular greeting. Anko on the other hand. Hey Shursu-chan, what's up? Are you still looking for that date from me? Sorry, but I'm currently looking at somebody else to break my barriers down and ravish me like a wild stallion, she says, getting a shake of the head from Shursui and a blush from Kurenai Yugao and Hana. No, I'm not here for that. I'm here to tell you I need you to meet me at the Hokage's training ground tomorrow, he says. Shursui, I told you I'm not interested, she says with anger in her voice, thinking he is just looking for a quickie with this snake whore. Anko, he says seriously, shocking her since he never speaks to her like that. Meet me at the Hokage training ground tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Please, he says. She nods her head and he vanishes. What do you think he wants, Anko? asks Yugao. Yeah, from as long as we knew him he was never serious with you like that, says Kurenai. I think he should go and not treat this like the dates you say you'll go on and stand them up, says Hana. I was going regardless, and those men only wanted one thing from me, to get in the snake whore pants. I don't want that. I want a man that wants to actually get to know me, have a future with me, raise a family. I may dress like this, but it's to get a certain man's attention. If he gives me a chance, and we work out, I will stop wearing such revealing clothing, you know. No more mini skirts that show off my panties or see-through shirts with only a little padding that covers just my nipples, you know. She says. Her friends nod at this. They know Anko only dresses like that for attention, but what only they know, she is as pure as the day she was born, never even kissed a guy. She has problems trusting men after Orochimaru betrayed her. However, she has her eyes a certain shinobi with a scar across his nose, but she rarely sees him in the village. What she doesn't know is that her crush is in the Umbu due to her going missing, so he doesn't even know she's back in the village. I'm gonna get going, guys. Apparently I have to be up early tomorrow, even though it was supposed to be my day off. They all hug her, and she leaves to go home for the night. Next morning Naruto arrives at the training ground at 5:30 a.m. to get so light early training, and he begins with some stretches, push-up, sit-ups, and finally some laps around the training ground, 30 with his weights on and 30 with his weights off. After that it was 7 a.m. so he decided to start making a resistance seal for his body that would make it harder to move around. He wanted to use gravity seals, however he was stopped by a note that says it would stunt the growth of somebody if they were not finished growing, so he figured he would just use it to weigh his opponents down. After creating the seal and applying it to a shadow clone, however, he got the memories from the clone about how the resistance seal felt like. He would have to ask Shursui about that later. So he creates another clone and has him draw the seal on his body, and it feels like he has a 30-pound bodysuit on. He looks the clock he brings with him, and it shows 7:15 a.m. so for the next 45 minutes he is jogging around the training ground until he senses Shursui enter the barrier. However, he has the same purple-haired lady with the trench coat he sees walking around. "Okay Naruto, this is Anko. I brought her here to meet you and spar with her," Shursui says while Anko gets pissed. "You brought me here to spar with some gaki? Are you fucking serious, Shursui? I don't have time for this, it's my day off." She turns to leave but feels somebody grab her shoulder. It's Shursui. "Anko, just do it please, you'll understand why I brought you here," he says softly to her. She sighs and nods. "Alright Gaki, let's just get this over with," she says, getting into her taijutsu stance while Naruto drops into his kame stance, causing Anko to freeze and tears build up. "How do you know that stance?" she whispers. "How?" she yells. Before Naruto responds, Shursui beats him to it. "He knows because it belongs to his mother Anko," he says, causing her to break down. "I'll leave you two alone. I'll let you two spend the day together. Naruto, you have the day off today. Spend it with Anko. You'll understand why," Shursui says and leaves them alone. Naruto walks to her and sits down, and she stops crying but still has sniffles. "You knew my mother?" He gets a nod from her. "What was she like?" "She was the nicest person I knew and took me in after a tragic incident happened. I was what you would call a prodigy during my years in the academy, so of course I caught the eye of a lot of people willing to train me. However, the one that wanted me the most was Orochimaru. He was one of the legendary Sannin who wouldn't want to train under him, so after I graduated the academy he took me under his wing and trained me. However, we went on a training trip and that's when things went horrible. I didn't know he was experimenting on humans and killing them. I didn't even know he was responsible for a lot of our jonin and civilians going missing, so during our training trip he trained me in poisons and medicine. However, the medicine was his way of covering up for his experiments, and had a hidden section of his lab where he would take what I made and inject them into humans, and none of them would survive. One day he made a breakthrough in cursed seals in his search for immortality, and since he ran out of guinea pigs he strapped me down and bit me on the neck, giving me the very first curse mark." She pulls down her trench coat and the left side of her shirt, showing him the curse seal on her shoulder. "I was branded and left alone to die. However, he came back a week later and I was still alive. He was surprised by that but was mad I wouldn't use the curse mark, so he changed it up and all it does is cause me pain. I was rescued by a squad of Umbu who were returning from a mission and brought me to the Hokage, who had to have me taken to Tianai department, get everything he did out of me, but to their surprise my memories of all the experiments he did were wiped out by one of the Umbu who was a spy for Orochimaru and part of the Yamanaka clan. However, didn't cover his steps and was executed. However, the village found out about me and treated me like shit ever since. Because of the curse make I became known as the Snake Whore. And I was ready to kill myself because all of the friends I had betrayed me and treated me like the rest of the village. That's when I met your mother, who took me in and placed me on her Genin team with Kurenai and Yugao. She became like a mother to us, but me and her were the closest, and she tried to adopt me at one point, but the Uchiha clan head at the time found out and forbid it to spite your mother for not wanting to marry his son. He also banished marriage and relationships outside of the clan because she showed no interest in marrying somebody from the clan. There you have it, my story. I was close to being raised as your sister, and I was robbed of that. I didn't even know she was pregnant with you. I guess she kept it a secret, since I have a feeling your father isn't an Uchiha. So tell me about your life." He sighs and tells her everything from his life in the orphanage, the beatings they gave him, his first friend with the 2 buns in her hair, and his best friend Samui meeting the Ichirakus, and then about the beating from the villagers and meeting Shui, and some of his training. Anko, I know we don't know each other, but I wouldn't mind having you as my friend or sister. He gives her a hug as she starts crying again, saying thank you over and over again. After she gets done crying, she speaks. Naruto, with your training I can teach you a jutsu your mother taught me, but first, have you learned all the steps to fire manipulation and learned the fire dragon jutsu yet? He nods. Great, now watch me. She goes through 20 hand signs and calls out. Fire style, dragon rain jutsu. What happens next leaves Naruto in shock, and she breathes out a huge flame in the air, but it doesn't go away, it stays there. Then large dragons made of begin to fall out onto the ground and explode on contact. Wow, Ankone, that was so cool, I need to learn that as well as the other jutsus she left behind, he says with stars in his eyes. Her heart flutters at him calling her that, but she smiles fondly at him and gives him a hug and kiss on the cheek. Don't worry, Narachan, I'll teach you this and one more jutsu she made that requires water affinity like me. Do you have that as well? He nods and tells her his 4 affinities. She is shocked but gets over it. Okay, good, I can only help with your fire and water, those are the only 2 I have, but I'll teach you what I can for the next year, she says. Now this jutsu requires a high water affinity due to the fact that it's an offensive and defensive jutsu at the same time. She goes through 20 hand seals. Water style, Octo Shield Jutsu. What happens is she is surrounded by a large body of water acting as a shield, however there are 8 tentacle whips of water at the top of the shield. She moves her hand and one of them moves towards a small tree, knocking it over. Whoa, cool. But do you really need to use all 20 hand signs? Shui told me I can perform jutsu with less hand signs if I practice. You must have known these jutsus for at least 10 years. How come you use all 20 hand signs still? I don't get it, he says. Oh my dear little Narachan, I can do the Dragon Rain jutsu with 3 hand signs, however I need 5 for the Octo Shield jutsu. I should be able to get the fire down to 1, but the water will stay at 5 since my fire is the strongest of the 2 affinities. Okay, that makes sense I guess. Now let's eat before we start training. We have about 8 hours left until my training is done for the day, he says as he unseals 2 bento boxes with chicken teriyaki, rice and vegetables, and 2 bottles of fruit juice. Why do you have 2 bento boxes and bottles of juice? She asks. Well, one of them was for Shui, but he left, so I figured you can have it, he says. They began eating and Anko is shocked at how good it is and compliments him. As they eat they talk about dreams for the future and what not, and she can't help but smile at his dream. After they finish she stands up and stretches. Alright Narachan, time for training, she says with a certain glee and sickly sweet smile on her face, making Naruto regret this. Oh shit, what have I done? He thought, crying anime tears. Chapter 7, Academy and Tragedy. 1 year later. It's been a full year since Naruto met Anko, and it's been hell for the last year. He has been coming home with bruises that even the Kyuubi had some trouble healing for a while until it was used to healing them, and only took a few minutes. Anko trained him in dodging, poison, and some water ninjutsu outside of the jutsu his mother created. She taught him water dragon jutsu, water wall, water prison, and water clone. However, them hanging out also got Anko kicked out of the Dango's shop. The result was a prank done by Anko and Naruto so bad that the shop still isn't open again yet. So now she usually eats at the Akimichi barbecue shop or the Ichiraku's ramen shop, which now sells dango and sake. Of course, the civilian council tried blaming Naruto and Anko for the prank, however, like last time, it resulted in Naruto getting off with no punishment, along with Anko, who openly laughed when Naruto openly insulted Danzo and Koharu to their faces. Now, however, we find the 8-year-old sitting at the training ground working on his wind chakra nature by splitting a rock in half, but can only get it halfway. He would use shadow clones, but he rises to use them except for jutsu practice, and not chakra control or nature manipulation. Shui taught him 4 wind jutsus from scrolls he collected. He taught him wind style, gale palm, wind style, vacuum blade, wind style, wind bullet, and wind style. Sonic boom. This is Naruto's favorite wind jutsu because you clap your hands and it creates a tunnel of wind, while crescent-shaped blades of wind move around in the tunnel and cut the opponent up. It's been an interesting yet hectic year for Naruto. The last nurse alive that helped deliver Naruto revealed who his mother was to the public, thinking the Hokage wouldn't do anything to her because he was old and too kind. What happened to her was she was tortured by Anko, who managed to torture her for 48 hours straight non-stop while keeping he alive before she finally killed her when news got out that he was the son of Kiyomi Uchiha. The village treated him even worse, knowing she was the most hated Uchiha since Madara Uchiha, all because she didn't want a loveless marriage. The Uchiha clan started to act like they cared, but Naruto knew otherwise. They just wanted the Sharingan to remain in the Uchiha clan. However, they also wanted the Kyuubi under their control, but they were stopped by the law stating Naruto can never be adopted or taken in by anybody. He also met Sasuke, who tried to belittle him every chance he got, but each time Naruto would look at him with a blank face and walk away. He also met Kurenai, who he recognized from the orphanage, and she became somewhat friends with her, only somewhat, because he told her he learned to read from the Ika books, and Kurenai hated those books. He also met Yugao and Hana. He didn't mind Yugao since he knew she was the same cat Mastambu that used to watch him. Now Hana was a different story because she tried to tease him, not knowing he already had the talk. After she got done teasing him, he told her if he was a few years older he would put a ball gag in her mouth, cuff her hands and fuck her doggy style while pulling her hair and slapping her ass and destroy her insides until she couldn't feel her legs anymore, like the dirty little bitch in Heat that she was. The result was Hana being put in the hospital via a severe nosebleed causing blood loss. After that, she never teased him again. She did say she was willing to let him do it, but he said he was saving himself for the love of his life, but wouldn't say who. Only Anko knew who he was talking about. After getting rid of those thoughts, Naruto got up and made his way home since he would be starting the academy tomorrow, and Anko said she would walk him. Next morning, Naruto wakes up and gets ready for his first day at the academy. Naruto knows he is well above academy standards. He was taught a lot by Anko and sure sway, and Anko said without his Sharingan overall he can take on most high Chunin, and with the Sharingan he was able to take on a mid-Jonin opponent. His ninjutsu, they put him at low Jonin. His genjutsu was non-existent without the Sharingan. However, due to some training with Kurenai, he can break out of A-rank genjutsu now. His taijutsu was high Chunin level, and his Fuinjutsu he was a level 9 seal master, and was currently working on level 10, but he was learning very slowly because this level would cover Junjutsu as well, and how to create seals with your own chakra and marking people with seals by just touching them. He wondered how Jiraiya was a seal master if he couldn't do any of these. He was interrupted by a smoke bomb coming through his window, exploding, showing a banner stuck to his ceiling with "The great sexy and single Anko Mitarashi has arrived," with a chibi Anko in the corner holding up a peace sign. He can only shake his head at this, but he knows he wouldn't trade Anko for anything in the world. "Are you ready, Narachan? The academy entrance ceremony starts in 5 minutes. She says. He looks at the clock in shock, and it does start in 5 minutes, so he puts his shoes on, and they leave via Shunshin, Anko via a leaf Shunshin, and Naruto just disappears. It helps when you have Shursui the teleported teach you the Shunshin jutsu. However, Naruto's working on adding elemental nature to his to give it more flash. They arrive just in time for the speech to begin. They see the Hokage, who starts talking, but Naruto tunes him out and looks around. He notices he is in a class filled with clan heirs and a lot of civilians. 1,500 Ryo says none of the civilians bothered to even train, he thought to himself. He was broken out of his thoughts when the sound of a bell rang, not knowing what was going on. He looked at Anko, who sighs, knowing he wasn't paying attention. "You are in room 103. You are with all the clan heirs and some civilians in the room you will be in for the next 4 years, so get used to it," she said, and kneeled down to give him a hug, much to the shock of everybody around, and whispered about how the demon brat and snake horde began, in which she stands up and yells, "Do you have a fucking problem, huh? You got some shit to say?" Nobody spoke up, everybody was quiet, and kids were crying. Hiruzen, seeing this, can only sigh at this. "That's what I thought. Now have a good day, Narachan." She leans and kisses him on the head, and leaves, not seeing the look on a certain scar-faced Chunin. Inside the classroom, the teacher is doing roll call and gets to his name, and says it with venom. Naruto Uchiha. Yes, that's another thing, he had to change his last name to Uchiha, much to his displeasure. Uzumaki sounded much better. He gives a 2-finger lazy salute. "Yo, The teacher marks him down and begins the lessons for the day, but not before kicking Naruto out of class for some dumbass reason. He didn't really care though, so he just left with no arguments. A few months later, Naruto was sneaking around the Uchiha clan compound and found out when and how the Uchiha clan are going to attack. He goes to Shursui's training field and finds him standing there. "Shursui, I just found out how the Uchiha clan are going to pull off the coup and when they are doing it," he says frantically. "Yeah, I know as well. Itachi just told me 5 minutes ago," he says with a sigh. "I have an idea on how to stop the coup from happening." He activates his Sharingan, and then his Manjikyu appears. "I have gained a genjutsu called Kodo Amatsukami that allows me to send suggestions into someone's brain and make them act out those suggestions without them even knowing. However, I only have one shot at this because with my eyes only being a Manjikyu and not having eternal light, I can only use it once. I want to run this by the Hokage since it seems his peaceful talks will no longer work," he says, deactivating his Sharingan. "That sounds like a good plan, Shursui. I don't think he would have a problem with it. It's to protect the village and ultimately the world from another war," Naruto says. Him and Shursui talk some more before Naruto goes home, and Shursui does the same. However, the next day we find Naruto in class looking at the clock. He has 1 hour left before he can leave. After an hour the bell rings. Naruto goes home and practices his Fuinjutsu some more. When he senses Shursui's chakra fluctuate, he arrives to see Shursui being attacked by 10 blank Maskumbu with his Sharingan activated, and is surrounded by a green ethereal warrior fighting of the Umbu, but Naruto senses he is low on chakra and has a whole eye in his chest and is coughing out blood. So Naruto activates his Sharingan and rushes into battle. However, Naruto notices that these Umbu are only low Jonin level ninja in terms of skills, so he jumps down and creates an shadow clone and goes through 2 hand signs while the clone is seen holding a sign Naruto, and the clone calls out. Wind style, Sonic Boom Jutsu. Fire style, Fire Dragon Jutsu. Collaboration style, Dragon Cyclone Jutsu. The wind tunnel and crescent wind blades combined with the fierce blue fire of the clone's fire dragon created a larger dragon that ate up 4 Umbu who were not expecting this and burned them alive while cutting them up. Seeing the other 6 Umbu distracted momentarily, Shursui uses his Susanoo to kill them. However, one escaped before he could get hit but was intercepted by Naruto, who caught him in a Sharingan genjutsu, paralyzing him, and before Naruto could do anything the Umbu but down on a pill and began to foam out the mouth, falling to the ground dead. "Damn it," he swore until he seen Shursui barely standing up, and Shursui tells him follow him to a cliff and tells Naruto to stay hidden in the trees and do not come out. Naruto does as told, and few seconds later Itachi arrives concerned for his friend, and Shursui explains everything to him, planning on using his Manjikyu Sharingan genjutsu to stop the coup and telling the Hokage, and him approving of the plan to Danzo trying to steal his eyes with 25 rude Umbu backing him up, but failing he didn't mention Naruto at all. After all that is done, Shursui summons a raven that produces a scroll, and Shursui creates a clone and has it remove his eyes and put them in a container with liquid in them before handing it to the raven, who disappears in a puff of smoke, already knowing what to do. Shursui steps back to the edge of the cliff and tells Itachi he is sorry he failed in his mission to stop the coup and entrusts him to stop the coup now. By now Itachi has his eyes closed, and Shursui looks in Naruto's direction and gives him one last smile before falling off the cliff, ending his life. "Shursui," Itachi yells as he tried to stop his friend from doing this, and fails. He closes his eyes and blood starts to come from his eyes. He opens them to reveal his 3 pinwheel Sharingan eyes and leaves, not even noticing Naruto up in the tree crying his eyes out. He opens them to reveal his Manjikyu Sharingan. His has 4 choke tomos spinning around his pupil. Imagine Madara's Manjikyu but with 4 instead of 3. A week later, news has gotten out that Shursui was dead, and everybody mourned for his death via suicide. They couldn't believe it, but it was true. But some people within the Uchiha clan claimed it was Itachi, even after finding Shursui's suicide note, causing him to lash out and attack 3 members of the police force before his father stopped him. Meanwhile, everyone who knew how close Naruto was to Shursui went to check him, and he wasn't home, and he wasn't at the Hokage training ground. They looked all weak but gave up knowing he was alright, since it's literally impossible to sneak up on him, and they didn't feel his chakra spike. Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting in the same tree. He watched Shisui take his life and staring at a kunai activating and deactivating his Manjikyu. He hasn't been training with it yet because he doesn't know what his can do. He is removed from his thoughts when the same raven Shisui summoned appeared in front of him. It dropped a scroll in Naruto's lap and disappeared. Naruto opened the scroll and channeled chakra into it before a bot fell out along with the vial with Shisui's eyes. Naruto, I know this will be hard for you to cope with it. My death was necessary for the village. Even if I succeeded in stopping the coup d'etat, I would most likely have died within the year anyways. You see, Naruto, what nobody knew was that I had multiple tumors grow in my body that would have required the world's best medic to remove, and she is no longer in the village. I am talking about Tsunade Senju, the granddaughter of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Now do not go blaming her for not being here to save me. I didn't find out until a week before we discovered the Uchiha clan's plan to take over the village. I am happy, Naruto, that I got to meet you and spend time with you. I cherished every single moment I spent with you. Despite you being my nephew, I couldn't help but look at you as my little brother that I always wanted but never got. I have left my eyes to you because, like I told you before, you will need to gain eternal light, and despite having the QB sealed in you, it cannot stop your eyes from losing the light, only slow down the process. I want you to practice with your Manjikyu and master them and transfer switch my eyes with yours. When everything starts to become a blur, once your eyes reach that stage, they will deteriorate at a faster pace. I would suggest you having somebody you trust do the transplant for you. Keep my eyes on you at all times. You cannot let them fall into the wrong hands like someone like Danzo. The ability to basically control someone's mind would be dangerous. I so suggest placing a barely noticeable blood seal on your body, and keeping them there until you need them. Now I'm here to tell you the abilities of the Manjikyu Sharingan. The first is the Genjutsu. I have Kodo Amatsukami. It lets you go into the mind of someone to either give them suggestions or take info out of them without them even knowing you did it. The second ability is the most powerful Genjutsu that can only be broken by another Manjikyu Sharingan only if their will is stronger than the caster of the Tsukuyomi. This Genjutsu lets traps your opponent in a world you control for 3 days. However, in the real world it only lasts 3 seconds. Third, we have Amaterasu black flames that burn for 7 days and 7 nights, and can only be extinguished by the caster of the flames. Next, we have the ability to control the shape of the Amaterasu flames called Kagetsuchi. Next, there is the Kamui and long range and short range move to absorb anything including yourself into your own pocket dimension. The left eye is long range while the right eye is short ranger. Next, we have the Susanoo, an ethereal warrior made of chakra, the ultimate defense of the Manjikyu Sharingan used for offensive and defensive fighting. Finally, we have the Izanagi and an Izanami. Izanagi is a genjutsu that allows you to control reality and cheat death. The cost is the eye you use goes blind, and the only way to regain the eyesight is an eye transplant or unlocking the Rinnegan. The Izanami is a genjutsu that affects your opponent through physical contact between them and the user, and unlike the Izanagi where you alter destiny, the Izanami decides for you. That is all I know about the Manjikyu Sharingan and abilities. I need you to burn this note after you read it. You cannot afford to let the Uchiha clan find this note. I'm sorry, but this is goodbye forever. Naruto, please do not fall down the path of darkness, and do not go looking for revenge. I have a feeling Danzo may come after me for my eyes, since I seen how he was looking me when I told my plan. Let things run its course, and if Danzo comes after you, then you may take him out. However, don't do anything foolish. I have high hopes for you, and I know your mother would be proud of you to see the man you will become. Ill see you again someday, but not to swoon. Hopefully grow up and start a family, preferably with that girl Samui if you ever find her again. I'm sure your mom would like some grandbabies. I'm rambling now. Stay strong, work hard, and never forget who you are. Shisui Uchiha. Naruto burns the note after reading it again one more time, and using his Sharingan to remember it word for word. He gets up with a look of determination. He places a small blood seal on the inside of his bicep, and stores Shisui's eyes in it. Then he gets up and begins practicing his Manjikyu abilities. Meanwhile, a certain fox in a cage looks on at Naruto's determination and notices the darkness that was forming again simply vanished. It was at that moment where the QB deemed Naruto worthy, and would leave him a few parting gifts for when he is finally set free from his prison in a few years. After a few hours of practicing his Manjikyu, he found out he can use Kamui, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi. Which means he will be able to use Kagetsuchi and the Susanoo but isn't pushing it. He needs to master what he has now, and with that he returns to the village and enters his apartment to see Anko sleeping on the couch peacefully. He grabs a blanket and places it over her, causing her to wake up, and when she notices him, give him a hug and asks if he's okay, and he tells her about the letter Shursui wrote for him, excluding the part about Danzo and the Uchiha coup d'etat he did, however, scare her. She found out he will go blind, but she was relieved when it was a way around it, so she was determined to learn medical ninjutsu to help him out. When the time came for the transfer, it was past midnight when he finally went to sleep. He still has the academy to go to after all. He wakes up the next day feeling like a huge weight was lifted off his shoulders. He decided to walk to school for one, and can already feel the hateful stares he is getting but ignores them. He also senses the umbu following him. One is Cat Akiyugao, another is Boat, who is leaking hatred at him. However, he also feels one more hanging far back that is emotionless, and knows that one belongs to Root. So Danzo already is trying to get me. Sorry, you pedophile, I don't roll that way, he thought as he turned down an alley and shunned shins to the school, losing both regular and Root umbu that was following him. He arrives at the classroom just as the teacher says his name. Naruto Uchiha is absent yet again. He goes to put another red mark, but Naruto stops him. I'm right here, sensei, he says, causing everyone to look at the door. Yo, he says. However, everybody starts calling him names which he doesn't listen to because he is busy thinking about Samly again. She should be here with me right now, he thought, unaware that she was thinking the same thing in Kumo. Since she moved there, she has adopted a serious, stoic look on her face, and doesn't speak much. She is a second in her class only because the number one girl was the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, who had previous training already. She kept her blonde hair in the same style, and never took the necklace off unless she was training. She doesn't talk to her parents at all, and they honestly don't care. It's funny how they treated Naruto with hate but love. The Jinchuriki that live in Kumo, Naruto told her the second day because she told him her secret of believing monsters lived in her closet and under her bed, and he told her about the Kyuubi. She can't wait for the day she can go on a ninja mission to look for him because she still believes he is alive. Back to Naruto, he finally stops staring off into space and comes back after the insults come, and in typical Naruto fashion he responds. I'm sorry, what was that? He said, making everyone including the teacher fall over. He shrugs and goes to sit down. The class remains the same except he didn't get kicked out, he was just ignored, not that he really cared. Lunchtime came around and he took out a bento and started to eat and look up when somebody stood over him, and he saw Sasuke along with his fan club and Kiba. For some reason, as far as Naruto remembers, they don't like each other. Hey look everybody, it's the loser from the loser side of the Uchiha clan, Kiba says, getting laughs from everybody. Yeah, loser, stand up and bow to your superior, as I'm a part of the main family and son of the clan head, Sasuke said. However, Naruto just ignored him. However, what Kiba said next set Naruto off. Yeah, you heard him, stand up and bow to your superiors. You could be like us, but you're nothing but a branch member because of your mother. Instead of her obeying the clan like a good little bitch like she should have, she decided to go out and whore around with random men and just had to have you. I'd bet if she was alive she would lay down and spread her legs for me as well. The next thing Kiba knew, he had a fist in his stomach and was coughing up blood a lot from a broken rib puncturing his lung. The teacher with the scar across his nose sees this and rushes over. Naruto, what the hell is your problem? Go home, you're suspended for a week. You aren't supposed to. He stopped talking when he saw the cold look in Naruto's eyes. Shut up, Naruto said before walking off. The teacher picked Kiba up and took him to the hospital to be treated. Later that day, Naruto is in the Hokage's office with Kiba, the scarred teacher, and they were waiting for his mother to arrive. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Hiruzen says, and in walks a lady he recognized from the council meetings, and Hana, who blushes when she sees Naruto again, remembering what he said to her last time they talked, getting a raised eyebrow from Hiruzen and her mother. Psum, I'm glad you could make it on such short notice. However, there was an incident in school between these two which landed Kiba in the hospital, but he was able to get treated and patched up. He says. Tsuna nods at this. I'm aware there was an incident at school, however I want to know what happened because I've met Naruto before, and it would take Kiba doing or saying something stupid for Naruto to react like that. So what happened? Kiba stayed silent, and refused to answer, so Naruto said everything that happened, which Kiba denied. So Tsum asked if Inoichi can come search his memories, and within 20 minutes he came and searched Kiba's memories for the incident and revealed what Naruto said was indeed true. Kiba had a scared look on his face from the looks his mom and sister were giving him because they knew who his mom was. Kiba then starts throwing insults at Naruto, who of course once again isn't paying attention and is reading a book on Fuinjutsu, and looks up with Kiba pointing at him, and everybody waiting for his response, and simply replies, What was that? Pissing Kiba off, and Hiruzen was hoping Naruto doesn't start showing up late to everything. Hiruzen dismisses everyone, but Tsum asks a question. Naruto, why was Hana blushing when she looked at you? She asked, curious of what was going on, so Naruto whispered in her ear what he told Hana, and said loud enough. With my stamina I can make that happen too. What happens next is Tsum gets a nosebleed but manages to stay conscious. However, she gets weak in the knees and Hana passes out from blood loss again from another nosebleed. Hiruzen is silently cursing his luck for not knowing what was said, as it could be used in the next Ika book. Everybody leaves but Naruto, who stays behind to hang out with his Gigi and talk. He leaves at night and smells blood and notices 2 chakra signatures killing everything. However, one is fluctuating like his does. When he uses the Kamui to teleport himself into his dimension, he activated his own Kamui and went into his own dimension and traveled around the Uchiha clan district, seeing Itachi killing his own clan. So this is the way you chose to deal with the coup, Itachi? I don't know if Shursui would approve of this, but I'll trust your judgment if Shursui wanted you to deal with it. He thought to himself just as he was about to leave, until he noticed a guy in a mask walk up to Itachi and say something to him before leaving. Interesting, so that is the guy claiming to be Madara Uchiha. I've seen pictures of Madara, and this guy doesn't even have the right body size, and I can tell he uses a jutsu to disguise his voice. Something isn't right here, he thought before moving towards his house before exiting his pocket dimension and going to his house. I need to practice the Kamui more. It takes 4 seconds for me to activate the Kamui, that's too long for me. I need it to be instinct activated. Then I can start trying on the Kagutsuchi and Susanoo. I need to learn some more of my mom's ninjutsus as well. I heard she had a lighting jutsu she couldn't handle due to her lighting affinity not being strong enough to handle it despite her doing all of the exercises, he said to himself before falling asleep. He wakes up in the morning walking. He can hear the people talking about the Uchiha massacre, but he remained calm because it didn't affect him. When he was asked why, he said the only person he cared for from the Uchiha clan was dead before the massacre happened, but would never tell who it was. He gets to the classroom and the teacher comes in and says both Uchiha have the entire week off from school to deal with the massacre. All Naruto did was packed a week's worth of clothes and stayed at the Hokage training grounds and trained his manjikyu techniques and begin on lightning manipulation. The following week he was supposed to return to school. He was walking when he saw an old lady struggling with her bags and decided to help her out, but she lived on the other side of town and arrived at school 3 hours late. Naruto, mind telling me why you're late? The teacher asked, knowing he wasn't paying attention. To his surprise, Naruto answered right away, however the answer is what pissed him off. Well, you see, I was on my way when I spotted an old lady struggling with her bags and I walked her home, but I had to take the long easy back to a black cat getting in my way, he said. Silence, everybody but the teacher and Sasuke, who was brooding, had the same thought. Does he really expect us to believe that? Damn it, I have a Kakashi in class. This was going to be a long 4 years. Chapter 8, Graduation and Genin Team and Love. 5 years later, Naruto was walking down the streets of Konoha on his way to the academy for graduation. It was finally time for him to graduate and become a genin. It was 5 years because the Sandaime decided to add an extra year, and not wanting to send kids out at 12 years old on dangerous missions, he wanted to add 2 years. However, he had to make it 1 year due to being outvoted by the civilian council who had children in the academy, and with the vote of the Uchiha clan not being counted anymore, he lost the vote. Naruto was excited. Even though his skills are way above Genin level, without his Sharingan he is at low mid Jonin. However, with his Sharingan activated he can take on a high Jonin, but it would be close. Now if we were to use his Manjikyu, he can take on a mid-Umbu level opponent. Speaking of his Manjikyu, Naruto was able to summon the Amaterasu flames almost instantly. His Tsukuyami lasted the full 3 seconds in the real world. He got the Kamui down to 1 second, however it was still too slow for him. The guy who used it at the Uchiha massacre used it instantly. He unlocked Kagutsuchi and was a natural at it, however he has yet to unlock his Susanoo yet, but he isn't worried and doesn't want to stress his eyes yet. His relationship with Anko has grown and it was like they were together his entire life. She even took over his second bedroom and made it her own, although he didn't mind. Kurenai was finally able to get over her issue with Naruto, and they became close. Hana tried to convince him to let her take his virginity when he became a genin, however he turned her down but introduced her to Genma, who he was cool with after meeting him during one of his pranks on a civilian shop that Genma didn't really like because the merchant was a major douchebag. They have been together for 3 years now. He met Hate Thruyugao and asked him why he was always coughing. He told him he had a lung disease that nobody found a cure yet, and Naruto vouched to find it for him. Kurenai was secretly dating Asuma, who Naruto met a few years ago. After his return from the Guardian 12 position, he decided to let them remain a secret. Now the 13-year-old has finally reached the academy and is ready to take the exam. Why hello Naruto, nice of you to join us after all, you're only 3 hours late. Iruka said with an eye twitch and barely contained anger. He took over after Naruto's second year after he decided to retire from Umbu. After seeing Anko back in the village, he tried to talk to her, but both of them would stutter and blush before saying goodbye. Naruto found it pathetic and decided after he graduates, he will get them together, as he already had a plan. However, Iruka's assistant Mizuki was pissed that Iruka waited for him to show up. He wanted the demon brat to fail, and he would make sure he did. Well, you see, Iruka-sensei, I was walking to school when I must have taken a wrong turn along the road and got lost. He says, which was true, however nobody believed him. Whatever, just sit down, he said. Now since Naruto is here we can begin the first test, which you have 45 minutes. The first test is a written test. The sound of a head hitting the table was heard, and it was Naruto who did it. It wasn't a secret, he hated written tests, he found them pointless even though he always passed. 45 minutes later, all the tests we completed. Alright, everyone outside for the next portion of the exam. Kunai and shuriken throwing followed up by a taijutsu spar against Mizuki, in which you have to last at least 2 minutes. The clan heirs all did good except Ino Yamanaka, who got a 4 on kunai throwing and a 5 on the shuriken throwing. The only person who did worse than her was Sakura Haruno, who got a 3 on the kunai and a 2 on shuriken. Naruto was wondering how she was the best kunoichi in the class with skills as pathetic as hers. It was now Sasuke's turn, in which resulted in high-pitched squeaking from the Sasuke fan club. Okay Sasuke, go ahead, Iruka said. Sasuke says nothing and just throws the kunai, landing 9 out of 10, causing his fangirls to scream, then throws the shuriken and hits 9 as well. Ah, Sasuke-kun is so cool. Marry me Sasuke. Look at Sasuke-kun go. The fangirls screamed out. Alright, last up Naruto, Iruka says. Naruto walks up and throws one kunai out. A pulse of chakra from Mizuki causes it to move to the left, and he completely misses. Everyone laughs, but Narite releases Ki, shutting them up. Hey Iruka-sensei, can I restart? Apparently Mizuki can't control his chakra and it interfered in my test. Mizuki agrees because he also felt the chakra pulse. Naruto throws at kunai and shuriken and hits all 10. He cheated. Yeah, there's no way he is better than my Sasuke-kun. Your Sasuke-kun, he belongs to me. No, me. Shut up, Iruka yells with his big head jutsu. Now everyone inside for the genjutsu portion of the test. You have to break out of AD rank genjutsu, then we move on to the final part of the test. However, Mizuki will be doing the genjutsu while I grade them. However, I will be in charge of the ninjutsu portion, he says. Everybody breaks out of the genjutsu portion until it's Naruto's turn. Mizuki goes through hand signs for NB ranked genjutsu, however Naruto still breaks out of it faster than most did on AD ranked genjutsu. Iruka, not knowing it was B ranked genjutsu, past Naruto, missing the smug look Naruto gave Mizuki for knowing what he did. Alright class, everybody wait here and I will call your names for the ninjutsu portion and determine if you passed or not, he explains. After the ninjutsu portion is over, Naruto will put his plan into motion to get Anko and Ichiraku together. After a while, all of the class had taken the test except Naruto, which baffles him how Ino took hers before him and her last name begins with the letter Y. But he doesn't dwell on it. So after Ino comes in, it's finally his turn. Okay, Naruto, for this I need you to perform the substitution jutsu, the henge, and make at least 3 clones. Naruto shocks them by doing the first 2 without hand signs, substituting himself with Mizuki's chair, causing him to fall, and switching back, making the chair fall on his face. He then henged into Shursui even with the Sharingan activated when he released the henge. Ichiraku noticed the sad look in his eyes and realized Shursui was the person Naruto cared about the most in the Uchiha clan. Okay, Naruto, I need you to make at least 3 clones for me. Naruto nods and uses the one-hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 perfect copies of Naruto appear and Ichiraku has his jaw on the floor but recovers from his shock. I'm sorry, Naruto, but we can't pass you since you have to make a regular clone. Mizuki says with a smirk, however that smirk goes away when Ichiraku speaks. What are you talking about, Mizuki? Of course, if he passes he could have used an elemental clone if he wanted to. All the test said was to create 3 clones and never mentioned what kind. Congratulations, Naruto, you passed. He hands him his headband with a smile. Shursui would be proud of you, Naruto, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Mizuki had to come up with another plan to get the forbidden scroll to take to his master. Naruto puts the headband in his pocket and slips a piece of paper into Ichiraku's pocket before leaving. Hokage Monument at the top, 8 p.m. Don't be late, dress nice. Ichiraku only looks at the note before burning it, and wondering why he should go, but trusts Naruto and walks back to the classroom. Naruto enters and Kiba has to open his big mouth. Ha, I guess the loser couldn't pass a simple exam, what a idiot. He says, causing everybody to laugh at Naruto except Shikamaru and Choji, who can see the headband in his pocket, and a certain pale lavender-eyed Hyuga who watches him from afar. Ichiraku enters and shuts everyone up with his big head jutsu. Congratulations to everyone that passed the test. Tomorrow will be team assignments in the morning at 8 a.m. However, before Ichiraku can finish, Naruto leaves. Well, once again, congratulations and good luck in your ninja careers, he says as he goes home, having 3 hours to get ready. Naruto arrives at Anko's house with a black dress she left at his house that showed off her womanly figure that would have made any man pass out with a nosebleed, but Naruto didn't mind, he only had eyes for one person. The dress went down to her knees and had a slit going down from the middle of her left thigh to her knee, showing off her leg, not in a slutty way but enough to tease the man she wore it for. Naruto remembers taking the dress off and taking care of it while staring at it with a sad smile, thinking she would never get to wear it. However, today was the day she would get her chance. Naruto hung the dress on the front of her bedroom door with the same note, and vanished when he felt her chakra signature closing in on her apartment. She walked in, saw the note, and wondered what he was up to, but decided to go anyway. At 8 p.m. Ichiraku arrived in a black suit with a red shirt that had left the top button unbuttoned. He finished with it off with red dress shoes that looked really expensive. As he was waiting, Anko arrived in her black dress with some black 6-inch heels that complemented the dress, and she has on purple lipstick and eyeshadow. She saw Ichiraku there and blushed at how handsome he looked since he had his hair down, and Ichiraku had his jaw hanging open. He couldn't believe how beautiful she looked. She had Kurenai come over and do her hair for her. She has her hair down, which reached her mid-back, which was straight, but at the end was curled up due to a curling iron. Hey Ichiraku, what are you doing here? She asked, looking away shyly with a blush on her face. Hey Anko, I was told to come here at 8, and it seems you got the same note. You look very beautiful, I mean that's a nice dress, he responds. Thanks, why you don't look too bad yourself, she replies. Damn it Anko, get it together, you don't stutter, you're better than this. She thought to herself. They stood there in awkward silence between the two of them until somebody clearing their throat made them turn around. It was Naruto with his usual spiky black hair slicked back thanks to 15 jars of hair grease, and has on a waiter's outfit with a white towel on his left arm, standing next to a table with candles and some sake and wine glasses. Good evening, Yumino-san, Mitarashi-san. Welcome to the Hokage Monument Private Restaurant. My name is Naruto, and I will be your server this evening. If you follow me to the table, I will go and grab your meals while you enjoy the sunset. He says. They both walk over to the table, and Ichiraku pulls the chair out for Anko while Naruto pours them some sake. He leaves to get the food prepared for them. Wow, the sunset is so beautiful from up here, she says, gazing out at the view before her, unaware of Ichiraku staring at her with a loving smile. Not as beautiful as you, Anko, he says, making her blush and look away. However, he reaches over and grabs her hands, making her look at him. Anko, I have to be honest, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever met, and I have been wanting to tell you that since the academy, but I was too shy to say anything. When you went away with Orochimaru, I was happy but sad at the same time. Happy because you were living your dream of training to become one of the best kunoichi, but I am sad because I didn't know when I would see you again. When I heard Orochimaru was a criminal wanted for human experiments, and killing multiple of our shinobi during the process, I begged Hokage-sama to go after you, but he couldn't let me go. So we made a deal that if I passed the Chunin exams in 6 months and impressed the judges, he would promote me and personally place me in Umbu to look for you. I looked for you every mission I went on and had to give up 5 years ago because I couldn't find you. I retired from the Umbu and became an instructor at the academy. I was gonna walk away after the speech, but then I saw you standing with Naruto, and I felt relieved that you were alive, and every time we talked I would want to tell you how I felt, but the nerves just got in my way. I guess what I'm trying to say is I love you, Anko Mitarashi, more than you can imagine. He finishes and looks at her. She has tears in her eyes and he reaches over to wipe them away. Why now? Why tell me this now? I thought when I returned you hated me like everyone else. You were one of my best friends. I thought you betrayed me like the rest did, avoided me and talked shit about me being the snake whore that nobody wants, just to use me for a quick fuck and move on. I haven't been with anybody because that's not how I am, and it was hurting me that you weren't around, you weren't there for me. Yes, I met Kurenai and Yugao, but it was too late by that time. I had already began not caring anymore and stopped taking shit from people. I wanted to kiss you so much when I see you again, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was mad at you, but my feelings for you caused me to act shy around you. So why tell me now? She asked. I honestly don't know why. I just feel like I can't hold in my true feelings for you anymore. That would be my doing, Naruto says as he returns with the food. I placed a seal on both of your chairs that makes you tell each other your true feelings. I got tired of watching you two stutter like some idiots around you, so I made this plan to get you guys together. Anko, you deserve happiness the most out of anybody in this village, and as my sister I couldn't let you live your life alone. I saw the look you had on your face when you showed me the dress when you tried it on. Ichiraku, I saw the look in your eyes every time I mentioned Anko around you, so I knew this had to be done, he says as he takes the seals of their chairs. Now before we get to the food, I have one more surprise for you, Anko. She gets a curious look on her face. I have finished studying Juinjutsu and mastered all levels to sealing levels by Konoha standards, and the first 2 of the Uzumaki sealing levels left behind by a woman who would have been my godmother. The reason I am telling you this is because when you were sleeping over my house I took that time to study that curse seal on your neck, he says as she reaches up to her neck to cover the seal. What I've discovered about the seal is it has 3 layers. The first layer is one that feeds off nature energy, and it mixed with his own sinister chakra that gives a rush of power and acts like a drug that should be addicting. My guess is whoever he puts the curse mark on uses the power once and immediately get addicted to it, drawing them to him for training to get more power. The next layer is a mutation layer with DNA from all kinds of animals. My guess is you are supposed to transform temporarily into some kind of beast if you draw on enough power. The final layer contains what only I can say is a part of his soul. Why it's there I don't know, but I can destroy it. Even though it's a small portion of his soul, he will still feel pain like his insides are burning. There was also supposed to be a tracker seal on you. I'm so he can know where you are, but I guess he was in such a rush to finish this and messed up the tracker seal. The seal only causes you pain because you are resisting the power that is flowing through you. He says shockingly that he studied the seal without her knowing and found out all of that, while Jiraiya only found out about the nature chakra and Ichiraku because Naruto was a seal master even greater than Jiraiya. So what are you trying to say to me, Naruto? She says he knows she is serious because she never calls him that, it's always Narichan. What I'm saying is after your date I can remove it for you. The only downside is you will be in pain because of the nature chakra and his chakra being forcefully removed from you, and you will have severe chakra exhaustion, and some of your organs will start to malfunction without a medic around. I have a medical seal that will repair your body after the seal is removed, since I can't place it on you while I'm removing the curse seal, so I will have to place a paralyzing seal on you so you can't move. I need you to be completely still, and the pain will be excruciating, and I just wanted to check if you would want to go through that or want another suppression seal placed on it. If you want it removed, we have to go to the training ground we use, but Ichiraku will have to wait outside since he isn't allowed in the barrier that protects it from anybody not keyed into the barrier. I have everything set up there for the removal. But if you want the suppression seal, I can do it now. It's up to you, he says. She gets a thoughtful expression on her face taking all of this, and she can either go through excruciating pain and almost die to have it removed, or just get a suppression seal placed on it but still feel pain from the seal. Although a little, she makes up her mind. Naruto, what would happen to you during the seal removal? I know something will happen to you, so what is it? She asks. I'll only have chakra exhaustion, but due to the Kyuubi I should be good in the morning. Yes, I know about the Kyuubi, Ichiraku. I've known for 7 years. He cuts Ichiraku off as he is about to speak up. On top of that, I'll just be sore in the morning, but I should be fine as the day goes on. You, however, Anko, will need to be on bed rest from the strain on your body for maybe 3 days. Oh, and your chakra control will be bad, maybe taking you down to Chunin level control, but that's only because your reserves are going to expand over the 3 days bed rest, so you will go from mid-Jonin reserves with high Jonin control to low Anbu level reserves with Chunin level control. He says. Okay, I want this shit off tonight. I'll have you Gao stay with me the next 3 days. She says she is happy that it will hurt like hell, but it's worth it, and if it's anybody she trusts the most with this, it's Naruto. Great. Naruto claps his hands once and clears his throat to put back on his waiter voice. He removed the lids on the plates of food. For the lovely young lady, we have chicken katsu served with white rice and tonkatsu sauce with some gyoza on the side. He says. Thank you, my good man, this looks divine. Anko says, playing along with Naruto in her own proper rich voice. Now for the gentleman here, we have Goya shampoo served with fried rice, and on the side we have kale kobachi. He says. Ichiraku, deciding to play along with him, says. Thank you, kind sir, I shall recommend this restaurant to the highest people possible. They all stare at each other before breaking out in laughter. Now for dessert, I have prepared a triple chocolate cake served with ice cream. He says. He puts the dish on the table and sees Anko drooling at the sight of the cake and ice cream. She stands up and gives Naruto a big hug, which he returns. Thank you so much, Narichan, for doing this for me. She whispers to him. Ichiraku, seeing this, can't help but smile at this. Anko sits down, and they begin eating and talking about missions and random stuff. It was now 10 p.m., and they were at the training field getting ready for the seal removal. Naruto gives her a t-shirt and some sweatpants, and tells her he doesn't want her to ruin the dress after her fantastic date, so she goes into the woods and changes, placing her dress in a storage scroll. She come back ready but nervous until Ichiraku kisses her on the cheek and says she'll be fine. She blushes but walks to Naruto. She has a look on her face and nods at her, getting what he means. She rushes and gives Ichiraku a passionate kiss before running towards Naruto to being the removal. They reach the ceiling area. Ichiraku can't see inside, so he is worried for Anko, but will trust Naruto if Anko does. Okay, Anko, are you ready? Naruto asks as she nods. Okay, I need you to take your shirt off and lay on your stomach so I can get started. She does as told, and when she lays down she can't move anymore, and she realizes it must be the paralysis seal. Naruto sighs and begins to rapidly go through about 50 hand signs and call out. Curse seal removal. Seal obliteration. He channels a huge amount of chakra and touches her curse mark, and she screams out in pain that she has tears coming from her eyes. This continues for 5 minutes, but she passed out after 30 seconds of pain. The first 2 layers of the seal disappears and the third one turns into a small white snake that tries to slither away. He activates his Manjikyu Sharingan. Amaterasu. He sets the snake on fire, killing it, and then cancels the flames after letting them burn for an extra 10 minutes to be safe. In the hidden sound village, Orochimaru is on the ground screaming, on the ground writhing in pain. It feels like his body is burning from the inside out. Medic, a silver-hair med-teen wearing spectacles, was doing whatever he could to stop the pain but was having no luck. Naruto finished removing the seal, and you can't even see that it was there. He removes the paralysis seal and Anko's body begins to go into shock and her breathing speeds up. Naruto hurries up and places the medical seal on her, and after 10 minutes her breathing returns to normal. Although she is still passed out, he puts her shirt back on her and carries her to Ichiraku, who had a worried look on his face, but Naruto told her it was a success and that she was just sleeping and asked him to take her home so he can clean up. After all, he still had one more promise he needed to keep. After Ichiraku leaves, Naruto enters the barrier again after making sure to key in some of the QB chakra so the barrier security alarm doesn't go off. Naruto sits down and creates a clone with a paralysis seal for himself. The clone nods at what to do as he goes into his seal. Naruto's mindscape. Hello QB, are you ready for your freedom from this prison now? Of course I'm ready, although you took an extra 3 years, QB said with an eye twitch. Sorry about that. I learned to summon Kami, but that process of removal would take 5 hours and I know you want to be out as soon as possible, so I learned the first 2 levels of Uzumaki's sealing. Since it covered sealing and unsealing tailed beasts, the process only takes about 30 seconds, but it will hurt like a bitch on my end, he says, rubbing the back of his head, reminding the QB of a certain blonde-haired Hokage. Wow, you've really outdone yourself. You came along farther than I expected, QB said. So do you deem me worthy of your respect and knowing your name? Naruto asks. Oh, you've been worthy and had my respect since the death of your uncle. Before you interrupt me, I will explain. Now, the day he died and you awaken your Manjikyu Sharingan, a darkness formed inside of you that always comes with the awakening of the Manjikyu. When you read that letter and saw that the pedophile Danzo tried to kill your uncle for his eyes and was ultimately responsible for his death, you were thinking about getting revenge, causing that darkness to grow. However, when you read that he doesn't want you to go out looking for revenge and falling down the wrong path, when he mentioned your mother and Samui, how he wants you to grow up and have a family, you started to think about that Ichiraku family as well as Anko and the old monkey you made. Your resolve right then and there, and the darkness that was forming in you completely disappeared. From then on I had given you my respect and deemed you worthy of knowing my name, and something else, however, that will have to wait until I am free, the QB says. Well, alright, let's get this party started then. I'll see you on the outside, my friend, he says, and disappears from his mindscape. Once outside, Naruto begins going through 100 hand seals at the speed of and mid-level Umbu. Uzumaki sealing, tailed beast removal. He then laid down on his back and had the clone place the paralysis seal in him before dispersing itself. 5 seconds later, all Naruto could feel was pain from the QB being freed from the seal. 30 seconds later, the QB was outstanding at all its might. Naruto was thankful for the seal around the training ground, or everybody would have felt the QB chakra and then seen it standing there. The paralysis seal wore off and Naruto was in pain all over his body. Ah, it's good to be free. Now for my 2 gifts. The first is, you may have noticed the seal still in place now. Within that, I've left all but 1% of my chakra in there for you to use. But I would recommend not touching it yet. In order for you to use it, you must separate the hated within the chakra. When you separate it, you need to lock it back up and let it regenerate before you can take the rest. Once you separate it, you will gain a chakra cloak that is a yellowish-orange color. When you do that, you will be faster than you can ever imagine and will be able to use the tailed beast bomb, but I would have to train you for that. You will also be able to create chakra arms. However, once the chakra regenerates that you resealed, you should go and absorb that as well, and everything I just described to you will be enhanced by 100. Now on to the second gift. I left you the same healing ability that I have, which will be able to get passed down to your kits if you have some. Now your third and final gift from me will be this. A scroll almost the same height as Naruto appeared before him. What is this? He asks. This is the Fox summoning contract. I've been keeping any eye on you from both inside and outside the seal with my little helpers. The QB motions to the 3 foxes coming out of the forest that Naruto always played with. One was all black with a red patch on its chest. The second one had had the orange fur, but its paws were covered in white fur, and the tips of its 3 tails were white as well, and the final one, the one that always climbed into Naruto's lap to sleep, was still small enough to sleep in his lap and had red fur with a white patch on its chest, and its eyes were silver. These are 3 summons that I had watched you and saw your progress. Although I gave you my respect and found you worthy of knowing my name, it is up to them if they find you worthy of the Fox contract. So do you 3 find him worthy of signing the Fox contract? After 3 nods of the heads, the scroll unrolls and the Kyuubi tells Naruto to prick his fingers and sign with blood and make sure he has blood on all of his fingertips, and make his hand print. Naruto does as told and the scroll then disappears. So now what? He asks. Now you must try to summon the boss of the foxes. Your chakra should be replenished by now to do it, the Kyuubi says. Naruto nods, pricks his thumb, and goes through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Nothing happens. Naruto's eye twitches and he tries 3 more times. What the fuck am I doing wrong? He yells. Meanwhile, the foxes, including the smallest one, is laughing at him. Oh, you're not doing anything wrong, I'm already here, the Kyuubi says, causing the foxes to laugh even harder. Naruto's eyes begin to twitch a dangerous level, making him look like he should be locked in a cell. Okay, enough of the jokes. The foxes that are currently with you don't talk, however the smallest one will be able to talk. As she grows a little bit more, she will become your personal summons, however you must name her. The other 2 are both messenger foxes, however the black fox prefers to work at night, while the orange fox prefers to work during the day. Now Kurama, the strongest of the tailed beasts and boss of the fox, summons hereby welcoming Naruto Uchiha as the first person worthy of signing the Fox contract. Now name your personal summons so she may return home, Kurama says. Naruto thinks of a name, and finally decides. He looks at the fox kid who is staring at him, waiting for a name. Scarlet will be her name, Naruto says, getting a happy yip from the fox, who starts to run around Naruto. While this is going on, Kurama notices the same small lizard creature with wings that was watching Naruto before. It makes eye contact with Kurama before looking at Naruto and back to Kurama as if asking a question without speaking. Kurama nods and the creature disappears in a poof of smoke. So they want him as a summoner as well. That is interesting, but they have my blessing to give him the contract, Kurama thought. Well, I'd better get going. I only have a few hours left before I have to be at the academy for team assignments, and my body hurt. He gets a chuckle from Kurama, who nods and disappears along with the other 3 foxes. Naruto collects everything and shuns to his house. He decides to sleep on the couch, too tired to move to his bed. He wakes up the next morning at 7:30, so he showers and puts on his outfit. It's the same thing Shisui wore, except Naruto's didn't have the high collar or the Uchiha clan symbol. He simply refused to wear it, and he didn't have a sword on his back. His headband was on his forehead, brushing the bangs out of his eyes, but he had 2 of them going down the side of his face. He walked to the academy, ignoring the stares and glances towards him, and he made it to the academy 45 minutes, gets to the classroom, and of course Kiba speaks up. Hey loser, this is for people who graduated, now get lost. Causing everybody to laugh at Naruto. Yeah, Naruto Baka, you failed yesterday, only 1 Uchiha passed and the best one at that, so leave, said the pink-haired bit, I mean Sakura. Yeah, Naruto, are you that dumb to forget that only people with a headband are allowed? I know your mother did something dumb, but that doesn't mean you should follow in her footsteps, yelled the blonde, but I mean Ino, causing the other kids to laugh even harder. Before Ichiraku could respond, Naruto spoke in a calm voice that reminded Sasuke of his brother, which pissed him off. You idiots clearly didn't learn from the last time somebody insulted my mother. I guess Kiba wasn't much of an example when he was put into the hospital by 1 punch. So clearly I need to make another example out of somebody, preferably you, Ino. Perhaps you would like to be sent to the hospital by Ichiraku-sensei next. How about it? What about you, Sakura? You're a ninja now, although a pathetic one. You're even weaker than you were when you came into the academy. You and Ino are both at the same skill level that can barely be considered academy level. For your information, I passed yesterday, just didn't put my headband on. Now shut the fuck up, you good-for-nothing fangirls, and Kiba, stop acting tough or I'll simply tell your mom and sister. Let's see if you act like this around them. He turns to Ichiraku. Sorry I'm late, Ichiraku-sensei. It's okay, mind telling me why you were late. He knew why he was late, but he had to act like he didn't. Yes, I was getting some last-minute training last night, and overdid it. My body is still sore, he says and gets a nod from Ichiraku. However, Ino and Sakura decided to speak, but each were interrupted by a kunai landing as it was near their heads. Shut up, Naruto said with a cold glare. Okay, yes, as you've heard, Naruto did in fact pass yesterday. Why he didn't put his headband on, I don't know. Now, before the teams are assigned, I have to announce Rookie of the Year, Kunoichi of the Year, and the dead last. Rookie of the Year is Sasuke Uchiha. Immediately squeals and cheers were heard from his fangirls. Kunoichi of the Year belongs to Sakura Haruno. She screams. I don't know why you're happy. You only got it because the academics and your mother fucking some of the teachers to boost your physical grades. The real Kunoichi of the Year should be Hinata, Naruto says. Shut up, you baka, I'm better than her, she screams at Naruto. That's enough, Naruto. Sakura is Kunoichi of the Year, and that's final. Even if what you said is true. He mumbled that last part under his breath, but Naruto heard him and smirked at Ichiraku, who smirked back at him. Now dead last belongs to Kiba Inuzuka, he said. How am I the dead last? That loser slept through basically every single lesson, he said, pointing at Naruto. Yes, Naruto did sleep through the lessons, however all his grades were higher than yours. In fact, I don't even think he was trying. And he finished first in all the physical tests, however his written test scores kept him in the middle of the class, he said. Now Team 1. Teams 1 through 6 are pointless. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and… He was cut off by Sakura yelling. Yes, take that, I know pig, true love prevails. Sakura, shut up. Now, as I was saying, Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uchiha, your squad leader is… He finishes and looked at Naruto, whose eye was twitching. What the fuck, I had stayed in the middle to avoid being on a team with them. Okay, you wanna put me on their team, alright fine, get ready for a whole lot of paperwork. He thought to himself before he started chuckling like a madman, and somehow lightning started to appear and crackle behind him, scaring everybody near him, causing them to back away except Shikamaru and Choji, who was used to it and knew what was coming. Meanwhile, all the jonin waiting for the teams to finish being named all looked at Hiruzen, who was crying, saying sorry over and over again. Pops, you alright? Asked a beard jonin his Samasuma Sarutobi. No, I'm not okay. Would one of you mind being my stand-in for tomorrow? He asked, and they all shook their head, making him cry some more. Back with Ichiraku after Naruto finally calmed down, he continued. Team 8 is Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga and Kiba. Team 9 is still in rotation, so Team 10 Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Naro and Choji Akimichi. Why do I have to get stuck with fatty and lazy bones? Ino said. I am not fat. Choji yells and would have done something if Shikamaru didn't hold him down with his shadow possession. Inwardly he was thinking what Ino's problem was. Out of everybody she should know better than to call Choji fat. Don't worry, Choji, she isn't much of a ninja and dresses like a prostitute anyway. I'm sure if you get the urge to have some release she would spread her legs for you. Of course you would have to pay, since the only person she would open her legs for free is her precious Sasuke over there, so just make sure you use protection. We don't need any more of her kind running around. Same goes for you, Shikamaru, if you pay her enough she might let you both in at the same time. Naruto said, sticking up for his friend made Ino cry. Naruto, that's enough, it wasn't called for. Ichiraku said. Neither was her calling Choji fat and Shikamaru lazy, yet she still did it. I was only sticking up for my friend. Now tell us who our Jonin sensei will be. I have to go check on Ankone, he said, pissed off. Oh, right. Team 7 Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hatake. Team 8 Kurina Yuhi. Team 10 is Underasuma. Will be here at 12 to pick you up, so you have the next 3 hours to yourself. He says Naruto just shins out of there, surprising everybody in the classroom that he could do that. Naruto arrives at Anko's house and uses his key to enter her apartment. She gave him a key to check on her house when she was out on missions. He walks to her room and sees her still sleeping and can sense an Anbu, who he recognizes as Cat, in the room, but in the shadows. However, her chakra is fluctuating like she is pissed. He walks over to where he senses her at, and stops but doesn't take his eyes off Anko. What happened? He asks. Some root umbu tried to kill her, but I killed 2 of them, and 1 got away. Coincidentally, I get a message from the Hokage stating that I have a 2-day mission and the amount of time Anko still needs to recover. Something is not right. The message had his official stamp on it. She says as she hands him the note he read and also gets curious because as far as he knows the Hokage knew Anko needed some rest, he just didn't know why, and Naruto personally asked him to assign Yugao to watch over her. I'll be back. He shuns to the Hokage office with the letter in hand. Yo Gigi, why did you assign Kat a mission if she was supposed to be on Anko guard duty for the next 3 days? He asked, showing him the letter. Naruto, I didn't assign her any mission, this is a fake letter. This mission was from last year and was completed by a squad of jonin. He replies. Okay, I'll tell Kat once I go back to check on Anko. Another thing, can you tell Hade to pack him and Kat some clothes to stay at Anko's house until she is better? He gets a nod in return and begins to leave, however he gets a mischievous grin on his face scares the old man, causing him to sweat a little bit. Naruto does one hand sign. Sexy jutsu. He transforms into a slender lady with long black hair tied into a ponytail with breasts that are DD and wide hips complementing her shapely ass and long slender legs, much to the dismay of the old perverted Hokage. Smoke surrounding her upper and lower body parts, but it still causes him to pass out from a nosebleed. Naruto takes out a camera and takes pictures of him before he wakes up. Naruto, I am labeling that an A-rank kinjutsu, never use it again, he says while wiping his nose. Well, you may want to add my harem and reverse harem jutsu to that scroll of yours as well, label them S-ranked kinjutsus. He says. He gets a blank look from the Hokage. Shadow clone jutsu. Harem jutsu. What happens next makes the Hokage pass out again with a much bigger nosebleed. Standing in front of him are 20 naked ladies, however much to his disappointment again smoke is covering their upper and lower body parts. Naruto one again pulls out his camera and takes pictures. The Hokage wakes up and immediately puts them big in the scroll as A and S ranked kinjutsus. He calls for Mina, his secretary, who falls victim to the reverse harem jutsu. Now this shocked Hiruzen because Mina was a woman who openly hated perverts, and did not like that kind of thing. So Hiruzen made it an SS-ranked kinjutsu since it works on someone who isn't a pervert. Okay, Naruto, never use those again, Hiruzen says. Alright, by the way, why wasn't Mizuki at team assignments this morning? He asked. Oh, he was caught trying to steal the Forbidden Scroll and Ibiki had his way with him. Too bad Anko missed out on it. But it turns out he was working for my former student Orochimaru, who gave him the cursed seal. He was going to take him the Forbidden Scroll to join his ranks, but he won't be doing anything since he was executed, Hiruzen said. Oh well, later, and don't forget about Hate, he says and vanishes from the office back to Anko's house. The letter was a fake, but I asked him to send Hate over later with some clothes for you two to stay here overnight with her for the next couple days until she wakes up. Oh yeah, I have these for Hate. It's medical seals that won't get rid of his sickness, however it will stop the pain and his coughs as well. As he hands her about 100 seals. All he has to do is place them on his chest and the seal will instantly activate, but he has to change them once every month. He tells her before heading back to the academy. He returns to the classroom seeing Kiba trying to talk up Hinata, who isn't paying attention to him. Shikamaru is sleeping. Choji is eating a bag of chips. Shino is sitting by himself. Quietly he looks at Naruto and give him a nod, who nods back, and then he finally sees Sasuke being hounded by his 2 most loyal fangirls who are arguing about who will marry him and have his babies. He shakes his head and sits next to Choji, who offers him a bag of chips. Even after what I said to her earlier, she still fawns over him. Oh well, it can't be helped, he says. They wait for about 10 more minutes before the Jonin senseis arrive. The first 6 teams left, then 5 minutes later Asuma and Kurenai arrive at the same time, pick up teams 8 and 10. However, Naruto notices Kurenai has a slight limp and gives her a knowing smirk that he picked up from Anko, and in return Kurenai gives him a glare that's basically tells him to shut up or die. He simply smiles at her, and she leaves with her team, leaving him alone with Sasuke and Sakura, who is still pestering Sasuke about something. He falls asleep and wakes up 3 hours later when Kakashi decides to show up and Sakura shouts, "You're late. My first impression is that you're all idiots, meet me on the roof." In 5 minutes he disappears in a puff of smoke and they go to the roof. "Now introduce yourselves, your likes, dislikes and dreams," Kakashi says. "Sensei, can you go first so we know it's done?" Sakura says. "Are you kidding me? She was supposed to be the kunoichi of the year," Naruto thought. "Oh, okay, well, my name is Kakashi Hatake. I have a few likes and some dislikes as well. My dreams for the future, well, I don't feel like telling you." All he said was his name, Sakura thought. "Okay, Pinky, you first," Kakashi says, pointing at Sakura. "My name is Sakura Haruno. What I like, I mean the person I like is..." She looks at Sasuke and squeals. "My dream for the future." She looks at Sasuke again and blushes with a squeal. "Okay, your dislikes," Kakashi asks. "Naruto Baka and I no pig." "Okay, you next, the brooding one." He points at Sasuke. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I have no likes or dislikes. I don't have a dream because what I have I will make a reality, that is to restore my clan and destroy a certain someone," he says with a dark look on his face. "Sasuke-kun is so cool," Sakura thought. "Just as I expected," Kakashi thought. "Dude, Itachi would kill you multiple times over before you would even blink," Naruto thought. "Okay, last one," Kakashi said, uninterested in what he has to say, unlike he was with Sasuke, something Naruto picked up on. "My name's is Naruto. I like my precious people. I dislike child abusers, rapists and pedophiles. My dream is to find somebody that was taken away from me as a child, become Hokage and start a family." He said, however, nobody was paying attention to him, but he didn't really care. "Alright, meet me training ground 7 for your graduation exam at 7 a.m., Kakashi says. "Wait, I thought we were already Genin," Sakura said. "No, that was just a Genin hopeful exam. This test tomorrow is the real one and 66% of the teams never make it. So I'll see you tomorrow at training ground 7 at 7 a.m. Oh, and I suggest you don't eat breakfast, you'll throw up." He vanishes in a puff of smoke. Sakura once again asks Sasuke on a date, yet he refuses and she turned blame Naruto, but he left as well. So she decided to do what she usually does. She goes to stalk Sasuke, well, watching over him from afar is what she calls it. Next day Naruto wakes up at 8:30 and eats breakfast. He left at 9:45 via Shunshin. He arrived at training ground 7 where Sakura yelled at him. "You're late. Kakashi-sensei said to be here by 7, it's almost 10, you baka." She swings her fist at him, but he just leans back and she falls on her face and starts to complain about her dress being ruined. 10 minutes later Kakashi arrived. "Yo. You're late. Sorry, I was on my way when a black cat crossed my path, so I had to go the long way around." "Liar. I bet I know that cat," Naruto thought. "Anyway, you have until noon to get these bells," Kakashi said as he pulled out 2 bells and a timer. "But wait, Kakashi-sensei, there's only 2 bells and 3 of us," Sakura replies. "Quite observant of you, Sakura. The one who doesn't get the bell gets sent back to the academy," he says. "I can't afford to not be on a team with Sasuke-kun. I need to get those bells for us. Then he will love me and ask me to marry him," Sakura thought. "I need those bells I have to pass in order to kill him." Our resident emo thought. "I wonder what Samly is up to right now. I know she's still alive out there. I can't feel it. I hope she's taking care of herself," Naruto thought. After the 2 bells are collected, whoever has them can eat these bento boxes. Kakashi shows 2 bento boxes and 2 out of the 3 stomachs growled and they looked at Naruto, who was lost in thoughts until Sakura yelled in his ear, "Hey Baka," which resulted in her getting back-handed to the ground. "Will you stop yelling? Damn it, it's not necessary." "What are you looking at me for?" he says. "You ate breakfast," Kakashi stated. "Yeah, and what's the fucking problem, Cyclops?" he said, still pissed at Sakura for yelling in his ear. "I thought I told you not to eat breakfast." "No, you made a suggestion. If I suggested you go make out with that green spandex wearing freak, would you listen?" No, you wouldn't, so let's continue. I need to get my fucking ear checked. Which was a lie. He wanted to check on Anko and see how she was doing, but they didn't need to know that. I guess I wouldn't listen to your suggestion. Okay, you have 2 hours, time starts now. All three of them vanished. Let's see, Sakura is in the bushes to my left. Sasuke is in a tree about 50 meters out, and Naruto is. Wait a minute. Where is Naruto? I can't sense him or smell him, Kakashi thought. He pulled out a certain orange book and began walking through the forest. Okay, I have wires set up that should wrap him up, and I'll be able to grab the bells and give one to Sasuke, she said out loud, not even noticing Kakashi right behind her. Piss, Sakura. She turns around and Kakashi puts her in a D-rank genjutsu that she should break out of easily. Inside the genjutsu, Sakura is walking in the middle of the forest looking around. Sakura. She turns around and sees Sasuke, but he has multiple kunai stabbed in his back. Help me, Sasuke says and collapses, and Sakura screams. Back in the real world, Sakura screams and passes out. Kakashi shakes his head at her and leaves to find Sasuke and see what he can do. Sasuke is walking through the forest when he hears Sakura scream. Kakashi must have gotten to her already. Shinobi Battle Skill Lesson 2. The illusion skill. Sakura learned that in the academy, and was said to be the best at breaking them, but I guess I was wrong. That won't work on me. I'm far better than her and Naruto. Say that after you get a bell, alright, Sasuke. Kakashi and Sasuke stand off before Sasuke throws some shuriken at him, which Kakashi dodged. Sasuke threw a kunai at a rope that Kakashi didn't see, and it released more kunai that shot out of the trap at Kakashi. Sasuke took the time Kakashi was focused on dodging and appeared behind him, going for a heel kick to the side of his head, which Kakashi blocked, and grabbed his ankle, so Sasuke tried a right hook to the face, which Kakashi blocked with his hand. Sasuke used this opening to throw an overhead kick with his right leg, causing Kakashi to drop Sasuke's fist to block the kick with his forearm. Sasuke, seeing this, reaches out and touches one of the bells before Kakashi jumps back. Sasuke beings going through hand signs, shocking Kakashi that he can use a jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He shoots out a ball of fire towards Kakashi and after a few seconds releases the jutsu, and Kakashi is gone. He looks left, right, and behind but doesn't see him. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. A hand comes out of the ground, pulls Sasuke into the ground, leaving his head visible. Shinobi skill number 3, ninjutsu. You were right, are different than the others, but different doesn't mean better. With that, Kakashi walked away. Looking for Naruto, he finds him at the memorial stone criticizing the food he brought. I mean, seriously, this food looks like it was taken straight out of a box. It's dry as hell and has no nutrients. Why not just give us a piece of cardboard to eat, Kakashi? And what is in this one chicken teriyaki? It looks like dog food on top of mush. Naruto says he closes the food and sees because Kakashi was behind him. What do you want? Naruto asks. You're in the middle of a test, and you have 10 minutes left, and you haven't even tried to get a bell, Kakashi states. Oh, okay, well, can I have a bell? No. Oh, well, I tried. Naruto, you need to actually try. Why, this whole test is farce. We both know the elders and council pressured you into taking a team with Sasuke so you can train him to use his Sharingan when he unlocks it, and you aren't a Sannin, so you can't take an apprentice, so even if we fail, the council will reverse the decision somehow and pass us by. I did help. I released Sakura from that pathetic genjutsu you put her. Now I believe the test is about over with, and I will let you tie me to the post. A couple minutes later, they are all sitting down while Naruto is tied to the post. Kakashi tells them they all fail because they couldn't look underneath and says the actual goal of the test was teamwork. Sasuke attacks Kakashi, but Kakashi moves faster than he can see and pins him to the ground. You are all little kids, you wouldn't last long in the shinobi world. For instance, Sakura kill Naruto or Sasuke dies, he says, putting a kunai on his neck. Sakura freezes up and Kakashi gets off Sasuke and tells them about the memorial stone having the names written off all or most shinobi who have died in battle or protecting the Leaf Village in some kind of way. Now I will give you all a second chance. Sasuke, Sakura, you can have a bento box, but Naruto doesn't get any. With that, he vanishes, but Naruto can sense him in the trees in front of them. Sasuke and Sakura have an internal debate if they should feed Naruto. In the end, Sasuke offers Naruto some food and Sakura, wanting to impress Sasuke, does the same. Kakashi appears angrily. I thought I said you couldn't feed Naruto any food. You disobeyed my orders. Do you have anything to say for yourselves? We're a team and we need him to be at full strength to take you on, so if it means failing, then so be it. Sasuke said. Yeah, we're a team and we stick together. You fail one of us, you fail all of us. Naruto nods while inwardly waiting for this to be over. Well, if the case, then you all pass. Kakashi says, confusing Sakura and Sasuke. You pass. Remember these words: those who abandon their mission are scum, however those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. With that he left to report his team passing. Sasuke left, and Sakura followed him. Naruto activated his Manjiki to Kamui out of the rope he left to begin training. Kakashi arrived as soon as the Jonin for Team 6 failed his team. Team 7 passed. He said. Everyone looked at him. Explain, was all Hiruzen said. Well, Sakura is pathetic. She couldn't break out of a D-rank genjutsu and was more worried about Sasuke than anything. Sasuke is at a high genin level, maybe low chunin. He actually forced me to try a tad bit and managed to touch one of the bells. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't even try. I mean, he asked for a bell and I told him no, and he didn't care. He actually spent most of the time criticizing my food, saying he might as well eat cardboard. That causes Kurenai to start laughing. What's so funny? Of course Naruto would criticize your food. He was taught to cook by the Ichirakus, and we all know how seriously they take food preparation. I've actually had some of Naruto's food before at Ichiraku's. It's actually really good, she says, and everybody nods at that explanation. They all knew how the Ichirakus were when it came to food. They were almost as bad as an Akimichi. Team 8 passed as well. Hokage-sama Shino was the leader who came up with a plan of him trapping me with his bugs, and Hinata close my Tenketsu points and Kiba give the finishing blow, although Kiba tried to protest with a plan that made absolutely no sense until Hinata agreed with Shino's plan and Kiba reluctantly agreed. Shino is around the same level as Sasuke, however he relies on his bugs too much, and would be a sitting duck in a taijutsu fight, so I would have to fix that. Hinata should be mid-chunin for how long she has been training in taijutsu by the clan head, but her confidence issues puts her around mid-genin, and Kiba is high genin low chunin. He is just a horny little boy who hits on any female moving. I would need to fix that as well, Kurenai said. Team 10 passes. Ino is just like Sakura, which baffles me since she is the heir to the Yamanaka clan. However, Choji and Shikamaru are both high genin level. Asuma says. Alright, you are dismissed and good luck. Hiruzen said. All Jonin left the office, leaving him with his book until Mina walked in with a smile and 6 stacks of paperwork on a cart behind her. The Hokage starts to cry and wishes he never retook the seat. Meanwhile, Naruto stopped at Ichiraku's and talked to them for about 20 minutes while eating some ramen before getting the Anko special for takeout, which included 20 sticks of dango and an extra large bowl of red bean soup with a bottle of sake on the side. He pays and says goodbye and starts to make his way to Anko's apartment when feels a chakra signature following him, so he goes into an alley and suppresses his chakra and jumps to the roof. To his surprise, it's Hinata that is following him and looks confused that he disappeared from her sight. You've gotta be kidding me. I have a fangirl and she actually stalks me. Sheesh, this reminds of Sakura and Ino stalking Sasuke. He thought as he watched her leave. He shins to Anko's apartment. He unlocks the door, and to his shock and surprise, Kurenai is there as well as Hana, Irika, and Hiruzen with Yugao in her normal clothes. However, what gets him is Anko is awake, and on the couch with them she sees Naruto, and rushes to him, and grabs an bone-crushing hug, thanking him over and over again. Hiruzen decides to speak up. Okay, what's going on? Why did you need us all here, Anko? Why are you here, Gigi? Don't you have paperwork to do? Naruto asks. I'm just a shadow clone. The original me is still at the office. Once I disperse, he will get my memories, the clone said. So let me get this straight. You send a shadow clone to do something for you if you need to be in 2 different places? He gets a nod. Yet you don't use the shadow clones to help you with your paperwork. All he gets is a blank look from the clone before it disperses. Few seconds later, you can hear the Hokage scream across the entire village. Fuwa. Hiruzen then appears at Anko's apartment before he can knock. Naruto opens the door looking at him with a smug smile. You knew, didn't you? He asks Naruto, who nods happily. So why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask, Naruto said, making everyone laugh. Okay, why is everyone here, Anko? Kurenai asks. Well, first things first, I have a boyfriend, she says and kisses Ichiraku on the lips. Kurenai, Yugao, and Hana squeals happily for their friend. Now the actual reason is this, look. She puts her hair up in her high ponytail and pulls down her shirt by her left shoulder. Everybody minus Ichiraku and Naruto wonder what's so special about the shoulder. I don't get what's so great about your shoulder that you had to call us all over here, Hana asked. What's missing from my shoulder? Yugao notices and says. No way, but how? How what, Yugao? Kurenai asks. Her cursed seal is gone, Yugao says, shocking everyone. Anko then explains what happened 2 nights ago about her meeting up with Ichiraku because of Naruto and the removal of the curse seal. She was done. She looks at Naruto and notices he has a takeout bag. What's in the bag, Naruchan? Your lunch? Nope, this is one Anko's special from Ichiraku ramen, 20 sticks of dango, an extra large bowl of red bean soup, and 1 bottle of sake, he says, handing it to her, and she eats like it's not tomorrow. After hanging around a few more hours, Naruto and everyone get ready to leave. As Kurenai leaves, Naruto calls out to her. Yes, Naruto, can I help you? Yes, can you tell Hinata to stop stalking me around the village? It's getting out of hand. I caught her today by going into an alley, jumped to the roof and suppressed my chakra so her Byakugan couldn't find me. I've told her before I don't like her like that, and it's annoying at this point. I'll talk to her, Naruto. She said she liked you, so I told her to give it a shot and talk to you. I never knew you told her you didn't like her. I guess she thought you were joking, but I'll talk to her tomorrow. Thank you, and tell Asuma I said hey. And use protection, alright. He disappears as soon as he says that because kunai flew right when his head would have been. Chapter 9, Wave Mission and Legacies Passed Down. It's been 2 months since Naruto was assigned to this Genin team, and he hated it. Not the D-rank missions, because money was money, and also it was them helping a lot of old people he has helped before, so imagine the look on everyone's face when they found out he was never lying about why he was late. His favorite mission had to easily be the Tora mission. To his surprise, this was the same cat that always crossed his path. So when he saw Tora, they had a good old Texas standoff which lasted for about 10 minutes until they rushed at each other. Everyone thinks this was going to be another Genin that gets scratched up, but to their shock and horror a field of flowers appear and they begin running in slow motion until the end, where Tora hops in his arms and Naruto gushes over Tora. Oh Tora, you mischievous little cat, I missed you stealing my bentos and our 3-hour chases. He cries, animate tears while hugging the cat, causing it to purr in happiness. However, what gets them is the shout of youth in the back, causing the sun to shine brighter. The result, an entire block of people passed out along the street. It has happened 3 times already, and the genjutsu was placed in the Forbidden Scroll next to Might Guy and Rock Lee Sunset Genjutsu. However, the combination of the genjutsu were labeled SS rank in the Forbidden Scroll. However, what did piss Naruto off was his sensei's complete show of favoritism these 2 months. Although Naruto didn't need the help, the man could have at least tried to help him, or Sakura. However, he didn't, and after the first 2 months Naruto doesn't even call him sensei anymore. He sees the private lessons he gives Sasuke, and well, he was less than impressed by Sasuke's development. He could only guess that Sasuke would only begin copying jutsus with his Sharingan when he finally awakens it. That's another thing, Naruto has yet shown them any skills really, or that he has his Sharingan. Now here we find Team 7 returning from another D-rank mission, Naruto's favorite, the Tora mission. Yo old man, we're back from the mission, Naruto says as he is petting Tora. Baka, show the Hokage some respect, Sakura says and gets ready to swing at Naruto, but Tora hissed at her with claws out and she backed off. Hiruzen chuckles at Naruto. It's quite alright, Sakura. I allow Naruto to call me that because he is like a grandson to me. Now Tora rescue mission is complete, he says and walks in a fat lady who they also recognize as the Fire Daimyo wife. She grabs Tora and begins to squeeze the life out of her. "Oh, Tora, mommy has missed you so much, you need to stop running away from me," she says, hugging the cat to death. "That's right, squeeze that little demon cat till she pops," Sakura thought. If she keeps this up, no more Tora missions, which means no more daimyo breathing down my neck about the stupid cat, thought the Sandaime. Thought our resident brooder. Why hasn't Sasuke unlocked his Sharingan yet? Actually, I think already has during the massacre, but can't reactivate it yet, Kakashi thought. Everyone was cut from their thoughts by Naruto. "What the hell are you doing?" he says as he grabs Tora from the lady. "Young man, do you know who I am? I am the daimyo's wife. I demand you show me some respect when speaking to me," she says with a rich snobba voice. "Respect is earned, not given, fat ass, and you were about to kill Tora if you kept squeezing her. I'm sure she hasn't been taken to the vet to check for injuries. Perhaps the way you squeeze the cat is why the daimyo always pulls out while having sex with you. You would just kill the damn baby from squeezing it to death. Now you wait here, I'm taking Tora to the vet." He vanishes to the Inuzuka compound and sees Hana. "Hey Hana, can you do a checkup on Tora for me?" he asks. "Sure, set her down on the table for me." He does, and her hand is surrounded by medical chakra. After 5 minutes her hand turns to normal. Well, all her ribs are bruised and her spine is slightly bruised and out of place a little bit. But minor surgery and 1 month of rest should do wonders for her, she says, but Tora screeches at the sound of that. "No need, I'll just place an animal medical seal on her. She should be fully healed in about 10 minutes. Shocking Hana. "Is it possible that I can have some of those? I can really use them for our Niken after missions," she asks. "Sure, they don't work on broken bones though. I've tried it, and it didn't work. I'm the reason you have less stray animals that get cuts and bruises, freeing you up for more major injuries and have more free time. They all come to me and only go to you if a bone is broken. I've even set up a compartment at my complex where they don't have to walk up the steps to my apartment. They just go and lay on the seal in a cubby and it automatically puts the seal in them. The compartment holds 5 animals up to the size of your mother's partner," he says as he unseals a large scroll from his wrist. He pulls and unseals a tag and places it on Tora, who purrs at the feeling of the medical chakra going into her system. He gives the large scroll to Hana. Inside of the scroll is about 200 medical tags and the instructions on how to make them. Don't worry about adding chakra to seal other than to complete it, since it converts nature chakra into medical chakra using the correct dosage. I'll come by and build the compartment another time, or just request it from the Hokage if I'm busy. Well, I have to get back to the mission room to finish yelling at the daimyo's wife, so I'll see you around. Oh, and just between us, he means toward her ear and whispers, if I wasn't waiting to find my certain girl, I would have bent you over this table and completely destroyed that pussy of yours by now. He blew in her ear, making her horny before leaving. Hana was sure of one thing: Genma was definitely getting laid tonight after he returned from his mission. Naruto arrives back at the mission office with Tora in his arms, glaring at the lady. Now let me tell you how much you are hurting Tora. All of her ribs were bruised and her spine was bruised and slightly out of place. Now I had her fixed up, so I'm not gonna take her from you, believe it or not. Tora likes the palace, however she hates when you squeeze her. It hurts. You are too damn big for that, and stop dressing her up. I've seen the pictures, the outfits are horrible, and please get her a male cat. She only leaves the palace when she is in heat, but sadly all the cats in the village are slobs, he says. So what are you telling me? She asks. Are you fucking stupid? I just told you stop squeezing her, pet her gently like I do, stop dressing her up in those dumbass outfits, and get her a male cat so she can get laid. You do all that and you don't have to worry about her running away. She says okay and pays quadruple the amount for the mission. I like him, Hiruzen. Not many have the courage to talk to me like that. I'll keep an eye on you and give a word to the fire daimyo. You may get a recruitment letter if you ever take the Chunin exams and can fight as good as you talk. With that she bows and gently takes Tora, wags her tail goodbye at Naruto. Everyone minus Sasuke is looking at Naruto in shock that he just got away with talking by the fire daimyo's wife like that, and put an end to the Tora missions for good. The 2 Chunin who were in the room walked in front of Naruto and kneeled down and bowed their head to him. We appreciate all your hard work, Naruto-sama. We bestow to you the king of the Tora mission. Out of nowhere they produce a crown and place it on his head. And bow once more. Everyone's sweat drops at this, even Sasuke. Okay, now that whatever that was is over with. Kakashi, are you taking another mission today? He gets a nod in response. Okay, we have painting some fences, cleaning a river or... He was cut off by Sakura screeching. No, I demand a higher ranked mission. You are holding me and Sasuke-kun back from being great. Give us a higher mission now, so ... She was cut off by Naruto placing a silencing seal on her neck. Thank you, Naruto, Hiruzen said. No problem, old man. However, although we have different reasons, I would like to also say we should take a C rank mission since C ranks are relatively harmless. Although if you need to be persuaded, I can do that as well. So how are we going to do this, the easy way or the hard way? He asks. Hiruzen wouldn't budge. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I can't allow you to go on a C rank mission 2 months out of the academy, he says with a no questions tone. Sasuke looked ready to explode, but Naruto held a hand up for him to stay quiet and let him handle it. Sakura was yelling, but no sound was coming out, and Kakashi, although aware of what was going on, was thinking of ways for Sasuke to unlock his Sharingan. That's too bad, old man. It would be a shame if these got out to the public and ruined your good image. He said he produced photos of the old man at a brothel in the red light district, and some of him after seeing the sexy jutsu and harem jutsu. After seeing the photos, Hiruzen coughed. Well, due to some rather compelling evidence, I will allow Team 7 to take a C-ranked mission, however. He was interrupted by Team 8 walking in. Sorry, Hokage-sama, we were just coming to hand in the mission report. We can wait outside, Kurenai said. Actually, Kurenai, you arrived just in time. I'm assigning Team 7 to an C-rank mission, and I'm adding your team onto the mission as well, he said, shocking her. Are you sure, Hokage-sama? They've only been out of the academy for 2 months, she says. Yes, I've been produced with some rather interesting evidence, so I'm allowing it, he said, glancing at Naruto, who was smiling innocently, which Kurenai knew was fake, having spent time around him and Anko quite a bit. Send in Tazuna. In walks a man with a straw hat and a sake bottle that was half empty. This is it. A bunch of kids and 2 adults. The pink-haired girl looks like she can't lift a damn twig. The one with the dog looks as dumb as a bag of rocks. The girl with short hair looks blind and seems she would cry if she spills her ice cream. The one with the duck-ass hairstyle looks constipated and has a pole shoved up his ass, making it look worse. The only 2 I can tell has some skill is the blue-eyed boy with the cool hairstyle and the one with the coat covering his lower face. He looks at Kakashi. Can you even see where you're walking? Then looks at Kurenai and giggles like a pervert. How about during the travel me and you grab a hotel room or share a tent and make some babies? Faster than anybody can see, Naruto grabs Kurenai, who is about to kill the client but is struggling against Naruto's grasp. Hiruzen, seeing this, spoke up. Your mission starts tomorrow at 8 a.m. Dismissed. Naruto shuns him and Kurenai to her apartment, where she finally calms down. Thank you, Naruto-chan, but how do you know where I live? She asked. I brought you here a couple times after you, Anko, and Hana had your drinking nights at my house, since Anko has a room there and could never be left alone while drunk. He says. She nods. She remembers those nights but never remembers going home. Well, thank you for that as well. Now get going, we have a mission to pack for. She leans and kisses him on the forehead like always and goes inside. Naruto shuns home, not seeing the shock and anger on a certain Hyuga face. Next day, everyone is on time except for Naruto, who is an hour late. They see him walking up to them but is surrounded by about 20 animals. I'm sorry guys, but I have a mission. It's my job now. But L left enough food for each of you for 2 months, as well as the medical area. I've restocked it and added a heating compartment to it as well, so you all have somewhere to sleep at night now. He leans down and they all nuzzle you to him, walking off sad that he was leaving for a long time. Kurenai smiles at that scene, knowing how Naruto took in the stray animals. Kiba, seeing this, openly mocked Naruto. Ha, I guess you need all those animals. After all, you're a street rat just like them. Causing Sakura to join in. Yeah, Baka, nobody wanted those animals like nobody wanted you. It's fitting they find comfort in you. Sasuke smirks at that one, causing Sakura to squeal and fangirl over him. While Kiba openly laughs. At him, Kurenai looks at Naruto, and sees him going through hand seals. Now Kurenai, having been around Naruto quite a bit, recognizes those hand seals and immediately grabs his hand and shakes her head no. He sighs, shined away from them, walking towards Wave. It took them an hour to catch up to him. When they do, they see him tying up two shinobi who Kurenai and Kakashi recognizes as the demon brothers of the mist. Naruto looks at them and sees the shock on everyone's face except Kurenai, and anger on Kakashi and Sasuke faces, and lust on Hinata. Kakashi started to berate him. Naruto, what the hell is your problem? Why did you go off on your own? You could have been killed. I should write you up or have you suspended from the ninja program. Kurenai was about to speak up, but Naruto beat her to it. Shut up, Kakashi. We all both know you are only mad because you couldn't see your precious Sasuke in action. Don't act all disciplinary now like you actually care. Since there is another Jonin around and a client to protect you, never discipline the other two members of the team. Let me guess, you see Sasuke and see a spitting image of yourself from when you were younger, and Sakura's whore of a mother must have let you fuck her again or paid you off to tolerate Sakura. He says. He gets no response. TCH, that's sad. A well-respected shinobi like yourself can be bought. That's a shame. Now I've already interrogated them. You have some explaining to do, Tazuna. He says in a tone of voice that reminds Sasuke of his brother again, making him pissed off. After Tazuna explains his story, they decided to continue on, and later they set up camp for the night. Naruto is sitting by a river when he feels Kurenai walking to him. He doesn't move her because she is allowed inside the invisible barrier he set up. He can sense Hinata in the trees looking at him, but she can't get through the barrier. She is shocked when Kurenai gets tough and sits next to him. Naruto, are you okay? You let out a bit of anger back there, she says, and wrapped her arm around him, pulling him into a hug, much to Hinata's displeasure. Yeah, I'm fine now. I have to vent like that sometimes to not let any darkness grow inside me if I want to master the Kyuubi chakra, he says. What do you mean by that? Can you just force it to give you chakra because of the seal? She asks. No, it doesn't work like that. The Kyuubi chakra is filled with hate and anger, and I have to separate the hate and anger first to gain control over it before taking in the rest of it. If I have any amount of darkness in my body, the hatred will overpower me, killing me in the process before disappearing, he says. What do you mean? She doesn't quite understand, so with a sigh he tells her about him freeing the Kyuubi and the truth behind the Kyuubi attack and him gaining the Fox contract. Kurenai, shocked and amazed at this, can't help but feel proud of her little brother. Summon a fox, so I know you're telling the truth about the contract. Naruto nods and goes through some hand signs before clapping his hands together. Nothing happened, Naruto, she states. I know we have a stalker in the trees. She couldn't hear us, but now she can't see us either. Not even her Byakugan can see through the barrier. He then goes through hand signs and summons Scarlet, his personal summons, who is sleeping, as proof, and sends her back. Kurenai is amazed by this and couldn't help but gush about how cute the fox was. After talking for another hour, he drops the barrier and they leave. They wake up the next morning and Naruto tells Kurenai that Zabuza of the Hidden Mist will be waiting and has an apprentice with him. She nods and tells Kakashi. A few days later, Zabuza arrives, and what should have been an easy 2-on-1 since the apprentice decided to stay back turned into a train wreck because Kakashi kept getting in Kurenai's way, resulting in them both being trapped in a water prison. Run, you guys are no match for him, Kakashi says. Kurenai doesn't say anything because she's focused on her breathing and working on a plan to try and escape. She looks up to see Zabuza create 10 water clones and Kiba and Sasuke rush in to fight them but get easily handled. Naruto, seeing this, sighs and throws 2 kunai with at the clones, but what they don't see is a third kunai with an explosive tag in the shadow that falls into the water. Kurenai saw it and braced herself. Next thing they know, the 2 kunai turned into 50 and takes out all the water clone while the kunai in the river exploded, making Zabuza lose control of the water prison and freeing Kakashi and Kurenai from the water prisons. Kurenai jumps to shore while Kakashi and Zabuza go through hand signs mirroring each other. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The 2 dragons collide while Kakashi goes through another set of hand signs that Naruto copies. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. A whirlpool of water forms and crashes into Zabuza, sending him into a tree. Zabuza gets up. How did you use my jutsu before me? Can you see the future? Yes, and your future is death. Kakashi rushes at him to end his life but jumps back when two Senban hits Zabuza in the neck and he falls to the ground. Kakashi checks for a pulse and doesn't find one. He's dead, he says as he covers his Sharingan. Then a person in a Hunter-nin mask appears at Zabuza's body. Thank you for distracting him. I'll take his sword and body to turn them in. With that, the ninja disappears along with Zabuza and his sword. Naruto shared a knowing look with Kurenai, who shook her head. Good job, Sasuke and Kiba, good teamwork. Sakura, Hinata and Shino, nice job protecting the client. Naruto, you're getting suspended once we head back to the village for not following orders a second time. Kakashi said. I don't really care, Kakashi. Whoever your Jounin sensei was would be disappointed in you. I hope whoever it was isn't alive so they wouldn't see what kind of failure and sellout you've become. Naruto said. Kakashi rushed at Naruto, but he simply dodged and struck a pressure point in Kakashi's back, temporarily paralyzing him. Naruto, you can't do that to Kakashi-sensei. Apologize right now. Sakura screeched. Shut up and go put Sasuke's dick your mouth. That's all you Harinos are good for anyway. Useless bitch. Naruto says. Now this shocks Kurenai because Naruto has a lot of respect for women and would never call one a bitch like that and not apologize. I need to get him off that team, she thought. Alright, that's enough. Since Kakashi is out, I'm in charge. Tazuna, how much further until we reach Wave? Kurenai said. We should be there in another 30 minutes if we keep to the road we're on. It's a small boat that can take us the rest of the way, he says. Alright, let's move out. Kiba, you carry Kakashi. Tazuna, lead the way, Kurenai said. They walked and reached Wave. Had they walked faster, they would have ran into a squad of Kumo shinobi with a certain blonde on the team who just left delivering a client after the Raikage refused to help the poor country, but had the team escort him back. Naruto was staring off into space, looking at the unfinished bridge that is humongous. If he had to guess, it would take another 2 to 3 weeks to complete. He was broken out of his thoughts when Sakura yelled in his ear. Hey, stop daydreaming and get moving, Naruto. I swear you're such a baka. Stop screaming in my fucking ear, you stupid bitch. He yelled back. He walked away, not even caring. Kurenai stops him. You're going the wrong way, Naruto. Tazuna said his house was this way, pointing in the direction. I'll meet you there later. I can easily find you. Remember, I'm a sensor type as well. I'm gonna try and find out anything about this Gato by walking around the village. He says. She nods and tells him to be back by 8 p.m. That gives him 4 hours to gather as much info as needed. He walks away as they head to the house. Meanwhile, Samui, who was jumping through the trees with her team, suddenly stopped and turned around. She thought she heard a familiar name called but brushed it off as her imagination. Samui, what's wrong? Why did you stop jumping? Asked a red-haired girl. Nothing, Carrie. I thought I heard something. Let's keep going, she said in her usual cold tone of voice. Wow, Karu, you're really worried about Samui. You should be more worried about if your flat chest will ever grow, said a light blonde-haired boy on her team. Shut up, Onma. I am only 13. They'll grow later, Carrie said, punching the now-named Onma in the stomach. That's enough, you two. Come on, we have to get back to Kumo. Samui, I'm very impressed with your work on missions. You too as well. If you keep it up, the Raikage may give you all a field promotion to Chunin. Now let's go, said their Jounin sensei, who had blonde hair, but had it in a long ponytail going down her back. It looked almost like a cat tail. Hi, sensei, they all said, and 3 of them took off. However, Samui stayed behind a little longer and pulled out her half of the yin-yang necklace and looked at Naruto's name on it. A tear fell from her eye, and she hurried up and wiped it away before putting back on her cold, stoic face. She takes off, catching up to her team. Meanwhile, Naruto is walking through the Wave Village and is taken back by what he sees. Everything looks poor and has no money. All the shops are barely standing and they have little food to eat. He keeps walking until he sees some of Gato's goons trying to force themselves on a woman and her daughter, who looks to be about 14 to 15. He rushes over just as they both try to grope their breasts and kicks them away. The 4 goons stand up and charge at Naruto, who takes them down with ease. He ties them up and tells the woman and her daughter to leave and go home. They nod, but not before thanking him and leaving. Naruto looks at the thugs and activates his Manjikyu Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. 3 seconds later in the real world he has all the info he needed and killed the thugs and burned their bodies with a small fireball jutsu. He returns to the house after walking around some more, getting a layout of the place. However, before he left, made clones go to every house he could and drop of bentos and blankets to keep them warm at night. He kept in a large storage scroll sealed on his wrists. The food was kept and fresh warm due to a tiny seal he put on all the bentos. He left a note in every house that simply said, "Gato will be no more in a week." The villagers were confused at first but held on to hope that the letter wasn't a lie and ate some of the bentos left in the house. He gave each family enough food for 2 weeks. He reaches Tazuna's house and Hinata opens the door for him, and he walks in not saying a word to her. He sits down and tells Kurenai what he found out, and she nods. He looks around at everybody. Tazuna is asleep in a chair, Shino is in a corner by himself. Kiba must be upstairs with Kakashi sleeping. He senses for their chakra and he was right. Sakura was fawning over Sasuke as usual. However, Naruto noticed Sasuke had his Sharingan awakened again due to the fight but only has one tomo in each eye. That's cute, he thought to himself, and finally Hinata was surprised right next to him, sneaking glances. Tsunami comes out and her greets her. Then her son Inari came in yelling at the ninja about how they don't know what it means to struggle and that Gato and his goons will kill them. Naruto stands up and walks to Inari. "Put your shoes on and come with me," he said in a no questions asked tone. Inari, scared for his life, does as told. Tsunami tries to stop them but Kurenai says Inari will be fine. Tsunami nods reluctantly and goes back to cooking dinner. Naruto talks to Inari about his life, and Inari tells him about how Kaiza tried to stand up to Gato, and was killed in front of the village. Naruto takes Inari around the village, and shows him how people are living compared to him. "See Inari, you may have it bad, but remember somebody always has it worse than you. That's why I never complain about life and how it's treated me. I never let my past shape my future or hold me down. In about a week or so Gato will no longer be a problem because he is a rapist. He hasn't raped anybody from this village, but that doesn't mean he hasn't tried. So next time he shows his face will be the last. Now let's go unless you want to say hi to that girl you're staring at," he says with a smirk. Inari gets an atomic blush on his face and runs home. Naruto laughs at him and tells the girl where Inari lives and to visit him sometime. They arrive at the house and Inari completely ignores his mom and rushes up to his room. Naruto enters the house 10 seconds with a cookbook in his hand. He heard Kurenai speak to him but decided to have some fun with her. Naruto, what did you say to Inari? Why did he run to his room like that? Kurenai asked. She knew he heard her because he had moved a little bit. What did you say? Wrong move. She punched him over the head, making him fall to the ground. I know you heard me, she yelled. Okay, fine. Spoil sport, ruin my fun, why don't you? He said with a pout, rubbing the bump on his head. Tsunami, it seems your son has a crush on a girl. All I did was tell him to say hi to her, and he blushed and ran home. He acted like I told him to go and... He was cut off by Kurenai putting her hand over his mover, knowing what he was gonna say next. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna go take a shower. Kurenai-sensei, can you handle it for me? He glances at Hinata and she understands but waits for him to get in the shower. 2 minutes later the shower is running and Hinata activates her Byakugan but is mad she can't see him in the shower for some reason. Kurenai, seeing this, sighs. Hinata, come outside with me. I need to talk to you about something, Kurenai says and goes outside. Hinata follows her. What did you need me for, Kurenai-sensei? I'm going to be straightforward with you. You need to stop stalking Naruto. He doesn't like it. In fact, he told me that he has already told you about him not liking you in a romantic way. Why did you not tell me this when you talked to me about him? She asks. Oh, Kurenai, I'm not stalking him, I'm just making sure he gets around safe. And of course he likes me. He was just messing around with me. I mean, he did save me from some bullies when we were younger, and he hasn't said anything about me following him around. Hinata says. Kurenai slightly slides away from her. Actually, Hinata, he doesn't like you, he likes somebody else. And contrary to what you've seen on this mission, Naruto is actually a nice kid, he doesn't blow up at people. He handled the situation the easy way. He doesn't want to have to tell your father. Kurenai said. Who does he like? Hinata asks in a dangerously low voice that sends warning signals off in Kurenai's head, so she stands up and turns toward the door. I don't know who he likes. He won't tell me even after knowing me for basically his entire life. He only told 2 people, Anko and the other. I don't know who it is. He hasn't told me that either. With that, she walks into the house, leaving Hinata to herself. Kurenai enters the house and notices Shino is missing and asks where he went. Naruto came and got him, and they left to sit by the dock in the back, Tsunami said, and true enough, Kurenai looked out the window and Shino and Naruto were sitting on the dock. However, she couldn't hear them and knew Naruto must have put up a privacy barrier around them. Few minutes earlier, Naruto gets out of the shower and puts on some shorts and a shirt to sleep in. He senses Kurenai outside with Hinata most likely talking to her. Sakura was still with Sasuke, however Sasuke seemed to have drained all of his chakra playing with his Sharingan. Dumbass, that's what you get, he thought. Shino was in the same spot, however his chakra seemed unsure for some reason, so he went up to him. Shino, can I talk to you by the dock? He asks and gets a nod in reply. They arrived at the dock and sat down. He quickly put up a privacy barrier so nobody could hear them. Alright Shino, what's the problem? I know something is bothering you. Your chakra is going haywire with uncertainty? He asks. You are correct, Naruto, I do have a problem. Why? Because in my clan our Kakashi bugs do not sync with my body type for some reason. Why I am uncertain, you ask, is because the clan has no way to help me with the problem since this is a first, and I can only carry so few outside of my body. Shino explained. Naruto gained a thoughtful look on his face. What if I can come up with a seal that goes on your body that can hold your bug inside as well as set the temperature to how they like it? All you would need to do is channel a bit of chakra to release the seal during battle and they can come out when you call for them. Would your clan accept something like that for you? Shino now was the one who gained a thoughtful look. I suppose we can give it a try. How long do you think it would take to make it? Shino asks. Well, I can make it in about 3 days since I would need you to collect any kind of plants that they would like, and I want to make it huge on the inside, like almost the size of a small forest. That way the male and female will have plenty of food that they can eat. I also want to add another seal to it where you can give a certain amount of chakra to another part in the seal where you can control the kind of climate the bugs have. To say Shino was shocked was an understatement, but you would never see it. Very well, I shall collect what I can, and thank you Naruto, I owe you one. He say. Don't worry about it, Shino. Shino nods. Naruto drops the barrier, and then goes inside the house and goes to sleep. Naruto goes to his room with Sasuke, and what he sees disgusts him. Sasuke is asleep and Sakura is giving him a blowjob, and from the way Sasuke's chakra felt, he must have been asleep for about an hour, which means Sakura must have just snuck in here recently. Naruto closes the door and goes downstairs and sees Kurenai sitting on the couch. He goes and joins her. Can't sleep? She asks. No, Sakura is giving Sasuke a blowjob right now while he sleeps. Kurenai gets a shocked look on her face. Are you serious? Very serious, at least from the look on his face. While he slept he was enjoying it. She must have learned from her mother. I've seen the videos of her, and I can see why people go back to her for some services. He says. Kurenai only nods in shock. So why are you up, Nai-chan? She smiles that this was the nickname that him and Anko gave her one day a few years ago, and they've called her that every day from then on. Naruto, I think Hinata might be crazy. She seems to have some psychological issues because I talked to her, and she went through mood swings. I told her you like someone else and she snapped and asked who. I told her I don't know, only Anko and one other person knows, but I didn't say who. I know she won't go after Anko, but what if she finds out that you know who also knows? Do you think she will attack her? Kurenai asks. No, I'm not worried if she was to attack you know who. She would lose. She is as strong as a mid-jonin taijutsu wise and is deadly accurate with a knife or anything she can throw and has the speed of an high jonin, and her taijutsu relies on hitting pressure points, and she is really skilled at that. I think besides me, Anko, the green spandex freaks, and another Hyuga, she is somebody who can go toe-to-toe with the gentle fist style and win. he says, shocking Kurenai. They sit in silence until Naruto breaks it. Samui, he says. Kurenai raised an eyebrow at this. That's the name of the girl I love. Shocking her, he tells her the story behind them, and Kurenai can't help but feel for him. I'm sure you'll find her, Naruto. He nods. They hear footsteps and see Sakura sneaking to the kitchen and spits in the sink running water to clean it out. She tries to sneak back, but Naruto stops her. Hey, Sakura. She freezes. Yes, Naruto, she replies. Spitters are quitters, he said, and she hangs her head at being caught and goes to her room. Meanwhile, Kurenai and Naruto laugh silently before going to their rooms and going to sleep. Next morning, Naruto wakes up and goes downstairs. Everybody looks at him and continues eating. He decides to break the silence. So, Sasuke, did you sleep good last night? He asks. If you must know, yes, I did, Sasuke replies. Good, good. It must have been nice to release everything from the day then. What about you, Sakura? Did you sleep well last night? Must have sucked for you if you didn't, he asks. Actually, loser, I do feel like I've released a whole load of off from everything yesterday, Sasuke replies. I bet you did. I bet you did. What about you, Sakura? Don't hold it and spit it out. At this, Kurenai is about to die from holding in laughter when Inari walks in. She finally laughs. Mom, I was trying to sleep last night, but I kept hearing this sucking noise that kept me up for almost 30 minutes. What was it at that? Everybody's jaw hits the ground except Naruto, Kurenai, Shino, and Sasuke, who didn't know what was going on. Sakura had a deep blush on her face and tried to hide in her shirt. Kurenai, despite usually being against Naruto openly talking about sex, was holding her ribs while laughing. Shino, you could see his shoulders moving slightly. Hinata thought about doing that to Naruto tonight, and Tsunami and Tazuna were just shaking their heads, but if you looked closely they were also laughing. Kiba silently asked Sakura if he could be next, and she punched him. After everybody calmed down, Kakashi came and told them Zabuza was alive still and that his injuries would take a week to heal up, so he was training Team 7 in tree climbing except Naruto, who had to guard the bridge all week. He thought Naruto would object, but he didn't care. A few hours later the teams are done training and Naruto finished the first part of the seal for Shino during his guard duty. Now they were at home and Naruto told Kurenai he was gonna go to the forest for sign trading and would just camp out there. He trained for 5 hours on the last step for his lightning affinity, keeping a light bulb lit for 10 minutes. So far he could do it for 5 minutes. By time he finished training he was up to 7 minutes. He fell asleep, and in the morning the hunter-nin that saved Zabuza was walking through the forest collecting herbs when she spotted Naruto. She held her hand out to his neck to strangle him, however he spoke up. I wouldn't do that if I were you, it might get you killed. He sat up and looked at her. She was inwardly cursing at being caught, so she put on an act of innocence. You shouldn't sleep out or you'll catch a cold, she said. I don't get sick. So what's your name? He asked. He already knows this is the hunter-nin. Haku, she replies. Well, nice to meet you, Haku. I'm Naruto. So what are you doing out here so early? I'm collecting herbs for my friend, he is sick, she replies. Well, I hope your friend gets better. Thank you. What about you? What are you doing out here? She asks. I was training last night and decided to sleep outside, he said. Are you a ninja? He nods. What do you fight for? I fight to protect my loved one from harm, he said. Then I believe you will become really strong. I believe that true strength comes when you have a precious person to protect. I'm sorry, but I must be going to take care of my friend. By Naruto. See ya. Tell Zabuza I wish him a speedy recovery. She turns around, but he is gone already, and she rushes back to the hideout. A week has passed, and today is the day they guessed Zabuza would attack the bridge. Naruto stayed back to protect the house, and to his surprise some thugs did show up, but he handles them quickly and leaves some clones at the house and heads to the bridge. He makes it to the bridge. He sees Kurenai's mood and she looks pissed. He didn't have to ask why Kakashi decided to fight Zabuza one-on-one, and is having trouble even with the Sharingan uncovered. That left her to guard the client with Shino, Hinata, and Sakura, who wouldn't shut up about Sasuke. He handed her a silencing seal and she put it on Sakura. Why are you here, Naruto? She asks. Gato sent thugs to the house to kidnap Tsunami, however I stopped them and came here. He looks the ice mirrors and kurenai signs. Can you go help them, please? He nods and shunshins to the mirrors and grabs the hunter Nin easily by the leg as she was preparing to finish off both Sasuke and Kiba. Using her shock to his advantage, he punches her in the stomach and face, breaking her mask and knocking the wind out of her. He does something that shocks her and throws her through her own mirrors that should have caught her. She landed against the bridge and knew she was defeated. Naruto, looking to finish her off by knocking her out, heard what sounded like chirping birds, and they saw Zabuza pinned down by a pack of dogs and Kakashi charging at him. Zabuza-sama. Haku uses an ice mirror to save Zabuza, but she gets stabbed through the heart with the Chidori. Zabuza was about to attack again, however Gato showed up. Well, look here, boys. It seems the baby of the mist couldn't get the job done. Oh well, I was going to kill him anyway. Hey Zabuza, where's that girl you had with you? She was young, but she looked mature enough for my likings, he said with a perverted look on his face. He sees her dead body and looks up at Naruto, who was standing next to her body. He made the mistake and looked into his eyes. He whispers so nobody can hear him. Tsukuyomi. In the Tsukuyomi world, Gato finds himself tied down on a bed, unable to move. Welcome to my world of Tsukuyomi. I am God, I can control what happens in here. Now you will tell me the passwords and combinations to all safes you have locked away in your hideout. Fuck you, punk, I'm not saying shit. Very well, since you like raping girls and abusing them, that's what will happen to you for the 3 days. However, in the real world only 3 seconds will pass, have fun. And by the 3rd hour of him being raped and abused, he was telling Naruto all he wanted to hear. Finally the 3 days ended. Real world. After the Tsukuyomi finishes, Naruto deactivates his Manjikyu Sharingan, and Gato screams and falls down. He takes out a kunai and shoves it through his head. That's when the other thugs and mercenaries attacked. Zabuza, unable to use his arms, had Naruto toss him a kunai. He caught it in his mouth, and he killed every thug and mercenary. He fell to the ground with swords and knives sticking out of his back. Hey kid, can you take these out my back and lay me next to her? Naruto nods and takes out the swords and knives and carries Zabuza over to Haku. He starts crying as he sees her dead body. I'm really sorry, Haku. I never wanted you to be a part of this ninja life. I wanted you to grow up, live your life to the fullest, fall in love and have a family. I remember when I first found you. You were a scared, skinny little girl who was a victim of the bloodline purges that was started by the Mizukage. I tried to stop him. I had a full plan that was 100% guaranteed to work. I was betrayed by somebody acting as a spy in the rebels' camp and was forced to flee with you. Despite me being the demon of the mist, I am against killing children, ninja or not a ninja. I trained you to become my personal tool. However, as time progressed, you became the daughter I always wanted, and I never told you I loved you once. I won't be seeing you again because where you're going I'm not allowed. I love you, Hakuyuki Momochi, the daughter I always wanted, he said with tears falling down his face. Hey kid. Yeah. Naruto says. I want you to try and lift my sword. Naruto does as told. He walks over to the Kubikuribocho and lifts it with no problems. Congratulations, kid, you are now the owner of the Kubikuribocho. The sword will only allow people it deems worthy lift it. It is now yours to wield. You are the 4th person to lift that sword as far as I know. Make me proud, kid, the legacy is yours to continue. And with that, Zabuza passed on. Dying, how any shinobi of his caliber would. He went out fighting, and he couldn't have asked for a better way to go. A few hours later, Naruto is seen standing at the graves of Haku and Zabuza. He lifts the Kubikuribocho over his shoulder and walks away. I will make you proud, Zabuza. I swear, he said to himself. He enters the village and everyone starts to cheer for him, giving him a hero's welcome with praises and gifts. However, he declined the gifts, kindly saying that it was okay. They were going to build a statue of him for killing Gato, and they wouldn't take no for an answer. So he made a deal with them that they could make the statue as long as Zabuza got one as well for taking out all of Gato's goons before his death. The villagers agreed to that, and even held a moment of silence for Zabuza. He might have been known as the demon of the mist to the other nations, however to the Wave village he was a hero. After a few hours, the celebration was still going on. However, Naruto had one more thing to do. He located Gato's mansion and found a safe with all of his money, not just from what he took from Wave but from his illegal dealings as well. He signed the papers giving him control over Gato's shipping company, and the idiot already had his name on the papers. He cut all ties with the illegal business owners he had. After sealing up all the money in the vault, he found a journal that would need to be seen by the Hokage himself. It had things to do with his treacherous student. He found a lightning jutsu that would suit him perfectly. After that, he released all the girls that were chained up in the basement, who ranged from the ages of 14 to mid-30s. He sensed for anyone in the building and found none. After getting everyone out the house, he threw a kunai with an explosive tag on it. This was his personal tag that was strong enough to level a city block if pumped with enough chakra. However, he set it to blow up a large building, in this case a mansion. Everyone was walking away and Naruto set the tag off, blowing up the mansion. The people at Wave who were partying looked up and saw the mansion explode and cheered even louder. Few minutes later, a large group of people are heading back from the mansion, putting everyone on edge. However, they see Naruto with all the women that went missing, and tears of joy and happy reunions of family and loved ones are going on now. While this was going on, he noticed Teams 7 and 8 were also out walking around. He was tired and decided to head to the house and sleep. 2 more weeks went by and the bridge was complete, and Zabuza and Naruto's statue was built. It showed Zabuza and Naruto standing back to back, with Zabuza having his sword over his shoulder, and Naruto with his arms crossed standing with his leg on Gato's back with the same kunai embedded in Gato's skull. If you asked Naruto, it was pretty badass. Now they are standing at the village entrance about to leave to return home. And they got a hero's farewell. Well, Naruto did. He was hailed with hugs and kisses to the cheek from a group of women, much to the amusement of Kurenai, and secretly Shino as well. Hinata was pissed at that. Kiba was jealous and muttered about how the ladies should be going after a true alpha like himself. Sakura was fawning over Sasuke, who again was activating and deactivating his one-tomo Sharingan. He never learns, and Kakashi was thinking about his porno and how to get that sword from Naruto. Tazuna then spoke up. "We can't thank you guys enough for everything you've done for us. When we get back on our feet, I will send for an alliance between Wave and the Leaf, as you were the only ones willing to help us. We've reached out and were rejected by every other village. Only the Raikage was nice enough to send a Genin team and a Jonin to escort our messenger back free of charge. If there is anything you need before you leave, please let me know," he said. "We don't need anything. We need to get going. We have a long trip back," Kakashi said immediately. "Actually, there are 2 things I need, Naruto said. "We don't have time for this, Genin. We need to complete the mission and report to the Hokage," Kakashi said. "Sure, what do you need, kid?" Tazuna asked, ignoring Kakashi. "I need you and Tsunami to step forward." He said. They did so, wondering what was going on. Naruto unsealed a scroll and handed it to Tazuna. In that scroll is every single Ryo that Gato had to his name from all of his businesses, illegal and legal. The money will fall out as soon as you open the scroll, so take it to the bank before opening it. It's a lot of money, maybe about 2.5 billion Ryos, so you should have no problem getting your country back on its feet," he said, shocking all the people there. Pulls out another scroll and unseals the transfer papers to the shipping company. "Tsunami, I want you to sign these papers for me before I tell you what it is," he says. Tsunami, trusting him, does as he says and signs the papers. Those were business transfer papers. "When I raided Gato's mansion, I found these and he already had his name on them, so I added my name. Once that was done, I signed another transfer paper. You are now the owner of Gato's shipping company. Do not worry about the illegal businesses he had going through his company. I put an end to them as soon as I signed the papers. I know you will do good by the business, which is why I left it to you." She gives him a big hug with tears in her eyes, which he returns, which causes men to get jealous because his head is right in between her breasts. "I will take care of this the best I can," she told him. "I know you will. Oh, and Inari, good luck with your girlfriend you got there," he said before they took off, missing the blush on both kids' faces. "So, Dad, what are we going to name the bridge?" Tsunami asked. I was going to name it the Super Tazuna Bridge, however I have decided on the Great Hero Bridge. Named after our two heroes who helped free us from Gado's reign, he said, getting cheers from the people of Wave. The journey back to Konoha was stressful. Naruto almost revealed his Sharingan, and put everybody minus Kurenai, Shino, and Hinata in a genjutsu. Kiba was bragging about how Zabuza was a failure, and that he wouldn't have died like he did. The result was Naruto throwing the sword at Kiba's head similar to the way Zabuza did to them, he just barely got out of the way. Sasuke was bragging about having his Sharingan before Naruto, and how he was better, and Naruto hinted at having his already by saying, "I don't need my Sharingan to prove how strong I am," something which only Kurenai and Shino caught. Sakura was of course clinging to Sasuke, asking him out on dates. Kakashi was nagging Naruto about his behavior, and defended Zabuza's sword. All he got was a "fuck you" from Naruto, who kept moving. Kurenai walks up to him and whispered, "I'm gonna request a team transfer between you and Kiba when we get back." He nods before she moves on. They reached Konoha in about 2 days due to not having a civilian with them, and went to the mission's office to hand in the mission report, where Kakashi tried to lie on Naruto, but Kurenai, Shino, and Hinata stood up for him. After everything was done, he dismissed them, but Kurenai spoke up between them. "Hokage-sama, I would like to request a team transfer between Kiba and Naruto," she said. He thought about it, and from the mission report he got from Team 7D tank missions, the team was dysfunctional. Sasuke and Sakura would do little to no work, while Naruto does the rest, and Kakashi only blames Naruto when something goes wrong. He then thought about how Kurenai reports that Kiba keeps trying to get with Hinata and her on some occasions, which resulted in him getting a lot of beatings from his mother and sister. He made his decision. "Very well. Sign the papers and it will become official." Kurenai signs, and Kakashi, not paying attention, signs as well. "It's official, the team transfer between Naruto and Kiba is official," he says, shocking Kakashi. "What, Hokage-sama, I'm the only one who can train them in the Sharingan, that's why I requested them both to be on my team," Kakashi says. "Yes, you did, but I've been through the mission reports. Your team is a ticking time bomb. So I am replacing Naruto with Kiba." Dismissed. Everyone leaves, but Naruto grabs Hinata. "Come with me." She nods and he shunshins them away. Kurenai sees this and hopes he doesn't break her. They arrive on top of the Hokage monument. "Hinata, I know about your talk with Kurenai. I'm here to tell you it will never happen." Hinata opens her mouth to speak, but he cuts her off. "The reason it won't happen is because I've never had romantic feelings for you. Yes, I did save you from bullies, but that is because I do not like bullying. I think you fell in love with what I did for you and not me personally. I think of you like a sister that I never had. I would rather not lose that. Besides, you were so caught up on me that you never recognized the other guy who has feelings for you. I hope we can move on from this and you can find true happiness, because I am not the guy meant for you." She nods with tears in her eyes. "I guess I can accept that. But who is it that has romantic feelings for me?" she asked, wiping away her tears. "It's not business to tell you. You will have to figure that out on your own. So are we good now?" he says. "Yes, we're good." He pulls her to a hug, which she accepts. Just then the same-born Mastambu that hates Naruto arrives. "Hinata, Hyuga, and Naruto Uchiha, you are wanted at the council for a meeting immediately." He goes to grab them, but Naruto knocks his hand away. "We can get there on our own now, leave." The Umbu grits his teeth but leaves. "So you ready for a show?" She nods. "Alright, so shall we arrive in style or walk?" She thinks about it, and then answers. "Let's go in style." Next thing she knows, they disappeared in a swirl of blue fire. Council chambers. "Where is the boy and Lady Hinata Hiruzen?" That Umbu returned, but he did not come with him. Before he could reply, a swirl of blue fire rose from the floor, and yelling can be heard. "Damn it, Naruto, you could have warned me!" Following the tell was what sounded like a slap to the head. The fire dies down, and it was Hinata standing there with Naruto on the floor nursing a bump on his head. Hinata looks up at everybody staring at her, and starts poking her fingers together shyly. The most surprised, however, was her father, because she has never acted like that. Naruto stands up and greets the council in typical Naruto fashion. What's up Hokage Gigi, Tsum-san, White Eyes-san, Bug-san, Lazy-san, Food-san, Inoichi-san. Everyone's sweat drops at this. Why does everyone have a nickname besides Tsum and Inoichi? Shikaku asked. Well, Tsum isn't really keen on nicknames and I haven't thought of one for Inoichi, he said with a smile. You will show this council some respect, boy. Kohara said Naruto didn't even see her there. She should have kept her mouth shut. Oh hey Saga Tits, I didn't see you there. How are you today? You as well, one-eyed pedophile. Sup cool old man. Hamarin nods at Naruto. Now two things happened. Kohara was seething in anger. Her face was red, but the most shocking was Danzo. He slapped his good arm on the table and yelled, I am not a pedophile. Naruto slapped his hands on the table and yelled back, You liar, I saw how keep looking at me with a look of want in your eye when I was little and you're still doing it. Naruto yelled back, pointing at Danzo as this was going on. Sakura still gushed over Sasuke, who ignored her. Kiba was trying to grab Hinata's ass. She moved toward Shino. He stiffens up as she grabs his arm, something she notices. Kakashi is waiting for this meeting to be over so he can train Sasuke. Kurenai is pinching her nose. The clan heads are snickering except Sam, who is openly laughing, banging the table. Even Shibi has a smile, but you can't see it, and Hayashi, to Hinata's surprise, his lips keep twitching upward. Start the meeting, Hiruzen, Danzo said through his clenched teeth. Alright, we are here because Sasuke decided to brag to the civilian council about the mission report from the Wave mission. And they have some questions for you, Naruto. He nods and the questions start. Is it true that you killed Gato and his mercenaries and took control of his shipping business and stole all the money from his mansion? A fat councilman asked. Yes, I did kill Gato, however it was Zabuza Momochi who killed the mercenaries. I did take over the business, but... He was cut off by a different council member with pink hair. We demand you hand the business and money over to us right now and give Sasuke-sama that sword. That's when Naruto speaks his cold tone. If you would have let me finish, you would know that I gave the money to Wave and signed the business over to Tazuna's daughter. They need it more than we do and even agreed to an alliance after they get back on their feet. Now you do not demand anything from me. I am a ninja and not a ninja that you can have sex with to get what you want. I've seen the videos you made with some ninja and former council members. Nice job teaching your daughter, by the way, seen it with my own eyes. But unlike you, she is a spitter and not a swallower. And hasn't fucked anybody yet. I'll say this though, you sure are flexible if you can still put both legs behind your head, he said, making both Haruno's blush in anger and embarrassment. Now for the Kubikuribocho, the proper name for my sword. Sasuke cannot have it as it only allows those who are worthy to lift it. I do not know what happens when somebody else does though. But if he is willing to try. He places the Kubikuribocho on the ground. Sasuke tries to pick it up and gets electrocuted. Now is there anything else or can I go? Two hands are raised belonging to Tsum and Shibi. Shibi allows Tsum to go first. Hana has told me that you created a medical seal for animals that heals almost every injury except a broken bone, as well as a self-serving station for animals to get the seal placed if they are injured. Is that correct? She asks. Yes, the seals rely on nature chakra and uses the right amount to not harm the animal. And the seal fades away after it finishes healing. It doesn't heal broken bones or major wounds that would require surgery, he explained. Would you like a B-rank mission to build 2 of those stations for the Inuzuka clan? She asks. Those would be much helpful to the Nikken and avoid unnecessary surgeries. I would not mind that at all, however it must go through the Hokage and be on a weekend since Kurenai-sensei doesn't do weekend missions, he says, and she nods. Shibi spoke up next. Naruto-san, Shino has informed me of a certain seal you created. Would you mind telling me about it? Shibi asks. I cannot explain it to you because of how it is made, however I can show you the blueprints of it. He unseals the scroll and hands it to Shibi, who opens it up and reads it. He was so impressed that both of his eyebrows rose up. He rolls the scroll back up and hands it to Naruto. If possible, I would like to purchase 100 of these seals from you if you will allow me to. Shibi says. Naruto nods and says they will talk later about the price. Hayashi speaks up. Naruto, how far along in sealing are you? He asks. I'm already done with the 10 levels of Konoha seals and I'm at level 4 in the Uzumaki sealing levels, he says, shocking him and Danzo. Danzo because Hiruzen told him he didn't have Uzumaki sealing scrolls. Hiruzen, you lied to me. I thought you didn't have the Uzumaki sealing scrolls. Yes, I lied to you so what we both know what you would do with them. Besides, they were left to Naruto by his godmother anyway, so they weren't mine to give away. Danzo said nothing, but clearly he was pissed. Oh, and before you even think about sending your goons to try and get them from me, Danzo, remember this: I can dig up roots and have them burned to never grow again, he said in a voice that reminds him and Sasuke of Itachi. I don't know what you're talking about, he replies smoothly, although inside he is wondering how he knows about root being active still. Sure you don't. Now Hayashi, anything else you need? Yes, I would like for you to meet me at the Hyuga compound later for something important. I'll be there at 6. He gets a nod from Hayashi. Alright, this meeting is... Hiruzen was cut off by Shikaku. Sorry to interrupt, Hokage-sama, but Naruto, do you think you can make a seal for me that creates a barrier to block out noise both ways, and you can't see me though it lets nobody in other than me? I can use it at home for my naps, he asks, getting a confused look from Naruto. You already have one, Shikaku. No, I don't. If I did, I would be using it. Yeah, you do. I gave it to Shikamaru. He has one himself that he uses all the time. I thought he gave you yours. That little fucker. Okay, how does it work? It works just like you said. It creates a barrier that keeps noise in and keeps noise out, and although the barrier is invisible, people won't be able to see you, and since it runs on nature chakra as well, it only comes down once you deactivate the seal, and the seal never gets old, so it can constantly be used. Shikaku is crying anime tears now that he finally has his wish granted of a way to nap in peace. Okay, meeting over, Hiruzen said and vanished. Naruto headed to Anko's apartment, but her and Ichiraku were on the couch with their shirts off making out, so he put a silencing seal on the door that covered the entire apartment, and left a note that said to use protection. He left, and went to Ichiraku's and talked with Iam for an hour before heading to the Hyuga compound. He arrived and greeted the guards at the entrance. Hello, I have a meeting with Hayashi at 6. The guardian his left nods. Yes, he has informed us. Follow me to his office. They walk around and Naruto is amazed at how big the compound is. They arrive at Hayashi's office and the guard knocks. Enter, Hayashi said. The guard opens the door. Hayashi-sama, I have Naruto here for you. He bows and lets Naruto enter. Naruto thanks the guard and enters the office. Naruto, can you please put your privacy barrier? Naruto nods and puts up the barrier. Okay, the reason I wanted to talk to you was this. He pulls out the seal he wanted Naruto to look at. This is the caged bird seal that the Hyuga side branch family wears on their forehead. I want you to look at this and see if you can remove it for me. I want to make the Hyuga clan whole again, and I can't do that if this seal is still in place. I'm not expecting immediate results, but can you at least give it a try? Naruto, studying the seal, speaks up. I should be able to remove it now, however I won't have the seal ready until probably the Chunin exams in 4 months due to missions and training. I'll also create a seal that also destroys the Byakugan at death, but it would be invisible and every Hyuga will have to wear it. He gets a nod from Hayashi. He stands and bows, deactivating the privacy seal but letting Hayashi keep it. He opens the office door and Hinata and a younger girl who looks like Hinata with brownish hair falls over into the room. What's going on and who are you, he asks, confused. I am Hanabi Hyuga, second daughter of Hayashi Hyuga, you peasant. The little 8-year-old replied. So Hinata, what's going on? Hey, don't ignore me, I'm talking to you. You filthy commoner. Naruto said nothing but leaned down to her face and pokes her in her ribs. She giggles a little bit before catching herself, however Naruto caught it. Oh, is somebody ticklish? It would be a shame if you were to be punished by tickles, he said with grin that scared her. You will not touch me, right, father? She looks at Hayashi, who is looking away while drinking some tea. Nay-san. She looks for Hinata, who appears by her father also drinking tea, looking away. Where the tea came from nobody knows. She turns and sees Naruto cracking his knuckles and takes off running as fast as possible. It wasn't long before Naruto caught her and tickled her until she had tears coming from her eyes from laughing so much. He does that for about 10 minutes before she has to go train with her guard. He gets up to leave and passes by another Hyuga about a year older than him with a Konoha headband on. They said nothing, just kept going. However, the Hyuga used his Byakugan to look at him, but wasn't expecting Naruto to flare his chakra, making him deactivate his eyes from the pain. After Naruto leaves the compound, he heads to the Hokage's training ground for some training. And that concludes the first part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Naruto the Instinctive Shinobi, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Amaterasususano, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.